Chapter 1 of A Life of Napoleon Bonaparte. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ciufi Galeazzi. A Life of Napoleon Bonaparte by Ida M. Tarbell. Napoleon's youth and early surroundings. His school days at Brienne. "If I were not convinced that his family is as old and as good as my own," said the Emperor of Austria when he married Marie Louise to Napoleon Bonaparte, "I would not give him my daughter." The remark is sufficient recognition of the nobility of the father of Napoleon, Charles Marie de Bonaparte, a gentleman of Ajaccio, Corsica, whose family, of Tuscan origin, had settled there in the 16th century, and who, in 1765, had married a young girl of the island, Letitia Ramolino. Monsieur Bonaparte gave his wife a noble name, but little else. He was an indolent, pleasure-loving, chimerical man, who had inherited a lawsuit, and whose time was absorbed in the hopeless task of recovering an estate of which the Church had taken possession. Madame Bonaparte brought her husband no great name, but she did bring him health, beauty, and remarkable qualities. Tall and imposing, Mademoiselle Letitia Ramolino had a superb carriage, which she never lost, and a face which attracted attention, particularly by the accentuation and perfection of its features. She was reserved, but of a ceaseless energy and will, and though but 15 when married, she conducted her family affairs with such good sense and firmness that she was able to bring up decently the 8 children spared her from the 13 she bore. The habits of order and economy formed in her years of struggle became so firmly rooted in her character that later, when she became Mater Regum, the Madame Mère of an imperial court, she could not put them aside, but saved from the generous income at her disposal for those of my children who are not yet settled, she said. Throughout her life she showed the truth of her son's characterization, a man's head on a woman's body. The first years after their marriage were stormy ones for the Bonapartes. The Corsicans, led by the patriot Pascal Paoli, were in revolt against the French, at that time masters of the island. Among Paoli's followers was Charles Bonaparte. He shared the fortunes of his chief to the end of the struggle of 1769, and when, finally, Paoli was hopelessly defeated, took to the mountains. In all the dangers and miseries of this war and flight, Charles Bonaparte was accompanied by his wife, who, vigorous of body and brave of heart, suffered privations, dangers, and fatigue without complaint. When the Corsicans submitted, the Bonapartes went back to Ajaccio. 6 weeks later, Madame Bonaparte gave birth to her 4th child, Napoleon. "I was born," said Napoleon, "when my country was perishing. 30,000 Frenchmen were vomited upon our soil. Cries of the wounded, sighs of the oppressed, and tears of despair surrounded my cradle at birth." Young Bonaparte learned to hate, with the fierceness peculiar to Corsican blood, the idea of oppression, to revere Paoli, and, with a boy's contempt of necessity, even to despise his father's submission. It was not strange. His mother had little time for her children's training. His father gave them no attention, and Napoleon, obstinate and curious, domineering over his brothers and companions, fearing no one, ran wild on the beach with the sailors, or over the mountains with the herdsmen, listening to their tales of the Corsican rebellion and of fights on sea and land, imbibing their contempt for submission, their love for liberty. At 9 years of age he was a shy, proud, wilful child, unkempt and untrained, little, pale, nervous, almost without instruction, and yet already enamored of a soldier's life and conscious of a certain superiority over his comrades. Then it was that he was suddenly transplanted from his free life to an environment foreign in its language, artificial in its etiquette, and severe in its regulations. It was as a dependent, a species of charity pupil, that he went into this new atmosphere. Charles Bonaparte had become, in the 9 years since he had abandoned the cause of Paoli, a thorough parasite. Like all the poor nobility of the country to which he had attached himself, and even like many of the rich in that day, he begged favors of every description from the government in return for his support. To aid in securing them, he humbled himself before the French Governor-General of Corsica, the Count de Marboeuf, and made frequent trips, which he could ill afford, back and forth to Versailles. The free education of his children, a good office with its salary and honors, the maintenance of his claims against the Jesuits, were among the favors which he sought. By dint of solicitation, he had secured a place among the free pupils of the college at Autun for his son Joseph, the oldest of the family, and one for Napoleon at the military school at Brienne. To enter the school at Brienne, it was necessary to be able to read and write French, and to pass a preliminary examination in that language. This young Napoleon could not do. Indeed, he could scarcely have done as much in his native Italian. A preparatory school was necessary, then, for a time. The place settled on was Autun, where Joseph was to enter college, and there, in January 1779, Charles Bonaparte arrived with the two boys. Napoleon was 9.5 years old when he entered the school at Autun. He remained 3 months, and in that time made sufficient progress to fulfill the requirements at Brienne. The principal record of the boy's conduct at Autun comes from Abbé Chardon, who was at the head of the primary department. He says of his pupil, "Napoleon brought to Autun a sombre, thoughtful character. He was interested in no one, and found his amusements by himself. He rarely had a companion in his walks. He was quick to learn, and quick of apprehension in all ways. When I gave him a lesson, he fixed his eyes upon me with parted lips. But if I recapitulated anything I had said, his interest was gone, as he plainly showed by his manner. When reproved for this, he would answer coldly, I might almost say with an imperious air, 'I know it already, sir.'" When he went to Brienne, Napoleon left his brother Joseph behind at Autun. The boy had not now one familiar feature in his life. The school at Brienne was made up of about 120 pupils, half of whom were supported by the government. They were sons of nobles, who generally had little but their great names, and whose rule for getting on in the world was the rule of the old regime. Secure a powerful patron, and, by flattery and servile attentions, continue in his train. Young Bonaparte heard little but boasting, and saw little but vanity. His first lessons in French society were the doubtful ones of the parasite and the courtier. The motto which he saw everywhere practised was, "The end justifies the means." His teachers were not strong enough men to counteract this influence. The military schools of France were at this time in the hands of religious orders, and the Minim brothers, who had charge of Brienne, were principally celebrated for their ignorance. They certainly could not change the arrogant and false notions of their aristocratic young pupils. It was a dangerous experiment to place in such surroundings a boy like the young Napoleon, proud, ambitious, jealous, lacking any healthful moral training, possessing an Italian indifference to truth and the rights of others, already conscious that he had his own way to make in the world, and inspired by a determination to do it. From the first, the atmosphere at Brienne was hateful to the boy. His comrades were French, and it was the French who had subdued Corsica. They taunted him with it sometimes, and he told them that had there been but 4-1, Corsica would never have been conquered, but that the French came 10-1. When they said, "But your father submitted," he said bitterly, "I shall never forgive him for it." As for Paoli, he told them proudly, "He is a good man. I wish I could be like him." He had trouble with the new language. They jeered at him because of it. His name was strange. La Paix au Nez was the nickname they made from Napoleon. He was poor, they were rich. The contemptuous treatment he received because of his poverty was such that he begged to be taken home. "My father," he wrote, "if you or my protectors cannot give me the means of sustaining myself more honorably in the house where I am, please let me return home as soon as possible. I am tired of poverty and of the jeers of insolent scholars who are superior to me only in their fortune, for there is not one among them who feels 1/100th part of the noble sentiment which animates me. Must your son, sir, continually be the butt of these boobies, who, vain of the luxuries which they enjoy, insult me by their laughter at the privations which I am forced to endure? No, father, no. If fortune refuses to smile upon me, take me from Brienne, and make me, if you will, a mechanic. From these words you may judge of my despair. This letter, sir, please believe, is not dictated by a vain desire to enjoy extravagant amusements. I have no such wish. I feel simply that it is necessary to show my companions that I can procure them as well as they, if I wish to do so. Your respectful and affectionate son, Bonaparte. Charles Bonaparte, always in pursuit of pleasure and his inheritance, could not help his son. Napoleon made other plans to escape, even offering himself, it is said, to the British Admiralty as a sailor, and once at least begging Monsieur de Marbeuf, the Governor-General of Corsica, who had aided Charles Bonaparte in securing places for both boys, to withdraw his protection. The incident which led to this was characteristic of the school. The supercilious young nobles taunted him with his father's position. It was nothing but that of a poor tipstaff, they said. Young Bonaparte, stung by what he thought an insult, attacked his tormentors, and, being caught in the act, was shut up. He immediately wrote to the Count de Marbeuf a letter of remarkable qualities in so young a boy and in such circumstances. After explaining the incident, he said, "Now, Monsieur le Comte, if I am guilty, if my liberty has been taken from me justly, have the goodness to add to the kindnesses which you have shown me one thing more. Take me from Brienne and withdraw your protection. It would be robbery on my part to keep it any longer from one who deserves it more than I do. I shall never, sir, be worthier of it than I am now. I shall never cure myself of an impetuosity which is all the more dangerous because I believe its motive is sacred. Whatever idea of self-interest influences me, I shall never have control enough to see my father, an honourable man, dragged in the mud. I shall always, Monsieur le Comte, feel too deeply in these circumstances to limit myself to complaining to my superior. I shall always feel that a good son ought not to allow another to avenge such an outrage. As for the benefits which you have rained upon me, they will never be forgotten. I shall say I had gained an honourable protection, but heaven denied me the virtues which were necessary in order to profit by it." In the end, Napoleon saw that there was no way for him but to remain at Brienne, galled by poverty and formalism. It would be unreasonable to suppose that there was no relief to this sombre life. The boy won recognition more than once from his companions by his bravery and skill in defending his rights. He was not only valorous, he was generous, and preferred going to prison himself to denouncing his comrades who had done wrong. Young Napoleon found soon that if there were things for which he was ridiculed, there were others for which he was applauded. He made friends, particularly among his teachers, and to one of his comrades, Brienne, he remained attached for years. "You never laugh at me, you like me," he said to his friend. Those who found him morose and surly did not realize that beneath the reserved, sullen exterior of the little Corsican boy there was a proud and passionate heart aching for love and recognition, that it was sensitiveness rather than arrogance which drove him away from his mates. At the end of 5½ years, Napoleon was promoted to the military school at Paris. The choice of pupils for this school was made by an inspector, at this time one Chevalier de Keralio, an amiable old man, who was fond of mingling with the boys as well as examining them. He was particularly pleased with Napoleon, and named him for promotion in spite of his being strong in nothing but mathematics, and not yet being of the age required by the regulations. The teachers protested, but de Keralio insisted. "I know what I am doing," he said. "If I put the rules aside in this case, it is not to do his family a favour. I do not know them. it is because of the child himself. I have seen a spark here which cannot be too carefully cultivated. De Keralio died before the nominations were made, but his wishes in regard to young Bonaparte were carried out. The recommendation which sent him up is curious. The notes read, Monsieur de Bonaparte, height 4 feet 10 inches and 10 lines. He has passed his 4th examination, good constitution, excellent health, submissive character, frank and grateful, regular in conduct, has distinguished himself by his application to mathematics, is passably well up in history and geography, is behindhand in his Latin, will make an excellent sailor, deserves to be sent to the school in Paris. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of A Life of Napoleon Bonaparte by Ida M. Tarbell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Napoleon in Paris. Lieutenant of Artillery. Literary work. Napoleon and the Revolution. It was in October 1784 that Napoleon was placed in the École Militaire at Paris, the same school which still faces the Champ de Mars. He was 15 years old at the time, a thin-faced, awkward, countrified boy, who stared open-mouthed at the Paris street signs and seemed singularly out of place to those who saw him in the capital for the first time. Napoleon found his new associates even more distasteful than those at Brienne had been. The pupils of the École Militaire were sons of soldiers and provincial gentlemen, educated gratuitously, and rich young men who paid for their privileges. The practices of the school were luxurious. There was a large staff of servants, costly stables, several courses at meals. Those who were rich spent freely. Most of those who were poor ran in debt. Napoleon could not pay his share in the lunches and gifts which his mates offered now and then to teachers and fellows. He saw his sister Eliza, who was at Madame de Maintenon's school at Saint-Cyr, weep one day for the same reason. He would not borrow. My mother has already too many expenses, and I have no business to increase them by extravagances which are simply imposed upon me by the stupid folly of my comrades. But he did complain loudly to his friends. The Permons, a Corsican family living on the Quai Conti, who made Napoleon thoroughly at home, even holding a room at his disposal, frequently discussed these complaints. Was it vanity and envy, or a wounded pride and just indignation? The latter, said Monsieur Permon. This feeling was so profound with Napoleon that, with his natural instinct for regulating whatever was displeasing to him, he prepared a memorial to the government, full of good practical sense, on the useless luxury of the pupils. A year in Paris finished Napoleon's military education, and in October 1785, when 16 years old, he received his appointment as second lieutenant of the artillery in a regiment stationed at Valence. Out of the 58 pupils entitled that year to the promotion of second lieutenant, but 6 went to the artillery. Of these 6, Napoleon was one. His examiner said of him, "Reserved and studious, he prefers study to any amusement, and enjoys reading the best authors, applies himself earnestly to the abstract sciences, cares little for anything else. He is silent and loves solitude. He is capricious, haughty, and excessively egotistical, talks little, but is quick and energetic in his replies, prompt and severe in his repartees, has great pride and ambitions, aspiring to anything. The young man is worthy of patronage." He left Paris at once, on money borrowed from a cloth merchant, whom his father had patronized, not sorry, probably, that his school days were over, though it is certain that all of those who had been friendly to him in this period he never forgot in the future. Several of his old teachers at Brienne received pensions. One was made rector of the School of Fine Arts, established at Compiègne, another librarian at Malmaison, where the porter was the former porter at Brienne. The professors of the École Militaire were equally well taken care of, as well as many of his schoolmates. During the consulate, Learning that Madame de Montesson, wife of the Duke of Orleans, was still living, he sent for her to come to the Tuileries, and asked what he could do for her. "But, General," protested Madame de Montesson, "I have no claim upon you." "You do not know, then," replied the First Consul, "that I received my first crown from you. You went to Brienne with the Duke of Orleans to distribute the prizes, and in placing a laurel wreath on my head, you said, 'May it bring you happiness.' They say I am a fatalist, madame, so it is quite plain that I could not forget what you no longer remember." And the First Consul caused the 60,000 francs of yearly income left Madame de Montesson by the Duke of Orleans, but confiscated in the Revolution, to be returned. Later, at her request, he raised one of her relatives to the rank of senator. In 1805, when emperor, Napoleon gave a life pension of 6,000 francs to the son of his former protector, the Count de Marbeuf, and with it went his assurance of interest and goodwill in all the circumstances of the young man's life. Generous, forbearing, even tender remembrance of all who had been associated with him in his early years was one of Napoleon's marked characteristics. His new position at Valence was not brilliant. He had an annual income of $224, and there was much hard work. It was independence, however, and life opened gaily to the young officer. He made many acquaintances, and for the first time saw something of society and women. Madame Colombier, whose salon was the leading one of the town, received him, introduced him to powerful friends, and indeed prophesied a great future for him. The 16-year-old officer, in spite of his shabby clothes and big boots, became a favorite. He talked brilliantly and freely, began to find that he could please, and for the first time made love a little, to Mademoiselle Colombier, a frolicking boy and girl love, the object of whose stolen rendezvous was to eat cherries together. Mademoiselle Mion de Place, a pretty Corsican girl in Valence, also received some attention from him. Encouraged by his good beginning and ambitious for future success, he even began to take dancing lessons. Had there been no one but himself to think of, everything would have gone easily, but the care of his family was upon him. His father had died a few months before, February 1785, and left his affairs in a sad tangle. Joseph, now nearly 18 years of age, who had gone to Autun in 1779 with Napoleon, had remained there until 1785. The intention was to make him a priest. Suddenly he declared that he would not be anything but a soldier. It was to undo all that had been done for him, but his father made an effort to get him into a military school. Before the arrangements were complete, Charles Bonaparte died, and Joseph was obliged to return to Corsica, where he was powerless to do anything for his mother and for the 4 young children at home: Louis, aged 9, Pauline, 7, Caroline, 5, Jerome, 3. Lucien, now 11 years old, was at Brienne, refusing to become a soldier, as his father desired, and giving his time to literature. But he was not a free pupil, and the 600 francs a year needful for him was a heavy tax. Eliza alone was provided for. She had entered Saint-Cyr in 1784 as one of the 250 pupils supported there by His Majesty, and to be a demoiselle de Saint-Cyr was to be fed, taught, and clothed from 7 to 20, and on leaving to receive a dowry of 3,000 francs, a trousseau, and 150 francs for travelling expenses home. Napoleon regarded his family's situation more seriously than did his brothers. Indeed, when at Brienne he had shown an interest, a sense of responsibility, and a good judgment about the future of his brothers and sisters quite amazing in so young a boy. When he was 15 years old, he wrote a letter to his uncle, which, for its keen analysis, would do credit to the father of a family. The subject was his brother Joseph's desire to abandon the church and go into the king's service. Napoleon is summing up the pros and cons. First, as father says, he has not the courage to face the perils of an action. His health is feeble, and will not allow him to support the fatigues of a campaign, and my brother looks on the military profession only from a garrison point of view. He would make a good garrison officer. He is well made, light-minded, knows how to pay compliments, and with these talents he will always get on well in society. Second, he has received an ecclesiastical education, and it is very late to undo that. Monseigneur the Bishop of Autun would have given him a fat living, and he would have been sure to become a bishop. What an advantage for the family! Monseigneur of Autun has done all he could to encourage him to persevere, promising that he should never repent. Should he persist in wishing to be a soldier, I must praise him, provided he has a decided taste for his profession, the finest of all, and the great motive power of human affairs. He wishes to be a military man. That is all very well, but in what corps? Is it the Marine? First, he knows nothing of mathematics. It would take him 2 years to learn. Second, his health is incompatible with the sea. Is it the Engineers? He would require 4 or 5 years to learn what is necessary, and at the end of that time he would only be a cadet. Besides, working all day long would not suit him. The same reasons which apply to the Engineers apply to the artillery, with this exception, that he would have to work 18 months to become a cadet, and 18 months more to become an officer. No doubt he wishes to join the infantry. And what is the slender infantry officer? 3/4 of the time a scapegrace. A last effort will be made to persuade him to enter the church, in default of which father will take him to Corsica, where he will be under his eye. It was not strange that Charles Bonaparte considered the advice of a son who could write so clear-headed a letter as the one just quoted, or that the boy's uncle Lucien said, before dying, "Remember that if Joseph is the older, Napoleon is the real head of the house." Now that young Bonaparte was in an independent position, he felt still more keenly his responsibility, and it was for this reason, as well as because of ill health, that he left his regiment in February 1787 on a leave which he extended to nearly 15 months, and which he spent in energetic efforts to better his family's situation, working to re-establish salt works and a mulberry plantation in which they were concerned, to secure the nomination of Lucien to college at Aix, and to place Louis at a French military school. When he went back to his regiment, now stationed at Auxonne, he denied himself to send money home, and spent his leisure in desperate work, sleeping but 6 hours, eating but 1 meal a day, dressing once in the week. Like all the young men of the country who had been animated by the philosophers and encyclopedists, he had attempted literature, and at this moment was finishing a history of Corsica, a portion of which he had written at Valence and submitted to the Abbé Raynal, who had encouraged him to go on. The manuscript was completed and ready for publication in 1788, and the author made heroic efforts to find someone who would accept a dedication, as well as someone who would publish it. Before he had succeeded, events had crowded the work out of sight, and other ambitions occupied his forces. Napoleon had many literary projects on hand at this time. He had been a prodigious reader, and was never so happy as when he could save a few cents with which to buy second-hand books. From everything he read he made long extracts, and kept a book of thoughts. Most curious are some of these fragments, reflections on the beginning of society, on love, on nature. They show that he was passionately absorbed in forming ideas on the great questions of life and its relations. Besides his history of Corsica, he had already written several fragments, among them an historical drama called The Count of Essex, and a story, The Masque Prophète. He undertook, too, to write a sentimental journey in the style of Sterne, describing a trip from Valence to Mont-Cenis. Later he competed for a prize offered by the Academy of Lyons on the subject, "To determine what truths and feelings should be inculcated in men for their happiness." He failed in the contest. Indeed, the essay was severely criticized for its incoherency and poor style. The Revolution of 1789 turned Napoleon's mind to an ambition greater than that of writing the history of Corsica. He would free Corsica. The National Assembly had lifted the island from its inferior relation and made it a department of France, but sentiment was much divided, and the ferment was similar to that which agitated the mainland. Napoleon, deeply interested in the progress of the new liberal ideas, and seeing, too, the opportunity for a soldier and an agitator among his countrymen, hastened home, where he spent some 25 months out of the next 2.5 years. That the young officer spent 5/6 of his time in Corsica instead of in service, and that he, in more than one instance, pleaded reasons for leaves of absence which one would have to be exceedingly unsophisticated not to see were trumped up for the occasion, cannot be attributed merely to duplicity of character and contempt for authority. He was doing only what he had learned to do at the military schools of Brienne and Paris, and what he saw practiced about him in the army. Indeed, the whole French army at that period made a business of shirking duty. Every minister of war in the period complains of the incessant desertions among the common soldiers. Among the officers it was no better. True, they did not desert. They held their places and did nothing. Those who were rich and well-born had no need to work, says the Marshal Duc de Broglie. They were promoted by favoritism. Those who were poor and from the provinces had no need to work either. It did them no good if they did, for not having patronage, they could not advance. The Comte de Saint-Germain said in regard to the officers, "There is not one who is in active service. They one and all amuse themselves and look out for their own affairs." Napoleon, tormented by the desire to help his family, goaded by his ambition, and by an imperative inborn need of action and achievement, still divided in his allegiance between France and Corsica, could not have been expected, in his environment, to take nothing more than the leaves allowed by law. Revolutionary agitation did not absorb all the time he was in Corsica. Never did he work harder for his family. The portion of this 2.5 years which he spent in France, he was accompanied by Louis, whose tutor he had become, and he suffered every deprivation to help him. Napoleon's income at that time was 65 cents a day. This meant that he must live in wretched rooms, prepare himself the broth on which he and his brother dined, never go to a café, brush his own clothes, give Louis lessons. He did it bravely. "I breakfasted off dry bread, but I bolted my door on my poverty," he said once to a young officer complaining of the economies he must make on $200 a month. Economy and privation were always more supportable to him than borrowing. He detested irregularities in financial matters. "Your finances are deplorably conducted, apparently on metaphysical principles. Believe me, money is a very physical thing," he once said to Joseph, when the latter, as King of Naples, could not make both ends meet. He put Jerome to sea, largely to stop his reckless expenditures. At 15, that young man paid $3,200 for a shaving case containing everything except the beard to enable its owner to use it. Some of the most furious scenes which occurred between Napoleon and Josephine were because she was continually in debt. After the divorce, he frequently cautioned her to be watchful of her money. "Think what a bad opinion I should have of you if I knew you were in debt with an income of $600,000 a year," he wrote her in 1813. The methodical habits of Marie-Louise were a constant satisfaction to Napoleon. She settles all her accounts once a week, deprives herself of new gowns if necessary, and imposes privations upon herself in order to keep out of debt, he said proudly. A bill of 62 francs and 32 centimes was once sent to him for window blinds placed in the salon of Princess Borghese. "As I did not order this expenditure, which ought not to be charged to my budget, the princess will pay it," he wrote on the margin. It was not parsimony. It was the man's sense of order. No one was more generous in gifts, pensions, salaries, but it irritated him to see money wasted or managed carelessly. Through his long absence in Corsica, and the complaints which the conservatives of the island had made to the French government of the way he had handled his battalion of National Guards in a riot at Ajaccio, Napoleon lost his place in the French army. He came to Paris in the spring of 1792, hoping to regain it, but in the confused condition of public affairs, little attention was given to such cases, and he was obliged to wait. Almost penniless, he dined on 6-cent dishes in cheap restaurants, pawned his watch, and with Brienne devised schemes for making a fortune. One was to rent some new houses going up in the city and to sublet them. While he waited, he saw the famous days of the Second Revolution, the 20th of June, when the mob surrounded the Tuileries, overran the palace, put the bonnet rouge on Louis XVI's head, did everything but strike, as the agitators had intended. Napoleon and Brienne, loitering on the outskirts, saw the outrages, and he said in disgust, "Che coglione! Why did they allow these brutes to come in? They ought to have shot down 500 or 600 of them with cannon, and the rest would soon have run." He saw the 10th of August, when the king was deposed. He was still in Paris when the horrible September massacres began, those massacres in which, to save the country, the fanatical and terrified populace resolved to put rivers of blood between Paris and the émigrés. All these excesses filled him with disgust. He began to understand that the revolution he admired so much needed a head. In August, Napoleon was restored to the army. The following June found him with his regiment in the south of France. In the interval spent in Corsica, he had abandoned Paoli and the cause of Corsican independence. His old hero had been dragged, in spite of himself, into a movement for separating the island from France. Napoleon had taken the position that the French government, whatever its excesses, was the only advocate in Europe of liberty and equality, and that Corsica would better remain with France rather than seek English aid, as it must if it revolted. But he and his party were defeated, and he with his family was obliged to flee. The Corsican period of his life was over. The French had opened. He began it as a thorough republican. The evolution of his enthusiasm for the Revolution had been natural enough. He had been a devoted believer in Rousseau's principles. The year 1789 had struck down the abuses which galled him in French society and government. After the flight of the king in 1791, he had taken the oath, "I swear to employ the arms placed in my hands for the defense of the country, and to maintain against all her enemies, both from within and from without, the Constitution as declared by the National Assembly; to die rather than to suffer the invasion of the French territory by foreign troops, and to obey orders given in accordance with the decree of the National Assembly. The nation is now the paramount object," he wrote. "My natural inclinations are now in harmony with my duties." The efforts of the court and the émigrés to overthrow the new government had increased his devotion to France. "My southern blood leaps up in my veins with the rapidity of the Rhone," he said, when the question of the preservation of the Constitution was brought up. The months spent at Paris in 1792 had only intensified his radical notions. Now that he had abandoned his country, rather than assist it to fight the Revolution, he was better prepared than ever to become a Frenchman. It seemed the only way to repair his and his family's fortune. The condition of the Bonapartes on arriving in France after their expulsion from Corsica was abject. Their property, pillaged, sacked, and burned, they had escaped penniless, were, in fact, refugees dependent upon French bounty. They wandered from place to place, but at last found a good friend in Monsieur Clary of Marseilles, a soap boiler, with 2 pretty daughters, Julie and Désirée, and Joseph and Napoleon became inmates of his house. It was not as a soldier, but as a writer, that Napoleon first distinguished himself in this new period of his life. An insurrection against the government had arisen in Marseilles. In an imaginary conversation called Le Souper de Beaucaire, Napoleon discussed the situation so clearly and justly that Salicetti, Gasperin, and Robespierre the Younger, the deputies who were looking after the South, ordered the paper published at public expense and distributed it as a campaign document. More, they promised to favor the author when they had an opportunity. It soon came. Toulon had opened its doors to the English and joined Marseille in a counter-revolution. Napoleon was in the force sent against the town, and he was soon promoted to the command of the 2nd Regiment of Artillery. His energy and skill won him favorable attention. He saw at once that the important point was not besieging the town, as the general in command was doing, and the Convention had ordered, but in forcing the Allied fleet from the harbor, when the town must fall of itself. But the commander-in-chief was slow, and it was not until the command was changed and an officer of experience and wisdom put in charge that Napoleon's plans were listened to. The new general saw at once their value and hastened to carry them out. The result was the withdrawal of the Allies in December 1793 and the fall of Toulon. Bonaparte was mentioned by the general-in-chief as one of those who have most distinguished themselves in aiding me, and in February 1794 was made general of brigade. It is interesting to note that it was at Toulon that Napoleon first came in contact with the English. Here he made the acquaintance of Junot, Marmont, and Duroc. Barras, too, had his attention drawn to him at the same time. The circumstances which brought Junot and Napoleon together at Toulon were especially heroic. Someone was needed to carry an order to an exposed point. Napoleon asked for an under-officer, audacious and intelligent. Junot, then a sergeant, was sent. "Take off your uniform and carry this order there," said Napoleon, indicating the point. Junot blushed and his eyes flashed. "I am not a spy," he answered. "Find someone beside me to execute such an order." "You refuse to obey?" said Napoleon. "I am ready to obey," answered Junot, "but I will go in my uniform or not go at all. It is honor enough then for these Englishmen." The officer smiled and let him go, but he took pains to find out his name. A few days later Napoleon called for someone in the ranks who wrote a good hand to come to him. Junot offered himself, and sat down close to the battery to write the letter. He had scarcely finished when a bomb thrown by the English burst nearby and covered him and his letter with earth. "Good," said Junot, laughing. "I shall not need any sand to dry the ink." Bonaparte looked at the young man, who had not even trembled at the danger. From that time the young sergeant remained with the commander of artillery. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of A Life of Napoleon Bonaparte by Ida M. Tarbell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Napoleon and Robespierre. Out of work. General-in-Chief of the Army of the Interior. The favors granted Napoleon for his services at Toulon were extended to his family. Madame Bonaparte was helped by the municipality of Marseille. Joseph was made Commissioner of War. Lucien was joined to the army of Italy, and in the town where he was stationed became famous as a popular orator. Little Robespierre, they called him. He began, too, here to make love to his landlord's daughter, Christine Boyer, afterwards his wife. The outlook for the refugees seemed very good, and it was made still brighter by the very particular friendship of the younger Robespierre for Napoleon. This friendship was soon increased by the part Napoleon played in a campaign of a month with the army of Italy, when, largely by his genius, the seaboard from Nice to Genoa was put into French power. If this victory was much for the army and for Robespierre, it was more for Napoleon. He looked from the Tonde and saw for the first time that in Italy there was a land for a conqueror. Robespierre wrote to his brother, the real head of the government at the moment, that Napoleon possessed transcendent merit. He engaged him to draw up a plan for a campaign against Piedmont, and sent him on a secret mission to Genoa. The relations between the two young men were, in fact, very close, and considering the position of Robespierre the elder, the outlook for Bonaparte was good. That Bonaparte admired the powers of the elder Robespierre is unquestionable. He was sure that if he had remained in power, he would have re-established order and law. The result would have been attained without any shocks, because it would have come through the quiet exercise of power. Nevertheless, it is certain that the young general was unwilling to come into close contact with the terrorist leader, as his refusal of an offer to go to Paris to take the command of the garrison of the city shows. No doubt his refusal was partly due to his ambition. He thought the opening better where he was, and partly due, too, to his dislike of the excesses which the government was practicing. That he never favored the policy of the terrorists, all those who knew him testify, and there are many stories of his efforts at this time to save émigrés and suspects from the violence of the rabid patriots, even to save the English imprisoned at Toulon. He always remembered Robespierre the younger with kindness, and when he was in power gave Charlotte Robespierre a pension. Things had begun to go well for Bonaparte. His poverty passed. If his plan for an Italian campaign succeeded, he might even aspire to the command of the army. His brothers received good positions. Joseph was betrothed to Julie Clary, and life went gaily at Nice and Marseille, where Napoleon had about him many of his friends, Robespierre and his sister, his own two pretty sisters, Marmont and Junot, who was deeply in love with Pauline. Suddenly, all this hope and happiness were shattered. On the 9th Thermidor, Robespierre fell, and all who had favored him were suspected, Napoleon among the rest. His secret mission to Genoa gave a pretext for his arrest, and for 13 days, in August 1794, he was a prisoner, but through his friends was liberated. Soon after his release came an appointment to join an expedition against Corsica. He set out, but the undertaking was a failure, and the spring found him again without a place. In April 1795, Napoleon received orders to join the Army of the West. When he reached Paris, he found it was the infantry to which he was assigned. Such a change was considered a disgrace in the army. He refused to go. "A great many officers could command a brigade better than I could," he wrote, "but few could command the artillery so well. I retire, satisfied that the injustice done to the service will be sufficiently felt by those who know how to appreciate matters." But though he might call himself satisfied, his retirement was a most serious affair for him. It was the collapse of what seemed to be a career, the shutting of the gate he had worked so fiercely to open. He must begin again, and he did not see how. A sort of despair settled over him. He declaimed against fate, says the Duchess de Bronte. "I was idle and discontented," he says of himself. He went to the theatre and sat sullen and inattentive through the gayest of plays. He had moments of fierce hilarity, says Brienne. A pathetic distaste of effort came over him at times. He wanted to settle. "If I could have that house," he said one day to Brienne, pointing to an empty house near by, "with my friends and a cabriolet, I should be the happiest of men." He clung to his friends with a sort of desperation, and his letters to Joseph were touching in the extreme. Love as well as failure caused his melancholy. All about him, indeed, turned thoughts to marriage. Joseph was now married, and his happiness made him envious. "What a lucky rascal Joseph is," he said. Junot, madly in love with Pauline, was with him. The two young men wandered through the alleys of the Jardin des Plantes and discussed Junot's passion. In listening to his friend, Napoleon thought of himself. He had been attracted by Désirée Clary, Joseph's sister-in-law. Why not try to win her? And he began to demand news of her from Joseph. Désirée had asked for his portrait, and he wrote, "I shall have it taken for her. You must give it to her, if she still wants it. If not, keep it yourself." He was melancholy when he did not have news of her, accused Joseph of purposely omitting her name from his letters, and Desiree herself of forgetting him. At last he consulted Joseph. "If I remain here, it is just possible that I might feel inclined to commit the folly of marrying. I should be glad of a line from you on the subject. You might perhaps speak to Desiree's brother, and let me know what he says, and then it will be settled." He waited the answer to his overtures with impatience, urged his brother to arrange things so that nothing may prevent which I long for. But Desiree was obdurate. Later she married Bernadotte and became Queen of Sweden. Yet in these varying moods he was never idle. As 3 years before, he and Brienne indulged in financial speculations. He tried to persuade Joseph to invest his wife's dot in the property of the Émigrés. He prepared memorials on the political disorders of the times and on military questions, and he pushed his brothers as if he had no personal ambition. He did not neglect to make friends either. The most important of those whom he cultivated was Paul Barras, revolutionist, conventionalist, member of the Directory, and one of the most influential men in Paris at that moment. He had known Napoleon at Toulon, and showed himself disposed to be friendly. "I attached myself to Barras," said Napoleon later, "because I knew no one else. Robespierre was dead. Barras was playing a rôle. I had to attach myself to somebody and something." One of his plans for himself was to go to Turkey. For 2 or 3 years, in fact, Napoleon had thought of the Orient as a possible field for his genius, and his mother had often worried lest he should go. Just now it happened that the Sultan of Turkey asked the French for aid in reorganizing his artillery and perfecting the defenses of his forts, and Napoleon asked to be allowed to undertake the work. While pushing all his plans with extraordinary enthusiasm, even writing Joseph almost daily letters about what he would do for him when he was settled in the Orient, he was called to do a piece of work which was to be of importance in his future. The War Committee needed plans for an Italian campaign. The head of the committee was in great perplexity. Nobody knew anything about the condition of things in the South. By chance, one day, one of Napoleon's acquaintances heard of the difficulties and recommended the young general. The memorial he prepared was so excellent that he was invited into the topographical bureau of the Committee of Public Safety. His knowledge, sense, energy, fire were so remarkable that he made strong friends and became an important personage. Such was the impression he made that when in October 1795 the government was threatened by the revolting sections, Barras, the nominal head of the defense, asked Napoleon to command the forces which protected the Tuileries, where the Convention had gone into permanent session. He hesitated for a moment. He had much sympathy for the sections. His sagacity conquered. The Convention stood for the Republic. An overthrow now meant another proscription, more of the Terror, perhaps a royalist succession, an English invasion. "I accept," he said to Barras, "but I warn you that once my sword is out of the scabbard, I shall not replace it till I have established order." It was on the night of 12th Vendémiaire that Napoleon was appointed. With incredible rapidity he massed the men and cannon he could secure at the openings into the palace and at the points of approach. He armed even the members of the Convention as a reserve. When the sections marched their men into the streets and upon the bridges leading to the Tuileries, they were met by a fire which scattered them at once. That night Paris was quiet. The next day Napoleon was made General of Division. On October 26th he was appointed General-in-Chief of the Army of the Interior. At last the opportunity he had sought so long and so eagerly had come. It was a proud position for a young man of 26, and one may well stop and ask how he had obtained it. The answer is not difficult for one who, dismissing the prejudices and superstitions which have long enveloped his name, studies his story as he would that of an unknown individual. He had won his place as any poor and ambitious boy in any country and in any age must win his, by hard work, by grasping at every opportunity, by constant self-denial, by courage in every failure, by springing to his feet after every fall. He succeeded because he knew every detail of his business. There is nothing I cannot do for myself. If there is no one to make powder for the cannon, I can do it. Because neither ridicule, nor coldness, nor even the black discouragement which made him write once to Joseph, "If this state of things continues, I shall end by not turning out of my path when a carriage passes," could stop him. Because he had profound faith in himself. Do these people imagine that I want their help to rise? They will be too glad some day to accept mine. My sword is at my side, and I will go far with it. That he had misrepresented conditions more than once to secure favor is true, but in doing this he had simply done what he saw done all about him, what he had learned from his father, what the oblique morality of the day justified. That he had shifted opinions and allegiance is equally true. But he who in the French Revolution did not shift opinion was he who regarded not what is, but what might be. Certainly in no respect had he been worse than his environment, and in many respects he had been far above it. He had struggled for place, not that he might have ease, but that he might have an opportunity for action, not that he might amuse himself, but that he might achieve glory. Nor did he seek honors merely for himself. It was that he might share them with others. The first use Bonaparte made of his power, after he was appointed General-in-Chief of the Army of the Interior, was for his family and friends. 50 or 60,000 francs, assignats, and dresses go to his mothers and sisters. Joseph is to have a consulship. A roof, a table, and carriage are at his disposal in Paris. Louis is made a lieutenant and his aide-de-camp. Lucien, commissioner of war. Junot and Marmont are put on his staff. He forgets nobody. The very day after the 13th Vendémiaire, when his cares and excitements were numerous and intense, he was at the Permons, where Monsieur Permon had just died. He was like a son, a brother. This relation he soon tried to change, seeking to marry the beautiful widow Permon. When she laughed merrily at the idea, for she was many years his senior, he replied that the age of his wife was a matter of indifference to him, so long as she did not look over 30. The change in Bonaparte himself was great. Up to this time he had gone about Paris in an awkward and ungainly manner, with a shabby round hat thrust down over his eyes, and with curls, known at that time as oreilles de chêne, badly powdered and badly combed, and falling over the collar of the iron-grey coat, which has since become so celebrated. His hands, long, thin, and black, without gloves, because, he said, they were an unnecessary expense, wearing ill-made and ill-cleaned boots. The majority of people saw in him only what Monsieur de Pontécollant, who took him into the War Office, had seen at their first interview. A young man with a wan and livid complexion, bowed shoulders, and a weak and sickly appearance. But now, installed in an elegant hotel, driving his own carriage, careful of his person, received in every salon where he cared to go, the young General-in-Chief is a changed man. Success has had much to do with this. Love has perhaps had more. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of A Life of Napoleon Bonaparte by Ida M. Tarbell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Napoleon's courtship and marriage. His devotion to Josephine. In the 5 months spent in Paris before the 13th Vendémiaire, Bonaparte saw something of society. One interesting company which he often joined was that gathered around Madame Permon at a hotel in the Rue des Filles Saint-Thomas. This Madame Permon was the same with whom he had taken refuge frequently in the days when he was in the military school of Paris, and whom he had visited later, in 1792, when lingering in town with the hope of recovering his place in the army. On this latter occasion he had even exposed himself to aid her and her husband to escape the fury of the Terrorists and to fly from the city. Madame Permon had returned to Paris in the spring of 1795 for a few weeks, and numbers of her old friends had gathered about her as before the Terror, among them Bonaparte. Another house, and one of a very different character, at which he was received, was that of Barras. The 9th Thermidor, as the fall of Robespierre is called, released Paris from a strain of terror so great that, in reaction, she plunged for a time into violent excess. In this period of decadence, Barras was sovereign. Epicurean by nature, possessing the tastes, culture, and vices of the old regime, he was better fitted than any man in the government to create and direct a dissolute and luxurious society. Into this set Napoleon was introduced, and more than once he expressed his astonishment to Joseph at the turn things had taken in Paris. The pleasure-seekers have reappeared, and forget, or rather remember only as a dream, that they ever ceased to shine. Libraries are open, and lectures on history, chemistry, astronomy, etc. succeed each other. Everything is done to amuse and make life agreeable. One has no time to think, and how can one be gloomy in this busy whirlwind? Women are everywhere, at the theatres, on the promenades, in the libraries. In the study of the savant you meet some that are charming. Here alone, of all places in the world, they deserve to hold the helm. The men are mad over them, think only of them, live only by and for them. A woman need not stay more than 6 months in Paris to learn what is due her and what is her empire. This great nation has given itself up to pleasure, dancing, and theatres, and women have become the principal occupation. Ease, luxury, and bon ton have recovered their throne. The Terror is remembered only as a dream. Bonaparte took his part in the gaieties of his new friends, and soon was on easy terms with most of the women who frequented the salon of Barras, even with the most influential of them all, the famous Madame Tallien, the great beauty of the Directory. Among the women whom he met in the salon of Madame Tallien and at Barras's own house was the Viscountess de Beauharnais, née Tachère de la Pagerie, widow of the Marquis de Beauharnais, guillotined on the 5th Thermidor, 1794. At the time of the Marquis's death his wife was a prisoner. She was released soon after, and had become an intimate friend of Madame Tallien. All Madame Tallien's circle had, indeed, become attached to Josephine de Beauharnais, and with Barras she was on terms of intimacy which led to a great amount of gossip. Without fortune, having 2 children to support, still trembling at the memory of her imprisonment, indolent and vain, it is not remarkable that Josephine yielded to the pleasures of the society which had saved her from prison, and which now opened its arms to her, nor that she accepted the protection of the powerful director Barras. She was certainly one of the regular habitués of his house, and every week kept court for him at her little home at Courtship, a few miles from Paris. The Baron Pasquier, afterwards one of the members of Napoleon's Council of State, was at that moment living in poverty at Courtship, and was a neighbor of Josephine. In his Memoirs he has left a paragraph on the gay little outings taken there by Barras and his friends. Her house was next to ours, says Pasquier. She did not come out often at that time, rarely more than once a week, to receive Barras and the troop which always followed him. From early in the morning we saw the hampers coming. Then mounted gendarmes began to circulate on the route from Nanterre to Courtship, for the young director came usually on horseback. Madame de Beauharnais' house had, as is often the case among Creoles, an appearance of luxury, but, the superfluous aside, the most necessary things were lacking. Birds, game, rare fruits were piled up in the kitchen. This was the time of our greatest famine, and there was such a want of stewing pans, glasses, and plates that they had to come and borrow from our poor stock. There was much about Josephine de Beauharnais to win the favour of such a man as Barras. A Creole past the freshness of youth, Josephine was 32 years old in 1795. She had a grace, a sweetness, a charm that made one forget that she was not beautiful, even when she was beside such brilliant women as Madame Tallien and Madame Récamier. It was never possible to surprise her in an attitude that was not graceful. She was never ruffled or irritable. By nature she was perfection of ease and repose. Artist enough to dress in clinging stuffs made simply, which harmonized perfectly with her style, and skilful enough to use the arts of the toilette to conceal defects which care and age had brought, the Viscountess de Beauharnais was altogether one of the most fascinating women in Madame Tallien's circle. The goodness of Josephine's heart undoubtedly won her as many friends as her grace. Everybody who came to know her at all well declared her gentle, sympathetic, and helpful. Everybody except, perhaps, the Bonaparte family, who never cared for her, and whom she never tried to win. Lucien, indeed, draws a picture of her in his memoirs which, if it could be regarded as unprejudiced, would take much of her charm from her. Josephine was not disagreeable, or perhaps I'd better say, everybody declared that she was very good, but it was especially when goodness cost her no sacrifice. She had very little wit, and no beauty at all, but there was a certain Creole suppleness about her form. She had lost all natural freshness of complexion, but that the arts of the toilette remedied by candlelight. In the brilliant companies of the Directory, to which Barras did me the honor of admitting me, she scarcely attracted my attention, so old did she seem to me, and so inferior to the other beauties which ordinarily formed the court of the voluptuous directors, and among whom the beautiful Tallien was the true Calypso. But if Lucien was not attracted to Josephine, Napoleon was from the first, and when, one day, Madame de Beauharnais said some flattering things to him about his military talent, he was fairly intoxicated by her praise, followed her everywhere, and fell wildly in love with her. But by her station, her elegance, her influence, she seemed inaccessible to him. And then, too, he was looking elsewhere for a wife. When he first knew her, he was thinking of Désirée Clary, and he had known Josephine some time when he sought the hand of the widow Permon. Though he dared not tell her his love, all his circle knew of it, and Barras at last said to him, "You should marry Madame de Beauharnais. You have a position and talents which will secure advancement, but you are isolated, without fortune, and without relations. You ought to marry. It gives weight." And he asked permission to negotiate the affair. Josephine was distressed. Barras was her protector. She felt the wisdom of his advice, but Napoleon frightened and wearied her by the violence of his love. In spite of her doubts, she yielded at last, and on the 9th of March, 1796, they were married. Shortly before, Napoleon had been appointed commander-in-chief of the army of Italy, and 2 days later he left his wife for the post. From every station on his route he wrote her passionate letters. "Every moment takes me farther from you, and every moment I feel less able to be away from you. You are ever in my thoughts. My fancy tires itself in trying to imagine what you are doing. If I picture you sad, my heart is wrung and my grief is increased. If you are happy and merry with your friends, I blame you for so soon forgetting the painful 3 days' separation. In that case you are frivolous and destitute of deep feeling. As you see, I am hard to please. But, my dear, it is very different when I fear your health is bad, or that you have any reasons for being sad. Then I regret the speed with which I am being separated from my love. I am sure that you have no longer any kind feeling toward me, and I can only be satisfied when I have heard that all goes well with you. When anyone asks me if I have slept well, I feel I cannot answer until a messenger brings me word that you have rested well. The illnesses and anger of men affect me only so far as I think they may affect you. May my good genius, who has always protected me amid great perils, guard and protect you. I will gladly dispense with him. Ah, don't be happy, but be a little melancholy, And above all, keep sorrow from your mind and illness from your body. You remember what Ossian says about that. Write to me, my pet, and a good long letter, and accept 1,001 kisses from your best and most loving friend. Arrived in Italy, he wrote, I have received all your letters, but none has made such an impression on me as the last. How can you think, my dear love, of writing to me in such a way? Don't you believe my position is already cruel enough, without adding to my regrets and tormenting my soul? What a style! What feelings are those you describe? It's like fire. It burns my poor heart. My only Josephine, away from you there is no happiness. Away from you the world is a desert in which I stand alone, with no chance of tasting the delicious joy of pouring out my heart. You have robbed me of more than my soul. You are the sole thought of my life. If I am worn out by all the torments of events, and fear the issue, if men disgust me, if I am ready to curse life, I place my hand on my heart. Your image is beating there. I look at it, and love is for me perfect happiness, and everything is smiling, except the time that I see myself absent from my love. By what art have you learned to captivate all my faculties, to concentrate my whole being in yourself? To live for Josephine, that's the story of my life. I do everything to get to you. I am dying to join you. Fool, do I not see that I am only going farther from you? How many lands and countries separate us? How long before you will read these words, which express but feebly the emotions of the heart over which you reign? Don't be anxious. Love me like your eyes, but that's not enough. Like yourself, more than yourself, than your thoughts, your mind, your life, your all. But forgive me, I'm raving. Nature is weak when one loves. I have received a letter which you interrupt to go, you say, into the country, and afterwards you pretend to be jealous of me, who am so worn out by work and fatigue. Oh, my dear! Of course I am in the wrong. In the early spring the country is beautiful, and then the 19-year-old lover was there, without a doubt. The idea of wasting another moment in writing to the man 300 leagues away, who lives, moves, exists only in memory of you, who reads your letters as one devours one's favorite dishes after hunting for 6 hours. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of A Life of Napoleon Bonaparte by Ida M. Tarbell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The First Italian Campaign. Napoleon's Way of Making War. But Napoleon had much to occupy him besides his separation from Josephine. Extraordinary difficulties surrounded his new post. Neither the generals nor the men knew anything of their new commander. Who is this General Bonaparte? Where has he served? No one knows anything about him, wrote Junot's father when the latter, at Toulon, decided to follow his artillery commander. In the army of Italy they were asking the same questions, and the Directory could only answer as Junot had done. As far as I can judge, he is one of those men of whom nature is avaricious, and that she permits upon the earth only from age to age. He was to replace a commander-in-chief who had sneered at his plans for an Italian campaign, and who might be expected to put obstacles in his way. He was to take an army which was in the last stages of poverty and discouragement. Their garments were in rags. Even the officers were so nearly shoeless that when they reached Milan and one of them was invited to dine at the palace of a marquis, he was obliged to go in shoes without soles, and tied on by cords carefully blacked. They had provisions for only a month, and half rations at that. The Piedmontese called them the rag heroes. Worse than their poverty was their inactivity. For 3 years they had fired off their guns in Italy only because war was going on, and not for any especial object, only to satisfy their consciences. Discontent was such that counter-revolution gained ground daily. One company had even taken the name of Dauphin, and royalist songs were heard in camp. Napoleon saw at a glance all these difficulties, and set himself to conquer them. With his generals he was reserved and severe. It was necessary, he explained afterward, in order to command men so much older than myself. His look and bearing quelled insubordination, restrained familiarity, even inspired fear. From his arrival, says Marmont, his attitude was that of a man born for power. It was plain to the least clairvoyant eyes that he knew how to compel obedience, and scarcely was he an authority before the line of a celebrated poet might have applied to him. Des égaux, de longtemps Mahomet n'en est plus. General Decrès, who had known Napoleon well at Paris, hearing that he was going to pass through Toulon, where he was stationed, offered to present his comrades. I run, he says, full of eagerness and joy. The salon opens. I am about to spring forward, when the attitude, the look, the sound of his voice are sufficient to stop me. There was nothing rude about him, but it was enough. From that time I was never tempted to pass the line which had been drawn for me. Lavalette says of his first interview with him, he looked weak, but his regard was so firm and so fixed that I felt myself turning pale when he spoke to me. Augereau goes to see him at Albenga, full of contempt for this favourite of Barras, who has never known an action, determined on insubordination. Bonaparte comes out, little, thin, round-shouldered, and gives Augereau, a giant among the generals, his orders. The big man backs out in a kind of terror. He frightened me, he tells Massena. His first glance crushed me. He quelled insubordination in the ranks by quick, severe punishment, but it was not long that he had insubordination. The army asked nothing but to act, and immediately they saw that they were to move. He had reached his post on March 22nd. 19 days later, operations began. The theatre of action was along that portion of the maritime Alps which runs parallel with the sea. Bonaparte held the coast and the mountains, and north, in the foothills, stretched from the Tende to Genoa, were the Austrians and their Sardinian allies. If the French were fully 10,000 inferior in number, their position was the stronger, for the enemy was scattered in a hilly country where it was difficult to unite their divisions. As Bonaparte faced his enemy, it was with a youthful zest and anticipation which explains much of what follows. The two armies are in motion, he wrote Josephine, each trying to outwit the other. The more skilful will succeed. I am much pleased with Beaulieu. He manoeuvres very well, and is superior to his predecessor. I shall beat him, I hope, out of his boots. The first step in the campaign was a skilful stratagem. He spread rumours which made Beaulieu suspect that he intended marching on Genoa, and he threw out his lines in that direction. The Austrian took the feint as a genuine movement, and marched his left to the sea to cut off the French advance. But Bonaparte was not marching to Genoa, and, rapidly collecting his forces, he fell on the Austrian army at Montenotte on April 12th, and defeated it. The right and left of the Allies were divided, and the centre broken. By a series of clever feints, Bonaparte prevented the various divisions of the enemy from reinforcing each other, and forced them separately to battle. At Millesimo, on the 14th, he defeated one section. On the same day, at Dego, another. The next morning, near Dego, another. The Austrians were now driven back, but their Sardinian allies were still at Ceva. To them Bonaparte now turned, and, driving them from their camp, defeated them at Mondovi on the 22nd. It was phenomenal in Italy. In 10 days the rag heroes, at whom they had been mocking for 3 years, had defeated 2 well-fed armies 10,000 stronger than themselves, and might at any moment march on Turin. The Sardinians sued for peace. The victory was as bewildering to the French as it was terrifying to the enemy, and Napoleon used it to stir his army to new conquests. "Soldiers," he said, "in 15 days you have gained 6 victories, taken 21 stands of colours, 55 pieces of cannon, and several fortresses, and conquered the richest part of Piedmont. You have made 1,500 prisoners, and killed or wounded 10,000 men. Hitherto, however, you have been fighting for barren rocks, made memorable by your valor, but useless to the nation. Your exploits now equal those of the conquering armies of Holland and the Rhine. You were utterly destitute, and have supplied all your wants. You have gained battles without cannons, passed rivers without bridges, performed forced marches without shoes, bivouacked without brandy, and often without bread. None but republican phalanxes, soldiers of liberty, could have borne what you have endured. For this you have the thanks of your country. The 2 armies which lately attacked you in full confidence now fly before you in consternation. But, soldiers, it must not be concealed that you have done nothing since there remains aught to do. Neither Turin nor Milan is ours. The greatest difficulties are no doubt surmounted, but you still have battles to fight, towns to take, rivers to cross." Not less clever in diplomacy than in battle, Bonaparte, on his own responsibility, concluded an armistice with the Sardinians, which left him only the Austrians to fight, and at once set out to follow Beaulieu, who had fled beyond the Po. As adroitly as he had made Beaulieu believe, 3 weeks before, that he was going to march on Genoa, he now deceives him as to the point where he proposes to cross the Po, leading him to believe it is at Valenza. When certain that Beaulieu had his eye on that point, Bonaparte marched rapidly down the river and crossed at Placentia. If an unforeseen delay had not occurred in the passage, he would have been on the Austrian rear. As it was, Beaulieu took alarm and withdrew the body of his army, after a slight resistance to the French advance, across the Adda, leaving but 12,000 men at Lodi. Bonaparte was jubilant. "We have crossed the Po," he wrote the Directory. "The second campaign has commenced." Beaulieu is disconcerted. He miscalculates, and continually falls into the snares I set for him. Perhaps he wishes to give battle, for he has both audacity and energy, but not genius. Another victory, and we shall be the masters of Italy. Determined to leave no enemies behind him, Bonaparte now marched against the 12,000 men at Lodi. The town, lying on the right bank of the Adda, was guarded by a small force of Austrians, but the mass of the enemy was on the left bank, at the end of a bridge some 350 feet in length, and commanded by a score or more of cannon. Rushing into the town on May 10th, the French drove out the guarding force, and arrived at the bridge before the Austrians had time to destroy it. The French grenadiers pressed forward in a solid mass, but when halfway over, the cannon at the opposite end poured such a storm of shot at them that the column wavered and fell back. Several generals in the ranks, Bonaparte at their head, rushed to the front of the force. The presence of the officers was enough to inspire the soldiers, and they swept across the bridge with such impetuosity that the Austrian line on the opposite bank allowed its batteries to be taken, and in a few minutes was in retreat. "Of all the actions in which the soldiers under my command have been engaged," wrote Bonaparte to the Directory, "none has equalled the tremendous passage of the bridge at Lodi. If we have lost but few soldiers, it was merely owing to the promptitude of our attacks, and the effect produced on the enemy by the formidable fire from our invincible army. Were I to name all the officers who distinguished themselves in this affair, I should be obliged to enumerate every carbineer of the advanced guard, and almost every officer belonging to the staff." The Austrians now withdrew beyond the Mincio, and on the 15th of May the French entered Milan. The populace greeted their conquerors as liberators, and for several days the army rejoiced in comforts which it had not known for years. While it was being fêted, Bonaparte was instituting the Lombard Republic, and trying to conciliate, or outwit, as the case demanded, the nobles and clergy outraged at the introduction of French ideas. It was not until the end of May that Lombardy was in a situation to permit Bonaparte to follow the Austrians. After Lodi, Beaulieu led his army to the Mincio. As usual, his force was divided, the right being near Lake Garda, the left at Mantua, the center about halfway between at Valeggio. It was at this latter point that Bonaparte decided to attack them. Feigning to march on their right, he waited until his opponent had fallen into his trap, and then sprang on the weakened center, broke it to pieces, and drove all but 12,000 men, escaped to Mantua, into the Tyrol. In 50 days he had swept all but a remnant of the Austrians away from Italy. 2 weeks later, having taken a strong position on the Adige, he began the siege of Mantua. The French were victorious, but their position was precarious. Austria was preparing a new army. Between the victors and France lay a number of feeble Italian governments whose friendship could not be depended upon. The populace of these states favored the French, for they brought promises of liberal government, of equality and fraternity. The nobles and clergy hated them for the same reason. It was evident that a victory of the Austrians would set all these petty princes on Bonaparte's heels. The papal states to the south were plotting. Naples was an ally of Austria. Venice was neutral, but she could not be trusted. The English were off the coast, and might, at any moment, make an alliance which would place a formidable enemy on the French rear. While waiting for the arrival of the new Austrian army, Bonaparte set himself to lessening these dangers. He concluded a peace with Naples. 2 divisions of the army were sent south, one to Bologna, the other into Tuscany. The people received the French with such joy that Rome was glad to purchase peace. Leghorn was taken. The malcontents in Milan were silenced. By the time a fresh Austrian army of 60,000 men, under a new general, Wurmser, was ready to fight, Italy had been effectually quieted. The Austrians advanced against the French in 3 columns, one to the west of Lake Garda, under Quasdanovich, one on each side of the Adige, east of the lake, under Wurmser. Their plan was to attack the French outposts on each side of the lake simultaneously, and then envelop the army. The first movements were successful. The French on each side of the lake were driven back. Bonaparte's army was inferior to the one coming against him, but the skill with which he handled his forces and used the blunders of the enemy more than compensated for lack of numbers. Raising the siege of Mantua, he concentrated his forces at the south of the lake in such a way as to prevent the reunion of the Austrians. Then, with unparalleled swiftness, he fell on the enemy piecemeal. Wherever he could engage a division, he did so, providing his own force was superior to that of the Austrians at the moment of the battle. Thus, on July 31st, at Lonato, he defeated Quasdanovich, though not so decisively but that the Austrian collected his division and returned towards the same place, hoping to unite there with Wurmser, who had foolishly divided his divisions, sending one to Lonato and another to Castiglione, while he himself went off to Mantua to relieve the garrison there. Bonaparte engaged the forces at Lonato and at Castiglione on the same day, August 3rd, defeating them both, and then turned his whole army against the body of Austrians under Wurmser, who by this time had returned from his relief expedition at Mantua. On August 5th, at Castiglione, Wurmser was beaten, driven over the Mincio, and into the Tyrol. In 6 days the campaign had been finished. "The Austrian army has vanished like a dream," Bonaparte wrote home. It had vanished, true, but only for a day. Reinforcements were soon sent, and a new campaign started early in September. Leaving Davidovich in the Tyrol with 20,000 men, Wurmser started down the Brenta with 26,000 men, intending to fall on Bonaparte's rear, cut him to pieces, and relieve Mantua. But Bonaparte had a plan of his own this time, and without waiting to find out where Wurmser was going, He started up the Adige, intending to attack the Austrians in the Tyrol and join the army of the Rhine, then on the upper Danube. As it happened, Wurmser's plan was a happy one for Bonaparte. The French found less than half the Austrian army opposing them, and, after they had beaten it, discovered that they were actually on the rear of the other half. Of course, Bonaparte did not lose the opportunity. He sped down the Brenta behind Wurmser, overtook him at Bassano on the 8th of September, and of course defeated him. The Austrians fled in terrible demoralization. Wurmser succeeded in reaching Mantua, where he united with the garrison. The sturdy old Austrian had the courage, in spite of his losses, to come out of Mantua and meet Bonaparte on the 15th, but he was defeated again, and obliged to take refuge in the fortress. If the Austrians had been beaten repeatedly, they had no idea of yielding, and in fact there was apparently every reason to continue the struggle. The French army was in a most desperate condition. Its number was reduced to barely 40,000, and this number was poorly supplied, and many of them were ill. Though living in the richest of countries, the rapacity and dishonesty of the army contractors were such that food reached the men half spoiled and in insufficient quantities, while the clothing supplied was pure shoddy. Many officers were laid up by wounds or fatigue. Those who remained at their posts were discouraged and threatening to resign. The Directory had tampered with Bonaparte's armistices and treaties until Naples and Rome were ready to spring upon the French, and Venice, if not openly hostile, was irritating the army in many ways. Bonaparte, in the face of these difficulties, was in genuine despair. "Everything is being spoiled in Italy," he wrote the Directory. "The prestige of our forces is being lost. A policy which will give you friends among the princes as well as among the people is necessary. Diminish your enemies. The influence of Rome is beyond calculation. It was a great mistake to quarrel with that power. Had I been consulted, I should have delayed negotiations as I did with Genoa and Venice. Whenever your general in Italy is not the center of everything, you will run great risks. This language is not that of ambition. I have only too many honors, and my health is so impaired that I think I shall be forced to demand a successor. I can no longer get on horseback. My courage alone remains, and that is not sufficient in a position like this." It was in such a situation that Bonaparte saw the Austrian force outside of Mantua increased to 50,000 men, and a new commander-in-chief, Alvinzi, put at its head. The Austrians advanced in 2 divisions, one down the Adige, the other by the Brenta. The French division which met the enemy at Trent and Bassano were driven back. In spite of his best efforts, Bonaparte was obliged to retire with his main army to Verona. Things looked serious. Alvinzi was pressing close to Verona, and the army on the Adige was slowly driving back the French division sent to hold it in check. If Davidovich and Alvinzi united, Bonaparte was lost. "Perhaps we are on the point of losing Italy," wrote Bonaparte to the Directory. "In a few days we shall make a last effort." On November 14th this last effort was made. Alvinzi was close upon Verona, holding a position shut in by rivers and mountains on every side, and from which there was but one exit, a narrow pass at his rear. The French were in Verona. On the night of the 14th of November, Bonaparte went quietly into the camp. Early in the evening he gave orders to leave Verona, and took the road westward. It looked like a retreat. The French army believed it to be so, and began to say sorrowfully among themselves that Italy was lost. When far enough from Verona to escape the attention of the enemy, Bonaparte wheeled to the southeast. On the morning of the 15th he crossed the Adige, intending, if possible, to reach the defile by which alone Alvinzi could escape from his position. The country into which his army marched was a morass crossed by 2 causeways. The points which it was necessary to take to command the defile were the town of Arcola and a bridge over the rapid stream on which the town lay. the Austrians discovered the plan and hastened out to dispute Arcola and the bridge. All day long the two armies fought desperately, Bonaparte and his generals putting themselves at the head of their columns and doing the work of common soldiers. But at night Arcola was not taken, and the French retired to the right bank of the Adige, only to return on the 16th to re-engage Alvinzi, who, fearful lest his retreat be cut off, had withdrawn his army from near Verona and had taken a position at Arcola. For 2 days the French struggled with the Austrians, wrenching the victory from them before the close of the 17th, and sending them flying towards Bassano. Bonaparte and his army returned to Verona, but this time it was by the gate which the Austrians, 3 days before, were pointing out as the place where they should enter. It was a month and a half before the Austrians could collect a fifth army to send against the French. Bonaparte, tormented on every side by threatened uprisings in Italy, opposed by the Directory who wanted to make peace, and distressed by the condition of his army, worked incessantly to strengthen his relations, quiet his enemies, and restore his armies. When the Austrians, some 45,000 strong, advanced in January 1797 against him, he had a force of about 45,000 men ready to meet them. Some 10,000 of his army were watching Wurmser, and 20,000 Austrians shut up at Mantua. Alvinzi had planned his attack skilfully. Advancing with 28,000 men by the Adige, he sent 17,000 under Provera to approach Verona from the east. The two divisions were to approach secretly and to strike simultaneously. At first Bonaparte was uncertain of the position of the main body of the enemy. Sending out feelers in every direction, he became convinced that it must be that it approached Rivoli. Leaving a force at Verona to hold back Provera, he concentrated his army in a single night on the plateau of Rivoli, and on the morning of January 14th advanced to the attack. The struggle at Rivoli lasted 2 days. Nothing but Bonaparte's masterly tactics won it, for the odds were greatly against him. His victory, however, was complete. Of the 28,000 Austrians brought to the field, less than half escaped. While his battle was waging, Bonaparte was also directing the fight with Provera, who was intent upon reaching Mantua and attacking the French besiegers on the rear, while Wurmser left the city and engaged them in front. The attack had begun, but Bonaparte had foreseen the move and sent a division to the relief of his men. This battle, known as La Favorita, destroyed Provera's division of the Austrian army, and so discouraged Wurmser, whose army was terribly reduced by sickness and starvation, that he surrendered on February 2nd. The Austrians were utterly driven from Italy, but Bonaparte had no time to rest. The Papal States and the various aristocratic parties of southern Italy were threatening to rise against the French. The spirit of independence and revolt which the invaders were bringing into the country could not but weaken clerical and monarchical institutions. An active enemy to the south would have been a serious hindrance to Napoleon, and he marched into the Papal States. A fortnight was sufficient to silence the threats of his enemies, and on February 19, 1797, he signed with the Pope the Treaty of Tolentino. The peace was no sooner made than he started again against the Austrians. When Mantua fell and Austria saw herself driven from Italy, she had called her ablest general, the Archduke Charles, from the Rhine, and given him an army of over 100,000 men to lead against Bonaparte. The French had been reinforced to some 70,000, and though 20,000 were necessary to keep Italy quiet, Bonaparte had a fine army, and he led it confidently to meet the main body of the enemy, which had been sent south to protect Trieste. Early in March he crossed the Tagliamento, and in a series of contests, in which he was uniformly successful, he drove his opponent back, step by step, until Vienna itself was in sight, and in April an armistice was signed. In May the French took possession of Venice, which had refused a French alliance, and which was playing a perfidious part, in Bonaparte's judgment, and a republic on the French model was established. Italy and Austria, worn out and discouraged by this war of principle, as Napoleon called it, at last compromised, and on October 17th, 1 year, 7 months, and 7 days after he left Paris, Napoleon signed the Treaty of Campo Formio. By this treaty, France gained the frontier of the Rhine and the Low Countries to the mouth of the Scheldt. Austria was given Venice, and a republic called the Cisalpine was formed from Reggio, Modena, Lombardy, and a part of the States of the Pope. The military genius that this 27-year-old commander had shown in the campaign in Italy bewildered his enemies and thrilled his friends. "Things go on very badly," said an Austrian veteran taken at Lodi. "No one seems to know what he is about. The French general is a young blockhead who knows nothing of the regular rules of war. Sometimes he is on our right, at others on our left, now in front, and presently in our rear. This mode of warfare is contrary to all system and utterly insufferable." It is certain that if Napoleon's opponents never knew what he was going to do, if his generals themselves were frequently uncertain, it being his practice to hold his peace about his plans, he himself had definite rules of warfare. The most important of these were: attacks should not be scattered, but should be concentrated. Always be superior to the enemy at the point of attack. Time is everything. To these formulated rules he joined marvelous fertility and stratagem. The feint by which, at the beginning of the campaign, he had enticed Beaulieu to march on Genoa, and that by which, a few days later, he had induced him to place his army near Valenza, were masterpieces in their way. His quick-wittedness in emergency frequently saved him from disaster. Thus, on August 4th, in the midst of the excitement of the contest, Bonaparte went to Lonato to see what troops could be drawn from there. On entering, he was greatly surprised to receive an Austrian parlementaire, who called on the commandant of Lonato to surrender because the French were surrounded. Bonaparte saw at once that the Austrians could be nothing but a division which had been cut off and was seeking escape. But he was embarrassed, for there were only 1,200 men at Lonato. Sending for the man, he had his eyes unbandaged, and told him that if his commander had the presumption to capture the general-in-chief of the army of Italy, he might advance; that the Austrian division ought to have known that he was at Lonato with his whole army; and he added that if they did not lay down their arms in 8 minutes, he would not spare a man. This audacity saved Bonaparte, and won him 4,000 prisoners with guns and cavalry. His fertility in stratagem, his rapidity of action, his audacity in attack, bewildered and demoralized the enemy, but it raised the enthusiasm of his imaginative southern troops to the highest pitch. He insisted in this campaign on one other rule: unity of command is necessary to assure success. After his defeat of the Piedmontese, the Directory ordered him, May 7, 1796, to divide his command with Kellerman. Napoleon answered, "I believe it most impolitic to divide the army of Italy in 2 parts. It is quite as much against the interests of the Republic to place 2 different generals over it. A single general is not only necessary, but also it is essential that nothing trouble him in his march and operations. I have conducted this campaign without consulting anyone. I should have done nothing of value if I had been obliged to reconcile my plans with those of another. I have gained advantage over superior forces, and when stripped of everything myself, because persuaded that your confidence was in me. My action has been as prompt as my thought. If you impose hindrances of all sorts upon me, if I must refer every step to government commissioners, if they have the right to change my movements, of taking from me or of sending me troops, expect no more of any value. If you enfeeble your means by dividing your forces, if you break the unity of military thought in Italy, I tell you sorrowfully you will lose the happiest opportunity of imposing laws on Italy. In the condition of the affairs of the Republic in Italy, it is indispensable that you have a general that has your entire confidence. If not, I am sorry for it, but I shall redouble my zeal to merit your esteem in the post you confide to me. Each one has his own way of carrying on war. General Kellerman has more experience and will do it better than I, but both together will do it very badly. I can only render the services essential to the country when invested entirely and absolutely with your confidence." He remained in charge, and throughout the rest of the campaign continued to act more and more independently of the Directory, even dictating terms of peace to please himself. It was in this Italian campaign that the almost superstitious adoration which Napoleon's soldiers, and most of his generals, felt for him began. Brilliant generalship was not the only reason for this. It was due largely to his personal courage, which they discovered at Lodi. A charge had been ordered across a wooden bridge swept by 30 pieces of cannon, and beyond was the Austrian army. The men hesitated. Napoleon sprang to their head and led them into the thickest of the fire. From that day on he was known among them as the Little Corporal. He had won them by the quality which appeals most deeply to a soldier in the ranks, contempt of death. Such was their devotion to him that they gladly exposed their lives if they saw him in danger. There were several such cases in the Battle of Arcola. The first day, when Bonaparte was exposing himself in an advance, his aide-de-camp, Colonel Murat, saw that he was in imminent danger. Throwing himself before Bonaparte, the colonel covered him with his body, receiving a wound which was destined for the general. The brave fellow's blood spurted into Bonaparte's face. He literally gave his life to save his commanders. The same day, in a final effort to take Arcola, Bonaparte seized a flag, rushed on the bridge, and planted it there. His column reached the middle of the bridge, but there it was broken by the enemy's flanking fire. The grenadiers at the head, finding themselves deserted by the rear, were compelled to retreat, but critical as their position was, they refused to abandon their general. They seized him by his arms, by his clothes, and dragged him with them through shot and smoke. When one fell out wounded, another pressed to his place. Precipitated into the morass, Bonaparte sank. The enemy were surrounding him when the grenadiers perceived his danger. A cry was raised, "Forward, soldiers, to save the general!" and immediately they fell upon the Austrians with such fury that they drove them off, dragged out their hero, and bore him to a safe place. His addresses never failed to stir them to action and enthusiasm. They were oratorical, prophetic, and abounded in phrases which the soldiers never forgot. Such was his address at Milan. "Soldiers, you have precipitated yourselves like a torrent from the summit of the Apennines. You have driven back and dispersed all that opposed your march. Piedmont, liberated from Austrian tyranny, has yielded to her natural sentiments of peace and amity towards France. Milan is yours, and the Republican flag floats through Lombardy, while the Dukes of Modena and Parma owe their political existence solely to your generosity. The army which so haughtily menaced you finds no barrier to secure it from your courage. The Po, the Ticino, and the Adda have been unable to arrest your courage for a single day. Those boasted ramparts of Italy proved insufficient. You have surmounted them as rapidly as you cleared the Apennines. So much success has diffused joy through the bosom of your country. Yes, soldiers, you have done well, but is there nothing more for you to accomplish? Shall it be said of us that we knew how to conquer, but knew not how to profit by victory? Shall posterity reproach us with having found a Capua in Lombardy? But I see you rush to arms. Unmanly repose wearies you, and the days lost to glory are lost to happiness. Let us set forward. We have still forced marches to perform, enemies to conquer, laurels to gather, and injuries to avenge. Let those tremble who have whetted the poniards of civil war in France, who have, like dastards, assassinated our ministers and burned our ships in Toulon. The hour of vengeance is arrived, but let the people be tranquil. We are the friends of all nations, particularly the descendants of the Brutuses, the Scipios, and those illustrious persons we have chosen for our models. To restore the Capitol, replace with honor the statue of the heroes who rendered it renowned, and rouse the Roman people, become torpid by so many ages of slavery, will be the fruit of your victories. You will then return to your homes, and your fellow citizens, when pointing to you, will say, "He was of the army of Italy." Such was his address in March, before the final campaign against the Austrians. You have been victorious in 14 pitched battles and 66 combats. You have taken 100,000 prisoners, 500 pieces of large cannon, and 2,000 pieces of smaller, 4 equipages for bridge pontoons. The country has nourished you, paid you during your campaign, and you have, beside that, sent 30 millions from the public treasury to Paris. You have enriched the Museum of Paris with 300 chefs d'oeuvre of ancient and modern Italy, which it has taken 30 ages to produce. You have conquered the most beautiful country of Europe. The French colors float for the first time upon the borders of the Adriatic. The kings of Sardinia and Naples, the Pope, the Duke of Parma, have become allies. You have chased the English from Leghorn, Genoa, and Corsica. You have yet to march against the Emperor of Austria. His approval was their greatest joy. Let him speak a word of praise to a regiment, and they embroidered it on their banners. "I was at ease, the 32nd was there," was on the flag of that regiment. On the 57th floated a name Napoleon had called them by, the terrible 57th. His displeasure was a greater spur than his approval. He said to a corps which had retreated in disorder, "Soldiers, you have displeased me. You have shown neither courage nor constancy, but have yielded positions where a handful of men might have defied an army. You are no longer French soldiers. Let it be written on their colors, they no longer form part of the army of Italy." A veteran pleaded that they be placed in the van, and during the rest of the campaign no regiment was more distinguished. The effect of his genius was as great on his generals as on his troops. They were dazzled by his stratagems and maneuvers, inspired by his imagination. There was so much of the future in him, is Marmont's expressive explanation. They could believe anything of him. A remarkable set of men they were to have as followers and friends: Orgereau, Massena, Berthier, Marmont, Junot. The people and the government in Paris had begun to believe in him, as did the army of Italy. He not only sent flags and reports of victory, he sent money and works of art. Impoverished as the Directory was, the sums which came from Italy were a reason for not interfering with the high hand the young general carried in his campaigns and treaties. Never before had France received such letters from a general. Now he announces that he has sent 20 first masters, from Correggio to Michelangelo, now 12 millions of money, now 2 or 3 millions in jewels and diamonds to be sold in Paris. In return, he asks only for men and officers who have fire and a firm resolution not to make learned retreats. The entry into Paris of the first art acquisitions made a profound impression on the people. The procession of enormous cars, drawn by richly caparisoned horses, was divided into 4 sections. First came trunks filled with books, manuscripts, including the antiquities of Josephus, on papyrus, with works in the handwriting of Galileo. Then followed collections of mineral products. For the occasion were added wagons laden with iron cages containing lions, tigers, panthers, over which waved enormous palm branches and all kinds of exotic shrubs. Afterwards rolled along chariots bearing pictures carefully packed, but with the names of the most important inscribed in large letters on the outside, such as the Transfiguration by Raphael, the Christ by Titian. The number was great, the value greater. When these trophies had passed, amid the applause of an excited crowd, a heavy rumbling announced the approach of massive carts bearing statues in marble groups: the Apollo Belvedere, the 9 Muses, the Laocoon, The Venus de' Medici was eventually added, decked with bouquets, crowns of flowers, flags taken from the enemy, and French, Italian, and Greek inscriptions. Detachments of cavalry and infantry, colors flying, drums beating, music playing, marched at intervals. The members of the newly established institute fell into line. Artists and savants, and the singers of the theatres made the air ring with national hymns. This procession marched through all Paris, and at the Champ de Mars defiled before the 5 members of the Directory, surrounded by their subordinate officers. The practice of sending home works of art, begun in the Italian campaign, Napoleon continued throughout his military career, and the art of France owes much to the education thus given the artists of the first part of this century. His agents ransacked Italy, Spain, Germany, and Flanders for chefs-d'œuvre. When entering a country, one of the first things he did was to collect information about its chief art objects, in order to demand them in case of victory, for it was by treaty that they were usually obtained. Among the works of art which Napoleon sent to Paris were 25 Raphaels, 23 Titians, 53 Rubenses, 33 Van Dycks, 31 Rembrandts. In Italy rose Napoleon's star, that mysterious guide which he followed from Lodi to Waterloo. Here was born that faith in him and his future, that belief that he marched under the protection of the goddess of fortune and of war, that confidence that he was endowed with a good genius. He called Lodi the birthplace of his faith. Vendômier and even Montenotte did not make me believe myself a superior man. It was only after Lodi that it came into my head that I could become a decisive actor on our political field. Then was born the first spark of high ambition. Trained in a religion full of mysticism, taught to believe in signs, guided by a star, there is a tinge of superstition throughout his active, practical, hard-working life. Marmont tells that one day while in Italy, the glass over the portrait of his wife, which he always wore, was broken. He turned frightfully pale, and the impression upon him was most sorrowful. "Marmont," he said, "my wife is very ill, or she is unfaithful." There are many similar anecdotes to show his dependence upon and confidence in omens. In a campaign of such achievements as that in Italy, there seems to be no time for love, and yet love was never more imperative, more absorbing in Napoleon's life than during this period. "Oh, my adorable wife," he wrote Josephine in April, "I do not know what fate awaits me, but if it keeps me longer from you, I shall not be able to endure it. My courage will not hold out to that point. There was a time when I was proud of my courage, and when I thought of the harm that men might do to me, of the lot that my destiny might reserve for me, I looked at the most terrible misfortunes without a quiver, with no surprise. But now, the thought that my Josephine may be in trouble, that she may be ill, and above all, the cruel, fatal thought that she may love me less, inflicts torture in my soul, stops the beating of my heart, makes me sad and dejected, robs me of even the courage of fury and despair. I often used to say, man can do no harm to one who is willing to die. But now, to die without being loved by you, to die without this certainty, is the torture of hell. It is the vivid and crushing image of total annihilation. It seems to me as if I were choking. My only companion, you who have been chosen by fate to make with me the painful journey of life, the day when I shall no longer possess your heart will be that when for me the world shall have lost all warmth and all its vegetation. I will stop, my sweet pet. My soul is sad. I am very tired. My mind is worn out. I am sick of men. I have good reason for hating them. They separate me from my love." Josephine was indifferent to this strong passion. "How queer Bonaparte is," she said coldly at the evidences of his affection which he poured upon her. And when, after a few weeks' separation, he began to implore her to join him, she hesitated, made excuses, tried in every possible way to evade his wish. It was not strange that a woman of her indolent nature, loving flattery, having no passion but for amusement, reckless expenditure, and her own ease, should prefer life in Paris. There she shared with Madame Tallien the adoration which the Parisian world is always bestowing on some fair woman. At opera and ball she was the centre of attraction. Even in the street the people knew her. Notre Dame de Victoire was the name they gave her. In desperation at her indifference, Napoleon finally wrote her, in June, from Tortona, "My life is a perpetual nightmare. A black presentiment makes breathing difficult. I am no longer alive. I have lost more than life, more than happiness, more than peace. I am almost without hope. I am sending you a courier. He will stay only 4 hours in Paris, and then will bring me your answer. Write to me 10 pages. That is the only thing that can console me in the least. You are ill, you love me, I have distressed you, you are with child, and I do not see you. I have treated you so ill that I do not know how to set myself right in your eyes. I have been blaming you for staying in Paris, and you have been ill there. Forgive me, my dear. The love with which you have filled me has robbed me of my reason, and I shall never recover it. It is a malady from which there is no recovery. My forebodings are so gloomy that all I ask is to see you, to hold you in my arms for 2 hours, and that we may die together. Who is taking care of you? I suppose that you have sent for Hortense. I love the dear child 1,000 times better, since I think she may console you a little. As for me, I am without consolation, rest, and hope until I see again the messenger whom I am sending to you, and until you explain to me in a long letter just what is the matter with you, and how serious it is. If there were any danger, I warn you that I should start at once for Paris. You, and the rest of the world will not exist for me any more than if it had been annihilated. I care for honor because you care for it, for victory because it brings you pleasure. Otherwise I should abandon everything to throw myself at your feet." After this letter Josephine consented to go to Italy, but she left Paris weeping as if going to her execution. Once at Milan, where she held almost a court, she recovered her gaiety, and the two were very happy for a time. But it did not last. Napoleon, obliged to be on the march, would implore Josephine to come to him here and there, and once she narrowly escaped with her life when trying to get away from the army. Wherever she was installed, she had a circle of adorers about her, and as a result she neglected writing to her husband. Reproaches and entreaties filled his letters. He begged her for only a line, and he implored her that she be less cold. "Your letters are as cold as 50 years of age. One would think that they had been written after we had been married 15 years. They are full of the friendliness and feeling of life's winter. What more can you do to distress me? Stop loving me? That you have already done. Hate me? Well, I wish you would. Everything degrades me except hatred. But indifference, with a calm pulse, fixed eyes, monotonous walk. 1,000 kisses, tender like my heart." It was not merely indolence and indifference that caused Josephine's neglect. It was coquetry frequently, and Napoleon, informed by his couriers as to whom she received at Milan or Genoa, and of the pleasures she enjoyed, was jealous with all the force of his nature. More than one young officer who dared pay homage to Josephine in this campaign was banished by order of the commander-in-chief. Reaching Milan once unexpectedly, he found her gone. His disappointment was bitter. "I reached Milan, rushed to your rooms, having thrown up everything to see you, to press you to my heart. You were not there. You are traveling about from one town to another, amusing yourself with balls. My unhappiness is inconceivable. Don't put yourself out. Pursue your pleasure. Happiness is made for you." It was between such extremes of triumphant love and black despair that Napoleon lived throughout the Italian campaign. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of A Life of Napoleon Bonaparte by Ida M. Tarbell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Napoleon's return to Paris. the Egyptian campaign. The 18th Brumaire. In December 1797 he returned to Paris. His whole family were collected there, forming a Bonaparte colony, as the Parisians called it. There were Joseph and his wife, Lucienne, now married to Christine Boyer, his old landlord's daughter, a marriage Napoleon never forgave, Eliza, now Madame Bacciochi, Pauline, now Madame Leclerc. Madame Laetitia was in the city with Caroline. Louis and Jerome were still in school. Josephine had her daughter Hortense, a girl of 13, with her. Her son, Eugène, though but 15 years old, was away on a mission for Napoleon, who, in spite of the boy's youth, had already taken him into his confidence. According to Napoleon's expressed desire, all the family lived in great simplicity. The return to Paris of the commander-in-chief of the army of Italy was the signal for a popular ovation. The Directory gave him every honor, changing the name of the street in which he lived to Rue de la Victoire, and making him a member of the Institute. But conscious of its feebleness, and inspired by that suspicion which, since the Revolution began, had caused the ruin of so many men, it planned to get rid of him. Of the coalition against France, formed in 1793, one member alone remained in arms, England. Napoleon was to be sent against her. An invasion of the island was first discussed, and he made an examination of the north coast. His report was adverse, and he substituted a plan for the invasion of Egypt, an old idea in the French government. The Directory gladly accepted the change, and Napoleon was made commander-in-chief of the army of Egypt. On the 4th of May he left Paris for Toulon. To Napoleon this expedition was a merciful escape. He once said to Madame Remusat, "In Paris, and Paris is France, they can never take the smallest interest in things, if they do not take it in persons." The great difficulty of the Directory was that no one cared about them, and that people began to care too much about me. That was why I conceived the happy idea of going to Egypt. He was under the influence, too, of his imagination. The Orient had always tempted him. It is certain that he went away with gigantic projects, nothing less than to conquer the whole of the East, and to become its ruler and lawgiver. I dreamed of all sorts of things, and I saw a way of carrying all my projects into practical execution. I would create a new religion. I saw myself in Asia upon an elephant, wearing a turban, and holding in my hand a new Koran, which I had myself composed. I would have united in my enterprise the experiences of 2 hemispheres, exploring for my benefit and instruction all history, attacking the power of England in the Indies, and renewing, by their conquest, my relations with old Europe. The time I passed in Egypt was the most delightful period of my life, for it was the most ideal. His friends, watching his irritation before the campaign had been decided upon, said, "A free flight in space is what such wings demand. He will die here. He must go." He himself said, "Paris weighs on me like a leaden mantle." Napoleon sailed from France on May 19, 1798. On June 9th he reached Malta, and won for France the strongest place in Europe. July 2nd he entered Alexandria. On July 23rd he entered Cairo, after the famous Battle of the Pyramids. The French fleet had remained in Aboukir Bay after landing the army, and on August 1st was attacked by Nelson. Napoleon had not realized, before this battle, the power of the English on the sea. He knew nothing of Nelson's genius. The destruction of his fleet, and the consciousness that he and his army were prisoners in the Orient, opened his eyes to the greatest weakness of France. The winter was spent in reorganizing the government of Egypt and in scientific work. Over 100 scientists had been added to the army of Egypt, including some of the most eminent men of the day, Monge, Geoffroy Saint-Hilaire, Berthollet, Fouillet, and Denon. From their arrival, every opportunity was given them to carry on their work. To stimulate them, Napoleon founded the Institute of Egypt, in which membership was granted as a reward for services. These scientists went out in every direction, pushing their investigations up the Nile as far as Philo, tracing the bed of the old canal from Suez to the Nile, unearthing ancient monuments, making collections of the flora and fauna, examining in detail the arts and industries of the people. Everything, from the inscription on the Rosetta Stone to the incubation of chickens, received their attention. On the return of the expedition, their researches were published in a magnificent work called Description de l'Égypte. The information gathered by the French at this time gave a great impetus to the study of Egyptology, and their investigations on the old Suez Canal led directly to the modern work. The peaceful work of science and law-giving which Napoleon was conducting in Egypt was interrupted by the news that the Porte had declared war against France, and that 2 Turkish armies were on their way to Egypt. In March, he set off to Syria to meet the first. This Syrian expedition was a failure, ending in a retreat made horrible not only by the enemy in the rear, but by pestilence and heat. The disaster was a terrible disillusion for Napoleon. It ended his dream of an oriental realm for himself, of a kingdom embracing the whole Mediterranean for France. "I missed my fortune at Saint Jean d'Acre," he told his brother Lucien afterward, and again, "I think my imagination died at Saint Jean d'Acre." The words are those of the man whose discouragement at a failure was as profound as his hope at success was high. As Napoleon entered Egypt from Syria, he learned that the second Turkish army was near the bay of Aboukir. He turned against it and defeated it completely. In the exchange of prisoners made after the battle, a bundle of French papers fell into his hands. It was the first news he had had for 10 months from France, and sad news it was. Italy lost, an invasion of Austrians and Russians threatening, the Directory discredited and tottering. If the Oriental empire of his imagination had fallen, might it not be that in Europe a kingdom awaited him? He decided to leave Egypt at once, and with the greatest secrecy prepared for his departure. The army was turned over to Kléber, and with 4 small vessels he sailed for France on the night of August 22nd, 1799. On October 16th he was in Paris. For a long time nothing had been heard of Napoleon in France. The people said he had been exiled by the jealous Directory. His disappearance into the Orient had all the mystery and fascination of an Eastern tale. His sudden reappearance had something of the heroic in it. He came like a god from Olympus, unheralded, but at the critical moment. The joy of the people, who at that day certainly preferred a hero to suffrage, was spontaneous and sincere. His journey from the coast to Paris was a triumphal march. Le retour du héros was the word in everybody's mouth. On every side the people cried, "You alone can save the country. It is perishing without you. Take the reins of government." In Paris he found the government waiting to be overthrown. A brain and a sword was all that was needed to carry out a coup d'état organized while he was still in Africa. Everybody recognized him as the man for the hour. A large part of the military force in Paris was devoted to him. His 2 brothers, Lucien and Joseph, were in positions of influence, the former president of the 500, as one of the 2 chambers was called. All that was most distinguished in the political, military, legal, and artistic circles of Paris rallied to him. Among the men who supported him were Talleyrand, Sieyès, Chénier, Roederer, Monge, Cambacérès, Moreau, Berthier, Murat. On the 18th Brumaire, the 9th of November, 1799, the plot culminated, and Napoleon was recognized as the temporary dictator of France. The private sorrow to which Napoleon returned was as great as the public glory. During the campaign in Egypt, he had learned beyond a doubt that Josephine's coquetry had become open folly, and that a young officer, Hippolyte Charles, whom he had dismissed from the army of Italy 2 years before, was installed at Malmaison. The liaison was so scandalous that Goyer, the president of the Directory, advised Josephine to get a divorce from Napoleon and marry Charles. These rumors reached Egypt, and Napoleon, in despair, even talked them over with Eugène de Beauharnais. The boy defended his mother, and for a time succeeded in quieting Napoleon's resentment. At last, however, he learned in a talk with Junot that the gossip was true. He lost all control of himself, and declared he would have a divorce. The idea was abandoned, but the love and reverence he had given Josephine were dead. From that time she had no empire over his heart, no power to inspire him to action or to enthusiasm. When he landed in France from Egypt, Josephine, foreseeing a storm, started out to meet him at Lyons. Unfortunately, she took one road and Napoleon another, and when he reached Paris at 6 o'clock in the morning, he found no one at home. When Josephine arrived, Napoleon refused to see her, and it was 3 days before he relented. Then his forgiveness was due to the intercession of Hortense and Eugène, to both of whom he was warmly attached. But if he consented to pardon, he would never again give the passionate affection which he had once felt for her. He ceased to be a lover, and became a commonplace, tolerant, indulgent, bourgeois husband, upon whom his wife, in matters of importance, had no influence. Josephine was hereafter his suppliant, but she never regained the noble kingdom she had despised. Napoleon's domestic sorrow weakened in no way his activity and vigor in public affairs. He realized that if he would keep his place in the hearts and confidence of the people, he must do something to show his strength, and peace was the gift he proposed to make to the nation. When he returned, he found a civil war raging in La Vendée. Before February, he had ended it. All over France, brigandage had made life and property uncertain. It was stopped by his new regime. 2 foreign enemies only remained at war with France, Austria and England. He offered them peace. It was refused. Nothing remained but to compel it. The Austrians were first engaged. They had 2 armies in the field, one on the Rhine, against which Moreau was sent, the other in Italy, now lost to France, besieging the French shut up in Genoa. Moreau conducted the campaign in the Rhine countries with skill, fighting 2 successful battles and driving his opponent from Ulm. Napoleon decided that he would himself carry on the Italian campaign, but of that he said nothing in Paris. His army was quietly brought together as a reserve force. Then suddenly, on May 6, 1800, he left Paris for Geneva. Immediately his plan became evident. It was nothing else than to cross the Alps and fall upon the rear of the Austrians, then besieging Genoa. Such an undertaking was a veritable coup de théâtre. Its accomplishment was not less brilliant than its conception. 3 principal passes led from Switzerland into Italy: Mount Cenis, the Great St. Bernard, and the Mount St. Gothard. The last was already held by the Austrians. The first is the westernmost, and here Napoleon directed the attention of General Melas, the Austrian commander. The central, or Mount St. Bernard, pass was left almost defenseless, and here the French army was led across, a passage surrounded by enormous difficulties, particularly for the artillery, which had to be taken to pieces and carried or dragged by the men. Save the delay which the enemy caused the French at Fort Bard, where 500 men stopped the entire army, Napoleon met with no serious resistance in entering Italy. Indeed, the Austrians treated the force with contempt, declaring that it was not the First Consul who led it, but an adventurer, and that the army was not made up of French, but of refugee Italians. This rumor was soon known to be false. On June 2nd, Napoleon entered Milan. It was evident that a conflict was imminent, and to prepare his soldiers, Bonaparte addressed them. Soldiers, one of our departments was in the power of the enemy. Consternation was in the south of France. The greatest part of the Ligurian territory, the most faithful friends of the Republic, had been invaded. The Cisalpine Republic had again become the grotesque plaything of the feudal regime. Soldiers, you march, and already the French territory is delivered. Joy and hope have succeeded in your country to consternation and fear. You give back liberty and independence to the people of Genoa. You have delivered them from their eternal enemies. You are in the capital of the Cisalpine. The enemy, terrified, no longer hopes for anything except to regain its frontiers. You have taken possession of its hospitals, its magazines, its resources. The first act of the campaign is terminated. Every day you hear millions of men thanking you for your deeds. But shall it be said that the French territory has been violated with impunity? Shall we allow an army which has carried fear into our families to return to its firesides? Will you run with your arms? Very well, march to the battle, forbid their retreat, tear them from the laurels of which they have taken possession, and so teach the world that the curse of destiny is on the rash who dare insult the territory of the great people. The result of all our efforts will be spotless glory, solid peace. Melas, the Austrian commander, had lost much time, but finally convinced that it was really Bonaparte who had invaded Italy, and that he had actually reached Milan, he advanced into the plain of Marengo. He had with him an army of from 50 to 60,000 men, well supplied with artillery. Bonaparte, ignorant that so large a force was at Marengo, advanced into the plain with only a portion of his army. On June 14th, Melas attacked him. Before noon, the French saw that they had to do with the entire Austrian army. For hours the battle was waged furiously, but with constant loss on the side of the French. In spite of the most intrepid fighting, the army gave way. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, says a soldier who was present, there remained in a radius of 2 leagues not over 6,000 infantry, 1,000 horse, and 6 pieces of cannon. A third of our army was not in condition for battle. The lack of carriages to transport the sick made another third necessary for this painful task. Hunger, thirst, fatigue had forced a great number to withdraw. The sharpshooters, for the most part, had lost the direction of their regiments. He who in these frightful circumstances would have said, "In 2 hours we shall have gained the battle, made 10,000 prisoners, taken several generals, 15 flags, 40 cannons, the enemy shall have delivered to us 11 fortified places, and all the territory of beautiful Italy. They will soon defile shamefaced before our ranks. An armistice will suspend the plague of war and bring back peace into our country." He, I say, who would have said that, would have seemed to insult our desperate situation. The battle was won finally by the French through the fortunate arrival of Desaix with reinforcements and the imperturbable courage of the commander-in-chief. Bonaparte's coolness was the marvel of those who surrounded him. At the moment when the dead and the dying covered the earth, the council was constantly braving death. He gave his orders with his accustomed coolness, and saw the storm approach without seeming to fear it. Those who saw him, forgetting the danger that menaced them, said, "What if he should be killed? Why does he not go back?" It is said that General Berthier begged him to do so. Once General Berthier came to him to tell him that the army was giving way and that the retreat had commenced. Bonaparte said to him, "General, you do not tell me that with sufficient coolness." This greatness of soul, this firmness, did not leave him in his greatest dangers. When the 59th Brigade reached the battlefield, the action was the hottest. The First Council advanced toward them and cried, "Come, my brave soldiers, spread your banners. The moment has come to distinguish yourselves. I count on your courage to avenge your comrades." At the moment he pronounced these words, 5 men were struck down near him. He turned with a tranquil air towards the enemy and said, "Come, my friends, charge them." I had curiosity enough to listen attentively to his voice, to examine his features. The most courageous man, the hero the most eager for glory, might have been overcome in his situation without anyone blaming him, but he was not. In these frightful moments, when fortune seemed to desert him, he was still the Bonaparte of Arcola and Aboukir. When Desaix came up with his division, Bonaparte took an hour to arrange for the final charge. During this time the Austrian artillery was thundering upon the army, each volley carrying away whole lines. The men received death without moving from their places, and the ranks closed over the bodies of their comrades. This deadly artillery even reached the cavalry, drawn up behind, as well as a large number of infantry, who, encouraged by Desaix's arrival, had hastened back to the field of honor. In spite of the horror of this preparation, Bonaparte did not falter. When he was ready, he led his army in an impetuous charge, which overwhelmed the Austrians completely, though it cost the French one of their bravest generals, Desaix. It was a frightful struggle, but the perfection with which the final attack was planned won the Battle of Marengo and drove the Austrians from Italy. The Parisians were dazzled by the campaign. Of the passage of the Alps, they said, "It is an achievement greater than Hannibal's," and they repeated how the First Consul had pointed his finger at the frozen summits, and they had bowed their heads. At the news of Marengo the streets were lit with joy fires, and from wall to wall rang the cries of "Vive la République! Vive le Premier Consul! Vive l'Armée!" The campaign against the Austrians was finished December 3rd, 1800, by the Battle of Hohenlinden, won by Moreau, and in February the Treaty of Lunéville established peace. England was slower in coming to terms, it not being until March 1802 that she signed the Treaty of Amiens. At last France was at peace with all the world. She hailed Napoleon as her savior, and ordered that the 18th Brumaire be celebrated throughout the Republic as a solemn fête in his honor. The country saw in him something greater than a peacemaker. She was discovering that he was to be her lawgiver, for, while ending the wars, he had begun to bring order into the interior chaos which had so long tormented the French people, to re-establish the finances, the laws, the industries, to restore public works, to encourage the arts and sciences, even to harmonize the interests of rich and poor, of church and state. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of A Life of Napoleon Bonaparte by Ida M. Tarbell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Napoleon as statesman and lawgiver. The finances. The industries. The public works. "Now we must rebuild, and, moreover, we must rebuild solidly," said Napoleon to his brother Lucien the day after the coup d'etat which had overthrown the Directory and made him the temporary dictator of France. The first necessity was a new constitution. In 10 years 3 constitutions had been framed and adopted, and now the third had, like its predecessors, been declared worthless. At Napoleon's side was a man who had the draft of a constitution ready in his pocket. It had been promised him that, if he would aid in the 18th Brumaire, this instrument should be adopted. This man was Abbé Sieyès. He had been a prominent member of the Constituent Assembly, but, curiously enough, his fame there had been founded more on his silence and the air of mystery in which he enveloped himself than on anything he had done. The superstitious veneration which he had won saved him even during the Terror, and he was accustomed to say laconically, when asked what he did in that period, "I lived." It was he who, when Napoleon was still in Egypt, had seen the necessity of a military dictatorship, and had urged the Directory to order Napoleon home to help him reorganize the government, an order which was never received. Soon after the 18th Brumaire, Sieyès presented his constitution. No more bungling and bizarre instrument for conducting the affairs of a nation was ever devised. Warned by the experience of the past 10 years, he abandoned the ideas of 1789 and declared that the power must come from above, the confidence from below. His system of voting took the suffrage from the people. His legislative body was composed of 3 sections, each of which was practically powerless. All the force of the government was centered in a senate of aged men. The Grand Elector, as the figurehead which crowned the edifice was called, did nothing but live at Versailles and draw a princely salary. Napoleon saw at once the weak points of the structure, but he saw how it could be rearranged to serve a dictator. He demanded that the Senate be stripped of its power, and that the Grand Elector be replaced by a First Council, to whom the executive force should be confided. Sieyès conceded, and Napoleon was named First Council. The whole machinery of the government was now centered in one man. "The state, it was I," said Napoleon at St. Helena. The new constitution was founded on principles the very opposite of those for which the Revolution had been made, but it was the only hope there was of dragging France from the slough of anarchy and despair into which she had fallen. Napoleon undertook the work of reconstruction which awaited him with courage, energy, and amazing audacity. He was forced to deal at once with all departments of the nation's life, with the finances, the industries, the émigrés, the church, public education, the codification of the laws. The first question was one of money. The country was literally bankrupt in 1799. The treasury was empty, and the government practiced all sorts of makeshifts to get money to pay those bills which could not be put off. One day, having to send out a special courier, it was obliged to give him the receipts of the opera to pay his expenses. And again, it was in such a tight pinch that it was on the point of sending the gold coin in the cabinet of medals to the mint to be melted. Loans could not be negotiated, government paper was worthless, stocks were down to the lowest. One of the worst features of the situation was the condition of the taxes. The assessments were as arbitrary as before the Revolution, and they were collected with greater difficulty. To select an honest, capable, and well-known financier was Napoleon's first act. The choice he made was wise, Monsieur Gaudin, afterward the Duc de Gaité, a quiet man who had the confidence of the people. Under his management credit was restored, the government was able to make the loans necessary, and the Department of Finance was reorganized in a thorough fashion. Napoleon's gratitude to Monsieur Gaudin was lasting. Once, when asked to change him for a more brilliant man, he said, "I fully acknowledge all your protégé is worth, but it might easily happen that, with all his intelligence, he would give me nothing but fresh water, whilst with my good Gaudin I can always rely on having good crown pieces." The famous Bank of France dates from this time. It was founded under Napoleon's personal direction, and he never ceased to watch over it jealously. Most important of all the financial measures was the reorganization of the system of taxation. The First Council insisted that the taxes must meet the whole expense of the nation, save war, which must pay for itself. And he so ordered affairs that never, after his administration was fairly begun, was a deficit known or a loan made. This was done, too, without the people feeling the burden of taxation. Indeed, that burden was so much lighter under his administration than it had been under the old regime that peasant and workman, in most cases, probably did not know they were being taxed. Before 1789, says Taine, out of 100 francs of net revenue, the workman gave 14 to his seigneur, 14 to the clergy, 53 to the state, and kept only 18 or 19 for himself. Since 1800, from 100 francs income he pays nothing to the seigneur or the church, and he pays to the state, the department, and the commune but 21 francs, leaving 79 in his pocket. And such was the method and care with which this system was administered that the state received more than twice as much as it had before. The enormous sums which the police and tax collectors had appropriated now went to the state. Here is but one example of numbers which show how minutely Napoleon guarded this part of the finances. It is found in a letter to Fouché, the chief of police. What happens at Bordeaux happens at Turin, at Spa, at Marseilles, etc. The police commissioners derive immense profits from the gaming tables. My intention is that the town shall reap the benefit of the tables. I shall employ the 200,000 francs paid by the tables of Bordeaux in building a bridge or a canal." A great improvement was that the taxes became fixed and regular. Napoleon wished that each man should know what he had to pay out each year. "True civil liberty depends on the safety of property," he told his Council of State. "There is none in a country where the rate of taxation is changed every year. A man who has 3,000 francs income does not know how much he will have to live on the next year. His whole substance may be swallowed up by the taxes." Nearly the whole revenue came from indirect taxes applied to a great number of articles. In case of a war which did not pay its way, Napoleon proposed to raise each of these a few centimes. The nation would surely prefer this to paying it to the Russians or Austrians. When possible, the taxes were reduced. Better leave the money in the hands of the citizens than lock it up in a cellar, as they do in Prussia. He was cautious that extra taxes should not come on the very poor, if it could be avoided. A suggestion to charge the vegetable and fish sellers for their stalls came before him. The public square, like water, ought to be free. It is quite enough that we tax salt and wine. It would become the city of Paris much more to think of restoring the corn market. An important part of his financial policy was the rigid economy which was insisted on in all departments. If a thing was bought, it must be worth what was paid for it. If a man held a position, he must do its duties. Neither purchases nor positions could be made unless reasonable and useful. This was in direct opposition to the old regime, of which waste, idleness, and parasites were the chief characteristics. The saving in expenditure was almost incredible. A trip to Fontainebleau, which cost Louis XVI $400,000, Napoleon would make, in no less state, for $30,000. The expenses of the civil household, which amounted to $5 million under the old regime, were now cut down to $600,000, though the elegance was no less. A master who gave such strict attention to the prosperity of his kingdom would not, of course, overlook its industries. In fact, they were one of Napoleon's chief cares. His policy was one of protection. He would have France make everything she wanted, and sell to her neighbors, but never buy from them. To stimulate the manufactories, which in 1799 were as nearly bankrupt as the public treasury, he visited the factories himself to learn their needs. He gave liberal orders, and urged, even commanded, his associates to do the same. At one time, anxious to aid the batiste factories of Flanders, he tried to force Josephine to give up cotton goods and to set the fashion in favor of the batistes, but she made such an outcry that he was obliged to abandon the idea. For the same reason he wrote to his sister Eliza, "I beg that you will allow your court to wear nothing but silks and cambrics, and that you will exclude all cottons and muslins, in order to favor French industry." Frequently he would take goods on consignment to help a struggling factory. Rather than allow a manufactory to be idle, he would advance a large sum of money, and a quantity of its products would be put under government control. After the Battle of Eylau, Napoleon sent 1,600,000 francs to Paris to be used in this way. To introduce cotton making into the country was one of his chief industrial ambitions. At the beginning of the century, it was printed in all the factories of France, but nothing more. He proposed to the Council of State to prohibit the importation of cotton thread and the woven goods. There was a strong opposition, but he carried his point. "As a result," said Napoleon to Lacaze complacently, "we possess the three branches, to the immense advantage of our population and to the detriment and sorrow of the English, which proves that, in administration as in war, one must exercise character. I occupied myself no less in encouraging silks. As Emperor and King of Italy, I counted 120 millions of income from the silk harvest." In a similar way he encouraged agriculture. Especially was he anxious that France should raise all her own articles of diet. He had Berthollet look into maple and turnip sugar, and he did at last succeed in persuading the people to use beet sugar, though he never convinced them that Swiss tea equaled Chinese, or that chicory was as good as coffee. The works he insisted should be carried on in regard to roads and public buildings were of great importance. There was need that something be done. It is impossible to conceive, if one had not been a witness of it before, and after the 18th Brumaire, said the Chancellor Pasquier, of the widespread ruin wrought by the Revolution. There were hardly 2 or 3 main roads in France in a fit condition for traffic. Not a single one was there, perhaps, wherein was not found some article that could not be surmounted without peril. With regard to the ways of internal communication, they had been indefinitely suspended. The navigation of rivers and canals was no longer feasible. In all directions, public buildings and those monuments which represent the splendor of the state were falling into decay. It must fain be admitted that if the work of destruction had been prodigious, that of restoration was no less so. Everything was taken hold of at one and the same time, and everything progressed with a like rapidity. Not only was it resolved to restore all that required restoring in various parts of the country, in all parts of the public service, but new, grand, beautiful, and useful works were decided upon, and many were brought to a happy termination. This certainly constitutes one of the most brilliant sides of the consular and imperial regime. In Paris alone vast improvements were made. Napoleon began the Rue de Rivoli, built the wing connecting the Tuileries and the Louvre, erected the triumphal arch of the Carrousel, the Arc de Triomphe at the head of the Champs-Élysées, the Colonne Vendôme, the Madeleine, built the Pont d'Austerlitz, and ordered, commenced, or finished a number of minor works of great importance to the city. The markets interested him particularly. Give all possible care to the construction of the markets and to their healthfulness, and to the beauty of the hollow blé and of the hollow vin. The people, too, must have their Louvre. The works undertaken outside of Paris, in France, and in the countries under her rule in the time that Napoleon was in power, were of a variety and extent which would be incredible if every traveller in Europe did not have the evidence of them still before his eyes. The mere enumeration of these works and of the industrial achievements of Napoleon, made by Lacasse, reads like a fairy story. You wish to know the treasures of Napoleon? They are immense, it is true, but they are all exposed to light. They are the noble harbours of Antwerp and Flushing, which are capable of containing the largest fleets, and of protecting them against the ice from the sea. The hydraulic works at Dunkirk, Havre, and Nice. The immense harbour of Cherbourg. The maritime works at Venice. The beautiful roads from Antwerp to Amsterdam, from Mayence to Metz, from Bordeaux to Bayonne. The passes of the Simplon, of Mount Cenis, of Mount Genèvre, of the Corniche, which open a communication through the Alps in 4 different directions, and which exceed in grandeur, in boldness, and in skill of execution all the works of the Romans. In that alone you will find 800 millions. The roads from the Pyrenees to the Alps, from Parma to Spezia, from Savona to Piedmont, the bridges of Jena, Austerlitz, Des Arts, Sèvres, Tours, Rouen, Lyon, Turin, of the Isère, of the Durance, of Bordeaux, of Rouen, etc. The canal which connects the Rhine with the Rhone by the Doubs, and thus unites the North Sea with the Mediterranean. The canal which joins the Scheldt with the Somme, and thus joins Paris and Amsterdam. The canal which unites the Rance to the Vilaine. The canal of Arles, that of Pavia, and the canal of the Rhine, the draining of the marshes of Bourgogne, of the Cotentin, of Rochefort, the rebuilding of the greater part of the churches destroyed by the Revolution, the building of others, the institution of numerous establishments of industry for the suppression of mendicity, the gallery at the Louvre, the construction of public warehouses, of the bank, of the canal of the Ourcq, the distribution of water in the city of Paris, the numerous drains, the quays, the embellishments, and the monuments of that large capital, the works for the embellishment of Rome, the re-establishment of the manufactures of Lyons, the creation of many hundreds of manufactories of cotton, for spinning and for weaving, which will employ several millions of workmen. Funds accumulated to establish upwards of 400 manufactories of sugar from beetroot, for the consumption of part of France, and which would have furnished sugar at the same price as the West Indies if they had continued to receive encouragement for only 4 years longer. The substitution of woad for indigo, which would have been at last brought to a state of perfection in France, and obtained as good and as cheap as the indigo from the colonies. Numerous manufactories for all kinds of objects of art, etc. 50 millions expended in repairing and beautifying the palaces belonging to the crown, 60 millions in furniture for the palaces belonging to the crown in France, in Holland, in Turin, and at Rome, 60 millions of diamonds for the crown, all purchased with Napoleon's money. The regent, the only diamond that was left belonging to the former diamonds of the crown, withdrawn from the hands of the Jews at Berlin, in whose hands it had been left as a pledge for 3 millions. The Napoleon Museum, valued at upwards of 400 millions, filled with objects legitimately acquired either by moneys or by treaties of peace known to the whole world, by virtue of which the chef d'oeuvre it contains were given in lieu of territory or of contributions. Several millions amassed to be applied to the encouragement of agriculture, which is the paramount consideration for the interest of France, the introduction into France of merino sheep, etc. These form a treasure of several thousand millions, which will endure for ages. Napoleon himself looked on these achievements as his most enduring monument. "The Allied powers cannot take from me hereafter," he told O'Meara, "the great public works I have executed, the roads which I have made over the Alps, and the seas which I have united. They cannot place their feet to improve where mine have not been before. They cannot take from me the code of laws which I formed, and which will go down to posterity." End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of A Life of Napoleon Bonaparte by Ida M. Tarbell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Return of the Émigrés. The Concordat. Legion of Honor. Code Napoleon. But there were wounds in the French nation more profound than those caused by lack of credit, by neglect and corruption. The body which in 1791 made up France had, in the last 10 years, been violently and horribly wrenched asunder. 150,000 of the richest, most cultivated, and most capable of the population had been stripped of wealth and position, and had emigrated to foreign lands. Napoleon saw that if the émigrés could be reconciled, he at once converted a powerful enemy into a zealous friend. In spite of the opposition of those who had made the revolution and gained their positions through it, he accorded an amnesty to the émigrés, which included the whole 150,000, with the exception of about 1,000, and this number, it was arranged, should be reduced to 500 in the course of a year. More he provided for their wants. Most of the smaller properties confiscated by the Revolution had been sold, and Napoleon insisted that those who had bought them from the state should be assured of their tenure. But in case a property had not been disposed of, he returned it to the family, though rarely in full. In case of forest lands, not over 375 acres were given back. Gifts and positions were given to many émigrés, so that the majority were able to live in ease. A valuable result of this policy of reconciliation was the amount of talent, experience, and culture which he gained for the government. France had been run for 10 years by country lawyers, doctors, and pamphleteers, who, though they boasted civic virtue and eloquence, and though they knew their Plutarch and Rousseau by heart, had no practical sense and little or no experience. The return of the émigrés gave France a body of trained diplomats, judges, and thinkers, many of whom were promptly admitted to the government. More serious than the amputation of the aristocracy had been that of the Church. The Revolution had torn it from the nation, had confiscated its property, turned its cathedrals into barracks, its convents and seminaries into town halls and prisons, sold its lands, closed its schools and hospitals. It had demanded an oath of the clergy which had divided the body and caused thousands to emigrate. Not content with this, it had tried to supplant the old religion, first with the worship of the goddess of reason, afterwards with one of the Supreme Being. But the people still loved the Catholic Church. The mass of them kept their crucifixes in their houses, told their beads, observed fast days. No matter how severe a penalty was attached to the observance of Sunday instead of the day which had replaced it, called the Decade, at heart the people remembered it. "We rest on the Decade," said a workman once, "but we change our shirts on Sunday." Napoleon understood the popular heart, and he proposed the re-establishment of the Catholic Church. The revolutionists, even his warmest friends among the generals, opposed it. Infidelity was a cardinal point in the creed of the majority of the new regime. They not only rejected the Church, they ridiculed it. Rather than restore Catholicism, they advised Protestantism. "But," declared Napoleon, "France is not Protestant, she is Catholic." In the Council of State, where the question was argued, he said, "My policy is to govern men as the greatest number wish to be governed. I carried on the War of Vendée by becoming a Catholic. I established myself in Egypt by becoming a Mussulman. I won over the priests in Italy by becoming ultramontane. If I governed Jews, I should re-establish the Temple of Solomon. It is thus, I think, that the sovereignty of the people should be understood." Evidently, this was a very different way of understanding that famous doctrine from that which had been in vogue, which consisted in forcing the people to accept what each idealist thought was best, without consulting their prejudices or feelings. In spite of opposition, Napoleon's will prevailed, and in the spring of 1802 the Concordat was signed. This treaty between the Pope and France is still in force in France. It makes the Catholic Church the state church, allows the government to name the bishops, compels it to pay the salaries of the clergy, and to furnish cathedrals and churches for public worship, which, however, remain national property. The Concordat provided for the absolution of the priests who had married in the Revolution, restored Sunday, and made legal holidays of certain fête days. This arrangement was not made at the price of intolerance towards other bodies. The French government protects and contributes towards the support of all religions within its bounds, Catholic, Protestant, Jew, or Mohammedan. The Concordat was ridiculed by many in the government and army, but undoubtedly it was one of the most statesmanlike measures carried out by Napoleon. The joy of the overwhelming majority of France silenced even the boldest malcontents, says Pasquier. It became evident that Napoleon, better than those who had surrounded him, had seen into the depths of the nation's heart. It is certain that in re-establishing the Church, Napoleon did not yield to any religious prejudice, although the Catholic Church was the one he preferred. It was purely a question of policy. In arranging the Concordat, he might have secured more liberal measures in which he believed, but he refused them. "Do you wish me to manufacture a religion of caprice for my own special use? A religion that would be nobody's? I do not so understand matters. What I want is the old Catholic religion, the only one which is embedded in every heart, and from which it has never been torn. This religion alone can conciliate hearts in my favor. It alone can smooth away all obstacles." In discussing the subject at St. Helena, he said to Las Cases, "When I came to the head of affairs, I had already formed certain ideas on the great principles which hold society together. I had weighed all the importance of religion. I was persuaded of it, and I had resolved to re-establish it. You would scarcely believe in the difficulties that I had to restore Catholicism. I would have been followed much more willingly if I had unfurled the banner of Protestantism. It is sure that in the disorder to which I succeeded, in the ruins where I found myself, I could choose between Catholicism and Protestantism. and it is true that at the moment the disposition was in favor of the latter. But outside the fact that I really clung to the religion in which I have been born, I had the highest motives to decide me. By proclaiming Protestantism, what would I have obtained? I should have created in France two great parties about equal, when I wished there should be longer but one. I should have excited the fury of religious quarrels, when the enlightenment of the age and my desire was to make them disappear altogether. These two parties, in tearing each other to pieces, would have annihilated France and rendered her the slave of Europe, when I was ambitious of making her its mistress. With Catholicism, I arrived much more surely at my great results. Within, at home, the great number would absorb the small, and I promised myself to treat the latter so liberally that it would soon have no motive for knowing the difference. Without, Catholicism saved me the Pope, and with my influences and our forces in Italy, I did not despair, sooner or later, by one way or another, of finishing by ruling the Pope myself. When the Church fell in France, the whole system of education went down with her. The revolutionary governments tried to remedy the condition, but beyond many plans and speeches, little had been done. Napoleon allowed the religious bodies to reopen their schools, and thus primary instruction was soon provided again, and he founded a number of secondary and special schools. The greatest of his educational undertakings was the organization of the university. This institution was centralized in the head of the state as completely as every other Napoleonic institution. It exists today, but little changed, a most efficient body, in spite of its rigid state control. This university did nothing for woman. I do not think we need trouble ourselves with any plan of instruction for young females, Napoleon told the council. They cannot be brought up better than by their mothers. Public education is not suitable for them, because they are never called upon to act in public. Manners are all in all to them, and marriage is all they look to. In times past, the monastic life was open to women. They espoused God, and though society gained little by that alliance, the parents gained by pocketing the dowry. It was with the education of the daughters of soldiers, civil functionaries, and members of the Legion of Honor, who had died and left their children unprovided for, that he concerned himself, establishing schools of which the well-known one at Saint-Denis is a model. The rules were prepared by Napoleon himself, who insisted that the girls should be taught in all kinds of housework and needlework, everything, in fact, which would make them good housekeepers and honest women. The military schools were also reorganized at this time. Remembering his own experience at the École Militaire, Napoleon arranged that the severest economy should be practiced in them, and that the pupils should learn to do everything for themselves. They even cleaned, bedded, and shod their own horses. The destruction of the old system of privileges and honors left the government without any means of rewarding those who rendered it a service. Napoleon presented a law for a Legion of Honor, under control of the state, which should admit to its membership only those who had done something of use to the public. The service might be military, commercial, artistic, humanitarian. No limit was put on its nature. Anything which helped France in any way was to be rewarded by membership in the proposed order. In fact, it was the most democratic distinction possible, since the same reward was given for all classes of service and to all classes of people. Now the revolutionary spirit spurned all distinction, and as free discussion was allowed on the law, a severe arraignment of it was made. Nevertheless, it passed. It immediately became a power in the hands of the First Council, and such it has remained until today in the government. Though it has been frequently abused, and never perhaps more flagrantly than by the present Republic, unquestionably the French red button is a decoration of which to be proud. The greatest civil achievement of Napoleon was the codification of the laws. Up to the Revolution, the laws of France had been in a misty, incoherent condition, feudal in their spirit, and by no means uniform in their application. The Constituent Assembly had ordered them revised, but the work had only been begun. Napoleon believed justly that the greatest benefit he could render France would be to give her a complete and systematic code. He organized the force for this gigantic task, and pushed revision with unflagging energy. His part in the work was interesting and important. After the laws had been well digested and arranged in preliminary bodies, they were submitted to the Council of State. It was in the discussion before this body that Napoleon took part. That a man of 31, brought up as a soldier and having no legal training, could follow the discussions of such a learned and serious body as Napoleon's Council of State always was, seems incredible. In fact, he prepared for each session as thoroughly as the lawmakers themselves. His habit was to talk over, beforehand, generally with Cambaceres and Portales, two legislators of great learning and clearness of judgment, all the matters which were to come up. He examined each question by itself, says Roederer, inquiring into all the authorities, times, experiences, demanding to know how it had been under ancient jurisprudence, under Louis XIV or Frederick the Great. When a bill was presented to the First Council, he rarely failed to ask these questions. Is this bill complete? Does it cover every case? Why have you not thought of this? Is that necessary? Is it right or useful? What is done nowadays and elsewhere? At night, after he had gone to bed, he would read or have read to him authorities on the subject. Such was his capacity for grasping any idea that he would come to the council with a perfectly clear notion of the subject to be treated, and a good idea of its historical development. Thus he could follow the most erudite and philosophical arguments, and could take part in them. He stripped them at once of all conventional phrases and learned terms, and stated clearly what they meant. He had no use for anything but the plain meaning. By thus going directly to the practical sense of a thing, he frequently cleared up the ideas of the revisers themselves. In framing the laws, he took care that they should be worded so that everybody could understand them. Thus, when a law relating to liquors was being prepared, he urged that wholesale and retail should be defined in such a way that they would be definite ideas to the people. Pot and pint must be inserted, he said. There is no objection to those words. An excise act isn't an epic poem. Napoleon insisted on the greatest freedom of speech in the discussions on the laws, just as he did on going straight to the point and not wasting time on idle talk. This clear-headedness, energy, and grasp of subject, exercised over a body of really remarkable men, developed the council until its discussions became famous throughout Europe. One of its wisest members, Chancellor Pasquier, says of Napoleon's direction that it was of such a nature as to enlarge the sphere of one's ideas, and to give one's faculties all the development of which they were capable. The highest legislative, administrative, and sometimes even political matters were taken up in it, the council. Did we not see, for 2 consecutive winters, the sons of foreign sovereigns come and complete their education in its midst? It was the genius of the head of state, however, which was the most impressive feature of the Council of State. De Molleville, a former minister of Louis XVI, said once to Las Cases, "It must be admitted that your Bonaparte, your Napoleon, was a very extraordinary man. We were far from understanding him on the other side of the water. We could not refuse the evidence of his victories and his invasions, it is true, but Genseric, Attila, Alaric had done as much, so he made more of an impression of terror on me than of admiration. But when I came here and followed the discussions on the civil code, from that moment I had nothing but profound veneration for him. But where in the world had he learned all that? And then every day I discovered something new in him. Ah, sir, what a man you had there! Truly he was a prodigy." The modern reader who looks at France and sees how her university, her special schools, her hospitals, her great honorary legion, her treaty with the Catholic Church, her code of laws, her bank, the vital elements of her life, in short, are as they came from Napoleon's brain, must ask with De Molleville, How did he do it? He, a foreigner, born in a half-civilized island, reared in a military school, without diplomatic or legal training, without the prestige of name or wealth. How could he make a nation? How could he be other than the barbaric conqueror the English and the émigrés first thought of him? Those who look at Napoleon's achievements, and are either dazzled or horrified by them, generally consider his power superhuman. They call it divine or diabolic, according to the feeling he inspires in them. But in reality, the qualities he showed in his career as a statesman and lawgiver are very human ones. His stout grasp on subjects, his genius for hard work, his power of seeing everything that should be done, and doing it himself, his unparalleled audacity, explain his civil achievements. The comprehension he had of questions of government was really the result of serious thinking. He had reflected from his first days at Brienne, and the active interest he had taken in the Revolution of 1789 had made him familiar with many social and political questions. His career in Italy, which was almost as much a diplomatic as a military career, had furnished him an experience upon which he had founded many notions. In his dreams of becoming an Oriental lawgiver, he had planned a system of government of which he was to be the center. Thus, before the 18th Brumaire made him the dictator of France, he had his ideas of centralized government all formed, just as, before he crossed the great St. Bernard, he had fought over and over the Battle of Marengo, with black and red-headed pins stuck into a great map of Italy spread out on his study floor. His habit of attending to everything himself explains much of his success. No detail was too small for him, no task too menial. If a thing needed attention, no matter whose business it was, he looked after it. Reading letters once before Madame Junot, she said to him that such work must be tiresome, and advised him to give it to a secretary. Later, perhaps, he said. Now it is impossible. I must answer for all. It is not at the beginning of a return to order that I can afford to ignore a need, a demand. He carried out this policy literally. When he went on a journey, he looked personally after every road, bridge, public building he passed, and his letters teemed with orders about repairs here, restorations there. He looked after individuals in the same way, ordered a pension to this one, a position to that one, even dictating how the gift should be made known, so as to offend the least possible the pride of the recipient. When it came to foreign policy, he told his diplomats how they should look, whether it should be grave or gay, whether they should discuss the opera or the political situation. The cost of the soldier's shoes, the kind of box Josephine took at the opera, the style of architecture for the Madeleine, the amount of stock left on hand in the silk factories, the wording of the laws, all was his business. He thought of the flowers to be scattered daily on the tomb of General Régnier, suggested the idea of a battle hymn to Rouget de Lille, told the artists what expression to give him in their portraits, what accessories to use in the battle pieces, ordered everything, verified everything. Beside him, said those who looked on in amazement, the most punctilious clerk would have been a bungler. Without an extraordinary capacity for work, no man could have done this. Napoleon would work until 11 o'clock in the evening and be up again at 3 in the morning. Frequently he slept but an hour and came back as fresh as ever. No secretary could keep up to him, and his ministers sometimes went to sleep in the council, worn out with the length of the session. "Come, citizen ministers," he would cry, "we must earn the money the French nation gives us." The ministers rarely went home from the meetings that they did not find a half-dozen letters from him on their tables to be answered, and the answer must be a clear, exact, exhaustive document. "Get your information so that when you do answer me, there will be no buts, no ifs, and no becauses," was the rule Napoleon laid down to his correspondents. He had audacity. He dared do what he would. He had no conventional notions to tie him, no master to dictate to him. The Revolution had swept out of his way the accumulated experience of centuries, all the habits, the prejudices, the ways of doing things. He commenced nearer the bottom than any man in the history of the civilized world had ever done, worked with imperial self-confidence, with the conviction that he was not like other men, that the moral laws, the creeds, the conventions which applied to them were not for him. He might listen to others, but in the end he dared do as he would. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of The Life of Napoleon Bonaparte by Ida M. Tarbell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Opposition to the centralization of the government. General prosperity. The centralization of France in Napoleon's hands was not to be allowed to go on without interference. Jacobism, republicanism, royalism were deeply rooted sentiments, and it was not long before they began to struggle for expression. Early in the consulate, plots of many descriptions were unearthed. The most serious before 1803 was known as the Opera Plot, or Plot of the Third Nivose, December 24, 1800, when a bomb was placed in the street to be exploded as the first consul's carriage passed. By an accident he was saved, and, in spite of the shock, went on to the opera. Madame Junot, who was there, gives a graphic description of the way the news was received by the house. The first 30 measures of the oratorio were scarcely played when a strong explosion like a cannon was heard. "What does that mean?" exclaimed Junot with emotion. He opened the door of the loge and looked into the corridor. "It is strange. How can they be firing cannon at this hour?" And then, "I should have known it. Give me my hat. I'm going to find out what it is." At this moment the loge of the first consul opened, and he himself appeared with Generals Lannes, Lauriston, Berthier, and Duroc. Smiling, he saluted the immense crowd, which mingled cries like those of love with its applause. Madame Bonaparte followed him in a few seconds. Junot was going to enter the loge to see for himself the serene air of the first consul that I had just remarked, when Duroc came up to us with troubled face. "The first consul has just escaped death," he said quickly to Junot. "Go down and see him. He wants to talk to you." But a dull sound commenced to spread, from parterre to orchestra, from orchestra to amphitheatre, and thence to the loges. "The first consul has just been attacked in the Rue Saint-Nicaise," it was whispered. Soon the truth was circulated in the salle. At the same instant, and as by an electric shock, one and the same acclamation arose, one and the same look enveloped Napoleon, as if in a protecting love. What agitation preceded the explosion of national anger which was represented in that first quarter of an hour by that crowd whose fury for so black an attack could not be expressed by words? Women sobbed aloud, men shivered with indignation. Whatever the banner they followed, they were united heart and arm in this case to show that differences of opinion did not bring with them differences in understanding honor. It was such attempts, and suspicion of like ones, that led to the extension of the police service. One of the ablest and craftiest men of the Revolution became Napoleon's head of police in the consulate, Fouché. A consummate actor and skilful flatterer, hampered by no conscience other than the duty of keeping in place, he acted a curious and entertaining part. Detective work was, for him, a game which he played with intense relish. He was a veritable amateur of plots, and never gayer than when tracing them. Napoleon admired Fouché, but he did not trust him, and to offset him formed a private police to spy on his work. He never succeeded in finding anyone sufficiently fine to match the chief, who several times was malicious enough to contrive plots himself, to excite and mislead the private agents. The system of espionage went so far that letters were regularly opened. It was commonly said that those who did not want their letters read did not send them by post. And though it was hardly necessary, as in the Revolution, to send them in pies, in coat linings, or hat crowns, yet care and prudence had to be exercised in handling all political letters. It was difficult to get officials for the post office who could be relied on to intercept the proper letters, and in 1802 the Postmaster General, M. Bernard, the father of the beautiful Madame Récamier, was found to be concealing an active royalist correspondence, and to be permitting the circulation of a quantity of seditious pamphlets. His arrest and imprisonment made a great commotion in his daughter's circle, which was one of social and intellectual importance. Through the intercessions of Bernadotte, M. Bernard was pardoned by Napoleon. The Cabinet Noir, as the department of the post office which did this work was called, was in existence when Napoleon came to the consulate, and he rather restricted than increased its operations. It has never been entirely given up, as many an inoffensive foreigner in France can testify. The theatre and press were also subjected to a strict censorship. In 1800 the number of newspapers in Paris was reduced to 12, and in 3 years there were but 8 left, with a total subscription list of 18,630. Napoleon's contempt for journalists and editors equaled that he had for lawyers, whom he called a heap of babblers and revolutionists. Neither class could, in his judgment, be allowed to go free. The salons were watched, and it is certain that those whose habitués criticized Napoleon freely were reported. One serious rupture resulted from the supervision of the salons, that with Madame de Staël. She had been an ardent admirer of Napoleon in the beginning of the consulate, and Brienne tells several amusing stories of the disgust Napoleon showed at the letters of admiration and sentiment which she wrote to him even so far back as the Italian campaign. If the secretary is to be believed, Madame de Staël told Napoleon, in one of these letters, that they were certainly created for each other, that it was an error in human institutions that the mild and tranquil Josephine was united to his fate, that nature evidently had intended for a hero such as he her own soul of fire. Napoleon tore the letter to pieces, and he took pains thereafter to announce with great bluntness to Madame de Staël, whenever he met her, his own notions of women, which certainly were anything but modern. As the centralization of the government increased, Madame de Staël and her friends criticized Napoleon more freely and sharply than they would have done, no doubt, had she not been incensed by his personal attitude towards her. This hostility increased until, in 1803, the First Council ordered her out of France. The arrival of this woman, like that of a bird of omen, has always been the signal for some trouble, he said in giving the order. It is not my intention to allow her to remain in France. In 1807 this order was repeated, and many of Madame de Staël's friends were included in the proscription. I have written to the Minister of Police to send Madame de Staël to Geneva. This woman continues her trade of intriguer. She went near Paris in spite of my orders. She is a veritable plague. Speak seriously to the minister, for I shall be obliged to have her seized by the gendarmerie. Keep an eye upon Benjamin Constant. If he meddles with anything, I shall send him to his wife at Brunswick. I will not tolerate this clique. But when one compares the policy of restriction during the consulate with what it had been under the old regime and during the Revolution, it certainly was far in advance in liberty, discretion, and humanity. The Republican government today, in its repression of anarchy and socialism, has acted with less wisdom and less respect for freedom of thought than Napoleon did at this period of his career, and that, too, in circumstances less complicated and critical. If there were still dull rumors of discontent, a cabinet noir, a restricted press, a censorship over the theatre, proscriptions, even imprisonments and executions, on the whole France was happy. Not only did the interior wheels of the machine commence to run smoothly, says the Duchess d'Abrantes, but the arts themselves, that most peaceful part of the interior administration, gave striking proofs of the returning prosperity of France. The exposition at the Salon that year, 1800, was remarkably fine. Guérin, David, Gérard, Girodet, a crowd of great talents, spurred on by the emulation which always awakes the fire of genius, produced works which must sometime place our school at a high rank. The art treasures of Europe were pouring into France. Under the direction of Denon, that indefatigable dilettante and student, who had collected in the expedition in Egypt more entertaining material than the whole institute, and had written a report of it which will always be referred to as the great work, the galleries of Paris were reorganized and opened 2 days of the week to the people. Napoleon inaugurated this practice himself. Not only was Paris supplied with galleries, those department museums which today surprise and delight the tourist in France were then created at Angers, Antwerp, Autun, Bordeaux, Brussels, Caen, Dijon, Geneva, Grenoble, Le Mans, Lille, Lyon, Mayence, Marseille, Montpellier, Nancy, Nantes, Rennes, Rouen, Strasbourg, Toulouse, and Tours. The Prix de Rome, for which there had been no money in the treasury for some time, was re-established. Every effort was made to stimulate scientific research. The case of Volta is one to the point. In 1801, Bonaparte called the eminent physicist to Paris to repeat his experiments before the Institute. He proposed that a medal should be given him, with a sum of money, and in his honor he established a prize of 60,000 francs, to be awarded to anyone who should make a discovery similar in value to Volta's. An American, Robert Fulton, was about the same time encouraged by the First Council. Fulton was experimenting with his submarine torpedo and diving boat, and for 4 years had been living in Paris and besieging the Directory to grant him attention and funds. Napoleon took the matter up as soon as Fulton brought it to him, ordered a commission appointed to look into the invention, and a grant of 10,000 francs for the necessary experiments. The Institute was reorganized, and to encourage science and the arts he founded in 1804 22 prizes, 9 of which were of 10,000 francs each, and 13 of 5,000 francs each. They were to be awarded every 10 years by the Emperor himself on the 18th Brumaire. The first distribution of these prizes was to have taken place in 1809, but the judges could not agree on the laureates, and before a conclusion was reached, the empire had fallen. In literature and music, as in art and science, there was a renewal of activity. A circle of poets and writers gathered about the First Council. Paisiello was summoned to Paris to direct the opera and conservatory of music. There was a revival of dignity and taste, in strong contrast to the license and carelessness of the Revolution. The incroyable passed away. The Greek costume disappeared from the street. Men and women began again to dress, to act, to talk, according to conventional forms. Society recovered its systematic way of doing things, and soon few signs of the general dissolution which had prevailed for 10 years were to be seen. Once more the traveller crossed France in peace. Peasant and laborer went undisturbed about their work and slept without fear. Again the people danced in the fields and sang their songs as they had in the days before the Revolution. France has nothing to ask from heaven, said Renaud de Saint-Jean d'Angely, but that the sun may continue to shine, the rain to fall on our fields, and the earth to render the seed fruitful. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of A Life of Napoleon Bonaparte by Ida M. Tarbell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Preparations for war with England. Flotilla at Boulogne. Sale of Louisiana. In the spring of 1803, the Treaty of Amiens, which a year before had ended the long war with England, was broken. Both countries had many reasons for complaint. Napoleon was angry at the failure to evacuate Malta. The perfect freedom allowed the press in England gave the pamphleteers and caricaturists of the country an opportunity to criticize and ridicule him. He complained bitterly to the English ambassadors of this free press, an institution in his eyes impractical and idealistic. He complained, too, of the hostile émigrés allowed to collect in Jersey, of the presence in England of such a notorious enemy of his as George Cadoudal, and of the sympathy and money the Bourbon princes and many nobles of the old regime received in London society. Then, too, he regarded the country as his natural and inevitable enemy. England to Napoleon was only a little island which, like Corsica and Elba, naturally belonged to France, and he considered it part of his business to get possession of her. England, on the other hand, looked with distrust at the extension of Napoleon's influence on the continent. Northern Italy, Switzerland, Holland, Parma, Elba were under his protectorate. She had been deeply offended by a report published in Paris on the condition of the Orient, in which the author declared that with 6,000 men the French could reconquer Egypt. She resented the violent articles in the official press of Paris in answer to those of the Free Press of England. Her aristocratic spirit was irritated by Napoleon's success. She despised this parvenu, this Corsican scoundrel, as Nelson called him, who had had the hardihood to rise so high by other than the conventional methods for getting on in the world which she sanctioned. Real and fancied aggressions continued throughout the year of the peace, and when the break finally came, though both nations persisted in declaring that they did not want war, both were in a thoroughly warlike mood. Napoleon's preparations against England form one of the most picturesque military movements in his career. Unable to cope with his enemy at sea, he conceived the audacious notion of invading the island and laying siege to London itself. The plan, briefly, was this: to gather a great army on the north shore of France, and in some port a flotilla sufficient to transport it to Great Britain. In order to prevent interference with this expedition, he would keep the enemy's fleet occupied in the Mediterranean or in the Atlantic until the critical moment. Then, leading the English naval commander by stratagem in the wrong direction, he would call his own fleet to the Channel to protect his passage. He counted to be in London, and to have compelled the English to peace, before Nelson could return from the chase he would have led him. The preparations began at once. The port chosen for the flotilla was Boulogne, but the whole coast from Antwerp to the mouth of the Seine bristled with iron and bronze. Between Calais and Boulogne, at Cape Grisnez, where the navigation was the most dangerous, the batteries literally touched one another. 50,000 men were put to work at the stupendous excavations necessary to make the ports large enough to receive the flotilla. Large numbers of troops were brought rapidly into the neighborhood. 50,000 men to Boulogne under Soult, 30,000 to Étaples under Ney, 30,000 to Ostend under Davost, reserves to Arras, Amiens, and Saint-Omer. The work of preparing the flat-bottomed boats, or walnut shells as the English called them, which were to carry over the army, went on in all the ports of Holland and France, as well as in interior towns situated on rivers leading to the sea. The troops were taught to row, each soldier being obliged to practice 2 hours a day, so that the rivers of all the north of France were dotted with landlubbers handling the oar, the most of them for the first time. In the summer of 1803, Napoleon went to the north to look after the work. His trip was one long ovation. Le Chemin d'Angleterre was the inscription the people of Amiens put on the triumphal arch erected to his honor, and town vied with town in showing its joy at the proposed descent on the old-time enemy. Such was the interest of the people that 1,000 projects were suggested to help on the invasion, some of them most amusing. In a learned and thoroughly serious memorial, one genius proposed that, while the flotilla was preparing, the sailors be employed in catching dolphins, which would be shut up in the ports, tamed, and taught to wear a harness, so as to be driven in the water as horses are on land. This novel power was to transport the French to the opposite side of the Channel. Napoleon occupied himself not only with the preparations at Boulogne and with keeping Nelson busy elsewhere. Every project which could possibly facilitate his undertaking or discomfit his enemies he considered. Fulton's diving boat, the Nautilus, and his submarine torpedoes were at that time attracting the attention of the war departments of civilized countries. Already, Napoleon had granted 10,000 francs to help the inventor. From the camp at Boulogne, he again ordered the matter to be looked into. Fulton promised him a machine which would deliver France and the whole world from British oppression. "I have just read the project of Citizen Fulton, engineer, which you have sent me much too late," he wrote, "since it is one that may change the face of the world. Be that as it may, I desire that you immediately confide its examination to a commission of members chosen by you among the different classes of the Institute. There it is that learned Europe would seek for judges to resolve the question under consideration. A great truth, a physical, palpable truth, is before my eyes. It will be for these gentlemen to try and seize it and see it. As soon as their report is made, it will be sent to you, and you will forward it to me. Try and let the whole be determined within 8 days, as I am impatient." He had his eye on every point of the earth where he might be weak, or where he might weaken his enemy. He took possession of Hanover. The Irish were promised aid in their efforts for freedom. Provided that 20,000 united Irishmen join the French army on its landing, France is to give them, in return, 25,000 men, 40,000 muskets with artillery and ammunition, and a promise that the French government will not make peace with England until the independence of Ireland has been proclaimed. An attack on India was planned, his hope being that the princes of India would welcome an invader who would aid them in throwing off the English yoke. To strengthen himself in the Orient, he sought, by letters and envoys, to win the confidence, as well as to inspire the awe, of the rulers of Turkey and Persia. The sale of Louisiana to the United States dates from this time. This transfer, of such tremendous importance to us, was made by Napoleon purely for the sake of hurting England. France had been in possession of Louisiana but 3 years. She had obtained it from Spain only on the condition that it should, at no time, under no pretext, and in no manner, be alienated or ceded to any other power. The formal stipulation of the treaties forbade its sale. But Napoleon was not of a nature to regard a treaty, if the nature of the moment demanded it to be broken. To sell Louisiana now would remove a weak spot from France, upon which England would surely fall in the war. More, it would put a great territory, which he could not control, into the hands of a country which, he believed, would some day be a serious hindrance to English ambition. He sold the colony for the same reason that former French governments had helped the United States in her struggles for independence, to cripple England. It would help the United States, but it would hurt England. That was enough, and with characteristic eagerness he hurried through the negotiations. "I have just given England a maritime rival which sooner or later will humble her pride," he said exultingly, when the convention was signed. The sale brought him $12 millions, and the United States assumed the French spoliation claims. This sale of Louisiana caused one of the first violent quarrels between Lucien Bonaparte and Napoleon. Lucien had negotiated the return of the American territory to France in 1800. He had made a princely fortune out of the treaty, and was very proud of the transaction. And when his brother Joseph came to him one evening in hot haste with the information that the general wanted to sell Louisiana, he hurried around to the Tuileries in the morning to remonstrate. Napoleon was in his bath, but in the mode of the time he received his brothers. He broached the subject himself, and asked Lucien what he thought. "I flatter myself that the Chambers will not give their consent." "You flatter yourself," said Napoleon. "That's good, I declare." "I have already said the same to the First Council," cried Joseph. "And what did I answer?" said Napoleon, splashing around indignantly in the opaque water. "That you would do it in spite of the Chambers." "Precisely. I shall do it without the consent of anyone whomsoever. Do you understand?" Joseph, beside himself, rushed to the bathtub, and declared that if Napoleon dared to do such a thing, he would put himself at the end of an opposition, and crush him in spite of their fraternal relations. So hot did the debate grow that the first council sprang up, shouting, "You are insolent! I ought—" But at that moment he slipped and fell back violently. A great mass of perfumed water drenched Joseph to the skin, and the conference broke up. An hour later, Lucien met his brother in his library, and the discussion was resumed, only to end in another scene, Napoleon hurling a beautiful snuff-box upon the floor and shattering it, while he told Lucien that if he did not cease his opposition, he would crush him in the same way. These violent scenes were repeated, but to no purpose. Louisiana was sold. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of A Life of Napoleon Bonaparte by Ida M. Tarbell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Opposition to Napoleon. The establishment of the Empire. King of Italy. While the preparation for the invasion was going on, the feeling against England was intensified by the discovery of a plot against the life of the First Consul. Georges Cadoudal, a fanatical royalist, who was accused of being connected with the plot of the 3rd Niveaus, December 24th, and who had since been in England, had formed a gigantic conspiracy, having as its object nothing less than the assassination of Napoleon in broad daylight in the streets of Paris. He had secured powerful aid to carry out his plan. The Bourbon princes supported him, and one of them was to land on the north coast and put himself at the head of the royalist sympathizers as soon as the First Consul was killed. In this plot was associated Pichegru, who had been connected with the 18th Fructidor. General Moreau, the hero of Hohenlinden, was suspected of knowing something of it. It came to light in time, and a general arrest was made of those suspected of being privy to it. The first to be tried and punished was the Duc d'Enghien, who had been seized at Ettenheim in Baden, a short distance from the French frontier, on the supposition that he had been coming secretly to Paris to be present at the meetings of the conspirators. His trial at Vincennes was short, his execution immediate. There is good reason to believe that Napoleon had no suspicion that the Duc d'Enghien would be executed so soon as he was, and even to suppose that he would have lightened the sentence, if the punishment had not been pushed on with an irregularity and inhumanity that recalls the days of the Terror. The execution was a severe blow to Napoleon's popularity, both at home and abroad. Fouché's cynical remark was just. The death of the Duc d'Enghien is worse than a crime, it is a blunder. Chateaubriand, who had accepted a foreign embassy, resigned at once, and a number of the old aristocracy, such as Pasquier and Molé, who had been saying among themselves that it was their duty to support Napoleon's splendid work of reorganization, went back into obscurity. In society the effect was distressing. The members of Napoleon's own household met him with averted faces and sad countenances, and Josephine wept until he called her a child who understood nothing of politics. Abroad there was a revulsion of sympathy, particularly in the cabinets of Russia, Prussia, and Austria. The trial of Cadoudal and Moreau followed. The former, with several of his accomplices, was executed. Moreau was exiled for 2 years. Pichegru committed suicide in the Temple. This plot showed Napoleon and his friends that a Jacobin or royalist fanatic might any day end the life upon which the scheme of reorganization depended. It is true he had already been made First Consul for life by a practically unanimous vote, but there was need of strengthening his position and providing a succession. In March, 6 days after the death of the Duc d'Enghien, the Senate proposed to him that he complete his work and take the throne. In April, the Council of State and the Tribunate took up the discussion. The opinion of the majority was voiced by Renaud de Saint-Jean d'Angély. It is a long time since all reasonable men, all true friends of their country, have wished that the First Consul would make himself emperor and re-establish, in favor of his family, the old principles of hereditary succession. It is the only means of securing permanency for his own fortune and to the men whom merit has raised to high offices. The Republic, which I love passionately, while I detested the crimes of the Revolution, is now in my eyes a mere utopia. The First Council has convinced me that he wishes to possess supreme power only to render France great, free, and happy, and to protect her against the fury of factions. The Senate soon after proceeded in a body to the Tuileries. "You have extricated us from the chaos of the past," said the spokesman. "You enable us to enjoy the blessings of the present. Guarantee to us the future." On the 18th of May, 1804, when 35 years old, Napoleon was first addressed as Sire, and congratulated on his elevation to the throne of the French people. Immediately his household took on the forms of royalty. His mother was Madame Mère, Joseph, Grand Elector, with the title of Imperial Highness, Louis, Constable, with the same title. His sisters were Imperial Highnesses. Titles were given to all officials. The ministers were Excellencies. Cambacérès and Lebrun, the second and third consuls, became Arch-Chancellor and Arch-Treasurer of the Empire. Of his generals, Berthier, Murat, Moncey, Jourdan, Massena, Augereau, Bernadotte, Soult, Brune, Lannes, Mortier, Ney, Davoust, and Bessières were made marshals. The red button of the Legion of Honor was scattered in profusion. The title of citoyenne, which had been consecrated by the Revolution, was dropped, and hereafter everybody was called Monsieur. Two of Napoleon's brothers, unhappily, had no part in these honors. Jérôme, who had been serving as a lieutenant in the Navy, had in 1803, while in the United States, married a Miss Elizabeth Patterson of Baltimore. Napoleon forbade the recording of the marriage, and declared it void. As Jérôme had not as yet given up his wife, he had no share in the imperial rewards. Lucienne was likewise omitted, and for a similar reason. His first wife had died in 1801, and much against Napoleon's wishes he had married a Madame Joberton, to whom he was deeply attached. Nothing could induce him to renounce his wife and take the Queen of Etruria, as Napoleon wished. The result of his refusal was a violent quarrel between the brothers, and Lucienne left France. This rupture was certainly a grief to Napoleon. Madame de Rémusat draws a pathetic little picture of the effect upon him of the last interview with Lucienne. It was near midnight when Bonaparte came into the room. He was deeply dejected, and throwing himself into an armchair, he exclaimed in a troubled voice, "It is all over. I have broken with Lucienne, and ordered him from my presence." Madame Bonaparte began to expostulate. "You are a good woman," he said, "to plead for him." Then he rose from his chair, took his wife in his arms, and laid her head softly on his shoulder, and with his hand still resting on the beautiful head, which formed a contrast to the sad, set countenance so near it, he told us that Lucienne had resisted all his entreaties, and that he had resorted equally in vain to both threats and persuasion. "It is hard, though," he added, "to find in one's own family such stubborn opposition to interests of such magnitude. Must I, then, isolate myself from everyone? Must I rely on myself alone? Well, I will suffice to myself, and you, Josephine, you will be my comfort always." A fever of etiquette seized on all the inhabitants of the imperial palace of St. Cloud. The ponderous regulations of Louis XIV were taken down from the shelves in the library, and from them a code began to be compiled. Madame Campan, who had been first bedchamber woman to Marie Antoinette, was summoned to interpret the solemn law, and to describe costumes and customs. Monsieur de Talleyrand, who had been made Grand Chamberlain, was an authority who was consulted on everything. "We all felt ourselves more or less elevated," says Madame de Rémusat. "Vanity is ingenious in its expectations, and ours were unlimited. Sometimes it was disenchanting, for a moment, to observe the almost ridiculous effect which this agitation produced upon certain classes of society. Those who had nothing to do with our brand new dignities said with Montaigne, 'Let us avenge ourselves by railing at them.' Jests, more or less witty, and puns, more or less ingenious, were lavished on these new-made princes, and somewhat disturbed our brilliant visions. But the number of those who dare to censure success is small, and flattery was much more common than criticism. No one was more severe in matters of etiquette than Napoleon himself. He studied the subject with the same attention that he did the civil code, and in much the same way. In concert with Monsieur de Ségur, he wrote de Champagny, you must write a report as to the way in which ministers and ambassadors should be received. It will be well for you to enlighten me as to what was the practice at Versailles, and what is done at Vienna and St. Petersburg. Once my regulations adopted, everyone must conform to them. I am master to establish what rules I like in France. He had some difficulty with his old comrades in arms, who were accustomed to addressing him in the familiar second singular, and calling him Bonaparte, and who persisted occasionally, even after he was sire, in using the language of easy intimacy. Lannes was even removed for some time from his place near the emperor for an indiscretion of this kind. In August 1804, the new emperor visited Boulogne to receive the congratulations of his army and distribute decorations. His visit was celebrated by a magnificent fête. Those who know the locality of Boulogne remember, north of the town, an amphitheatre-like plain, in the centre of which is a hill. In this plain 60,000 men were camped. On the elevation was erected a throne. Hereby stood the chair of Dagobert, behind it the armour of Francis I, and around rose scores of blood-stained, bullet-shot flags, the trophies of Italy and Egypt. Beside the emperor was the helmet of Bayard, filled with the decorations to be distributed. Up and down the coast were the French batteries. In the port lay the flotilla. To the right and left stretched the splendid army. Just as the ceremonies were finished, a fleet of over 1,000 boats came sailing into the harbour to join those already there, while out in the English Channel, officers and sailors, with levelled glasses, watched from their vessels the splendid armament which was celebrating its approaching descent on their shores. On December 1st, the Senate presented the Emperor the result of the vote taken among the people as to whether hereditary succession should be adopted. There were 2,579 votes against, 3,575,000 for, a vote more nearly unanimous than that for the Life Consulate, there being something like 9,000 against him then. The next day Napoleon was crowned at Notre Dame. The ceremony was prepared with the greatest care. Grand Master of Ceremonies de Ségur, aided by the painter David, drew up the plan and trained the court with great severity in the etiquette of the occasion. He had the widest liberty, it even being provided that, if it be indispensable, in order that the cortege arrive at Notre Dame with greater facility, to pull down some houses, it should be done. By a master stroke of diplomacy, Napoleon had persuaded Pope Pius VII to cross the Alps to perform for him the solemn and ancient service of coronation. Of this ceremony we have no better description than that of Madame Junot. Who that saw Notre Dame on that memorable day can ever forget it? I have witnessed in that venerable pile the celebration of sumptuous and solemn festivals, but never did I see anything at all approximating in splendor the spectacle exhibited at Napoleon's coronation. The vaulted roof re-echoed the sacred chanting of the priests, who invoked the blessing of the Almighty on the ceremony about to be celebrated, while they awaited the arrival of the Vicar of Christ, whose throne was prepared near the altar. Along the ancient walls, covered with magnificent tapestry, were ranged, according to their rank, the different bodies of the state, the deputies from every city. In short, the representatives of all France assembled to implore the benediction of heaven on the sovereign of the people's choice. The waving plumes which adorned the hats of the senators, councillors of state, and tribunes, the splendid uniforms of the military, the clergy in all their ecclesiastical pomp, and the multitude of young and beautiful women, glittering in jewels, and arrayed in that style of grace and elegance which is only seen in Paris, altogether presented a picture which has perhaps rarely been equalled, and certainly never excelled. The Pope arrived first, and at the moment of his entering the cathedral, the anthem Tu es Petrus was commenced. His Holiness advanced from the door with an air at once majestic and humble. Ere long, the firing of a cannon announced the departure of the procession from the Tuileries. From an early hour in the morning, the weather had been exceeding unfavorable. It was cold and rainy, and appearances seemed to indicate that the procession would be anything but agreeable to those who joined it. But, as if by the especial favor of Providence, of which so many instances are observable in the career of Napoleon, the clouds suddenly dispersed, the sky brightened up, and the multitudes who lined the streets from the Tuileries to the cathedral enjoyed the sight of the procession without being, as they had anticipated, drenched by a December rain. Napoleon, as he passed along, was greeted by heartfelt expressions of enthusiastic love and attachment. On his arrival at Notre Dame, Napoleon ascended the throne, which was erected in front of the grand altar. Josephine took her place beside him, surrounded by the assembled sovereigns of Europe. Napoleon appeared singularly calm. I watched him narrowly, with a view of discovering whether his heart beat more highly beneath the imperial trappings than under the uniform of the guards, but I could observe no difference, and yet I was at the distance of only 10 paces from him. The length of the ceremony, however, seemed to weary him, and I saw him several times check a yawn. Nevertheless, he did everything he was required to do, and did it with propriety. When the Pope anointed him with the triple unction on his head and both hands, I fancied, from the direction of his eyes, that he was thinking of wiping off the oil rather than of anything else, and I was so perfectly acquainted with the workings of his countenance that I have no hesitation in saying that was really the thought that crossed his mind at that moment. During the ceremony of anointing, the Holy Father delivered that impressive prayer which concluded with these words: "Diffuse, O Lord, by my hands, the treasures of your grace and benediction on your servant Napoleon, whom, in spite of our personal unworthiness, we this day anoint emperor in your name." Napoleon listened to this prayer with an air of pious devotion, but just as the Pope was about to take the crown, called the crown of Charlemagne, from the altar, Napoleon seized it and placed it on his own head. At that moment he was really handsome, and his countenance was lightened up with an expression of which no words can convey an idea. He had removed the wreath of laurel which he wore on entering the church, and which encircles his brow in the fine picture of Girard. The crown was perhaps in itself less becoming to him, but the expression excited by the act of putting it on rendered him perfectly handsome. When the moment arrived for Josephine to take an active part in the grand drama, she descended from the throne and advanced towards the altar, where the emperor awaited her, followed by her retinue of court ladies, and having her train borne by the princesses Caroline, Julie, Eliza, and Louis. One of the chief beauties of the Empress Josephine was not merely her fine figure, but the elegant turn of her neck, and the way in which she carried her head. Indeed, her deportment altogether was conspicuous for dignity and grace. I have had the honor of being presented to many real princesses, to use the phrase of the Faubourg Saint-Germain, but I never saw one who, to my eyes, presented so perfect a personification of elegance and majesty. In Napoleon's countenance I could read the conviction of all I have just said. He looked with an air of complacency at the Empress as she advanced towards him, and when she knelt down, when the tears which she could not repress fell upon her clasped hands, as they were raised to heaven, or rather to Napoleon, both then appeared to enjoy one of those fleeting moments of pure felicity which are unique in a lifetime, and serve to fill up a lustrum of years. The emperor performed, with peculiar grace, every action required of him during the ceremony, but his manner of crowning Josephine was most remarkable. After receiving the small crown, surmounted by the cross, he had first to place it on his own head, and then to transfer it to that of the Empress. When the moment arrived for placing the crown on the head of the woman whom popular superstition regarded as his good genius, his manner was almost playful. He took great pains to arrange this little crown, which was placed over Josephine's tiara of diamonds. He put it on, then took it off, and finally put it on again, as if to promise her she should wear it gracefully and lightly. The fate of France had no sooner been settled, as Napoleon believed, than it became necessary to decide on what should be done with Italy. The crown was offered to Joseph, who refused it. He did not want to renounce his claim to that of France, and finally Napoleon decided to take it himself. A new constitution was prepared for the country by the French Senate, and when all was arranged, Napoleon started on April 1st for Italy. A great train accompanied him, and the trip was of especial interest. The party crossed the Alps by Mont-Cenis, and the road was so bad that the carriages had to be taken to pieces and carried over, while the travelers walked. This trip really led to the fine roads which now cross Mont Cenis. At Alexandria, Napoleon halted, and on the field of Marengo ordered a review of the maneuvers of the famous battle. At this review he even wore the coat and hat he had worn on that famous day 4 years before. By the time the imperial party was ready to enter Milan, on April 13th, it had increased to a triumphal procession, and the entry was attended by most enthusiastic demonstrations. On May 26th the coronation took place. The iron crown, used so long for the coronation of the Lombard kings, had been brought out for the occasion. When the point in the ceremony was reached where the crown was to be placed on Napoleon's head, he seized it, and with his own hands placed it on his head, repeating in a loud voice the words inscribed on the crown, "God gives it to me. Beware who touches it." Josephine was not crowned Queen of Italy, but watched the scene from a gallery above the altar. Napoleon remained in Italy for another month, engaged in settling the affairs of the country. The Order of the Crown of Iron was created, the constitution settled, Prince Eugène was made viceroy, and Genoa was joined to the empire. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of A Life of Napoleon Bonaparte by Ida M. Tarbell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Campaign of 1805. Campaign of 1806. 1807. Peace of Tilsit. Austria looked with jealousy on this increase of power, and particularly on the change in the institutions of her neighbors. In assuming control of the Italian and Germanic states, Napoleon gave the people his code and his methods. Personal liberty, equality before the law, religious toleration took the place of the unjust and narrow feudal institutions. These new ideas were quite as hateful to Austria as the disturbance in the balance of power, and more dangerous to her system. Russia and Prussia felt the same suspicion of Napoleon as Austria did. All three powers were constantly incited to action against France by England, who offered unlimited gold if they would but combine with her. In the summer of 1805, Austria joined England and Russia in a coalition against France. Prussia was not yet willing to commit herself. The great army which for so many months had been gathering around Boulogne, preparing for the descent on England, waited anxiously for the arrival of the French fleet to cover its passage. But the fleet did not come, and though hoping until the last that his plan would still be carried out, Napoleon quietly and swiftly made ready to transfer the army of England into the Grand Army, and to turn its march against his continental enemies. Never was his great war rule, "Time is everything," more thoroughly carried out. "Austria will employ fine phrases in order to gain time," he wrote Talleyrand, "and to prevent me accomplishing anything this year. And in April I shall find 100,000 Russians in Poland, fed by England, 20,000 English at Malta, and 15,000 Russians at Corfu. I should then be in a critical position. My mind is made up." His orders flew from Boulogne to Paris, to the German states, to Italy, to his generals, to his naval commanders. By the 28th of August, the whole army had moved. A month later it had crossed the Rhine, and Napoleon was at its head. The force which he commanded was in every way an extraordinary one. Marmont's enthusiastic description was in no way an exaggeration. This army, the most beautiful that was ever seen, was less redoubtable from the number of its soldiers than from their nature. Almost all of them had carried on war and had won victories. There still existed among them something of the enthusiasm and exultation of the revolutionary campaigns, but this enthusiasm was systematized. From the supreme chief down, the chiefs of the army corps, the division commanders, the common officers and soldiers, everybody was hardened to war. The 18 months in splendid camps had produced a training, an ensemble, which has never existed since to the same degree, and a boundless confidence. This army was probably the best and the most redoubtable that modern times have seen. The force responded to the imperious genius of its commander with a beautiful precision which amazes and dazzles one who follows its march. So perfectly had all been arranged, so exactly did every corps and officer respond, that 9 days after the passage of the Rhine, the army was in Bavaria, several marches in the rear of the enemy. The weather was terrible, but nothing checked them. The emperor himself set the example. Day and night he was on horseback in the midst of his troops. Once for a week he did not take off his boots. When they lagged, or the enemy harassed them, he would gather each regiment into a circle, explain to it the position of the enemy, the imminence of a great battle, and his confidence in his troops. These harangues sometimes took place in driving snowstorms, the soldiers standing up to their knees in icy slush. By October 13th, such was the extraordinary march they had made, the emperor was able to issue this address to the army. Soldiers, a month ago we were encamped on the shores of the ocean, opposite England, when an impious league forced us to fly to the Rhine. Not a fortnight ago that river was passed, and the Alps, the Neckar, the Danube, and the Lech, the celebrated barriers of Germany, have not for a minute delayed our march. The enemy, deceived by our maneuvers and the rapidity of our movements, is entirely turned. But for the army before you, we should be in London today, have avenged 6 centuries of insult, and have liberated the sea. Remember tomorrow that you are fighting against the allies of England. Napoleon. 4 days after this address came the capitulation of Ulm, a new Caudine Forks, as Marmont called it. It was, as Napoleon said, a victory won by legs instead of arms. The great fatigue and the forced marches which the army had undergone had gained them 60,000 prisoners, 120 guns, 90 colors, more than 30 generals, at a cost of but 1,500 men, 2/3 of them but slightly wounded. But there was no rest for the army. Before the middle of November it had so surrounded Vienna that the emperor and his court had fled to Brünn, 70 or 80 miles north of Vienna, to meet the Russians, who, under Alexander I, were coming from Berlin. Thither Napoleon followed them, but the Austrians retreated eastward, joining the Russians at Olmütz. The combined force of the Allies was now some 90,000 men. They had a strong reserve, and it looked as if the Prussian army was about to join them. Napoleon at Brünn had only some 70 or 80,000 men, and was in the heart of the enemy's country. Alexander, flattered by his aides, and confident that he was able to defeat the French, resolved to leave his strong position at Olmütz and seek battle with Napoleon. The position the French occupied can be understood if one draws a rough diagram of a right-angled triangle, Brünn being at the right angle formed by 2 roads, one running south to Vienna, by which Napoleon had come, and the other running eastward to Olmütz. The hypotenuse of this angle, running from northeast to southwest, is formed by Napoleon's army. When the Allies decided to leave Olmütz, their plan was to march southwestward, in face of Napoleon's line, to get between him and Vienna, and thus cut off what they supposed was his base of supplies. In this they were mistaken, for Napoleon had, unknown to them, changed his base from Vienna to Bohemia. Separate him from his Italian army, and drive him, routed, into Bohemia. On the 27th of November the Allies advanced, and their first encounter with a small French vanguard was successful. It gave them confidence, and they continued their march on the 28th, 29th, and 30th, gradually extending a long line facing westward and parallel with Napoleon's line. The French Emperor, while this movement was going on, was rapidly calling up his reserves and strengthening his position. By the first day of December, Napoleon saw clearly what the Allies intended to do, and had formed his plan. The events of that day confirmed his ideas. By 9 o'clock in the evening, he was so certain of the plan of the coming battle that he rode the length of his line, explaining to his troops the tactics of the Allies, and what he himself proposed to do. Napoleon's appearance before the troops, his confident assurance of victory, called out a brilliant demonstration from the army. The divisions of infantry raised bundles of blazing straw on the ends of long poles, giving him an illumination as imposing as it was novel. It was a happy thought, for the day was the anniversary of his coronation. The emperor remained in bivouac all night. At 4 o'clock of the morning of the 2nd of December, he was in the saddle. When the grey fog lifted, he saw the enemy's divisions arranged exactly as he had divined. 3 corps faced his right, the southwest part of the hypotenuse. These corps had left a splendid position facing his center, the heights of Pratzen. This advance of the enemy had left their center weak and unprotected, and had separated the body of the army from its right, facing Napoleon's left. The enemy was in exactly the position Napoleon wished for the attack he had planned. It was 8 o'clock in the morning when the emperor galloped up his line, proclaiming to the army that the enemy had exposed himself, and crying out, "Close the campaign with a clap of thunder." The generals rode to their positions, and at once the battle opened. Soult, who commanded the French center, attacked the Allies' center so unexpectedly that it was driven into retreat. The Emperor Alexander and his headquarters were in this part of the army, and though the young Tsar did his best to rouse his forces, it was a hopeless task. The Russian center was defeated, and the wings divided. At the same time, the Allies' left, where the bulk of their army was massed in a marshy country of which they knew little, was engaged and held in check by Davoust, and their right was overcome by Lannes, Murat, and Bernadotte. As soon as the center and right of the Allies had been driven into retreat, Napoleon concentrated his forces on their left, the strongest part of his enemy. In a very short time the Allies were driven back into the canals and lakes of the country, and many men and nearly all the artillery lost. Before night the routed enemy had fallen back to Austerlitz. Of all Napoleon's battles, Austerlitz was the one of which he was the proudest. It was here that he showed best the divine side of war. The familiar note in which Napoleon announced to his brother Joseph the result of the battle is a curious contrast to the oratorical bulletins which for some days flowed to Paris. His letter is dated Austerlitz, December 3, 1805. After maneuvering for a few days, I fought a decisive battle yesterday. I defeated the combined armies commanded by the emperors of Russia and Germany. Their force consisted of 80,000 Russians and 30,000 Austrians. I have made 40,000 prisoners, taken 40 flags, 100 guns, and all the standards of the Russian Imperial Guard. Although I have bivouacked in the open air for a week, my health is good. This evening I am in bed in the beautiful castle of Monsieur de Kaunitz, and have changed my shirt for the first time in 8 days. The Battle of Austerlitz obliged Austria to make peace. The treaty was signed at Presburg on December 26, 1805, compelled Russia to retire disabled from the field, transformed the haughty Prussian ultimative which had just been presented into humble submission, and changed the rejoicings of England over the magnificent naval victory of Trafalgar, October 21st, into despair. It even killed Pitt. Napoleon it enabled to make enormous strides in establishing a kingdom of the West. Naples was given to Joseph, the Bavarian Republic was made a kingdom for Louis, and the states between the Lahn, the Rhine, and the upper Danube were formed into a league called the Confederation of the Rhine, and Napoleon was made protector. At the beginning of 1806, Napoleon was again in Paris. He had been absent but 3 months. 8 months of this year were spent in fruitless negotiations with England and in an irritating correspondence with Prussia. The latter country had many grievances against Napoleon, the sum of them all being that French politics had been the source of humanity for the last 15 years, and that an insatiable ambition was still the ruling passion of France. By the end of September, war was declared, and Napoleon, whose preparations had been conducted secretly, it being given out that he was going to Campania to hunt, suddenly joined his army. The first week of October the Grand Army advanced from southern Germany towards the valley of the Saale. This movement brought them on the flanks of the Prussians, who were scattered along the upper Saale. The unexpected appearance of the French army, which was larger and much better organized than the Prussians, caused the latter to retreat towards the Elbe. The retreating army was in 2 divisions, the first crossing the Saale to Jena, the second falling back towards the Unstrut. As soon as Napoleon understood these movements, he dispatched part of his force under Davoust and Bernadotte to cut off the retreat of the 2nd Prussian Division, while he himself hurried on to Jena to force battle on the 1st. The Prussians were encamped at the foot of a height known as the Landgrafenberg. To command this height was to command the Prussian forces. By a series of determined and repeated efforts, Napoleon reached the position desired, and by the morning of the 14th of October had his foes in his power. Advancing from the Landgrafen in 3 divisions, he turned the Prussian flanks at the same moment that he attacked their center. The Prussians never fought better, perhaps, than at Jena. The movements of their cavalry awakened even Napoleon's admiration, but they were surrounded and outnumbered, and the army was speedily broken into pieces and driven into a retreat. While Napoleon was fighting at Jena, to the right at Auerstadt, Davoust was engaging Brunswick and his 70,000 men with a force of 27,000. In spite of the great difference in numbers, the Prussians were unable to make any impression on the French, and Brunswick falling, they began to retreat towards Jena, expecting to join the other division of the army, of whose route they were ignorant. The result was frightful. The 2 flying armies suddenly encountered each other, and, pursued by the French on either side, were driven in confusion toward the Elbe. On October 25th the French were at Berlin. Their entry was one of the great spectacles of the campaign. One particularly interesting incident was the visit paid to Napoleon by the Protestant and Calvinist French clergy. There were at that time 12,000 French refugees in Berlin, victims of the revocation of the Edict of Nantes. They were received with kindness by Napoleon, who told them they had good right to protection, and that their privileges and worship should be respected. Jena brought Napoleon something like 160 million francs in money, an enormous number of prisoners, guns, and standards, the glory of the entry of Berlin, and a great number of interesting articles for the Napoleon Museum of Paris, among them the column from the field of Rosbach, the sword, the ribbon of the Black Eagle, and the general's sash of Frederick the Great, and the flags carried by his guard during the 7 Years' War. But it did not secure him peace. The King of Prussia threw himself into the arms of Russia, and Napoleon advanced boldly into Poland to meet his enemy. The Poles welcomed the French with joy. They hoped to find in Napoleon the liberator of their country, and they poured forth money and soldiers to reinforce him. "Our entry into Varsovia," wrote Napoleon, "was a triumph, and the sentiments that the Poles of all classes show since our arrival cannot be expressed. Love of country and the national sentiment are not only entirely conserved in the heart of the people, but it has been intensified by misfortune. Their first passion, their first desire, is again to become a nation. The rich come from their chateaux praying for the re-establishment of the nation, and offering their children, their fortunes, and their influence. Everything was done during the months the French remained in Poland to flatter and aid the army. The campaign against the Russians was carried on in Old Prussia to the southeast of the Gulf of Danzig. Its first great engagement was the Battle of Eylau on February 8, 1807. This was the closest drawn battle Napoleon had ever fought. His loss was enormous, and he was saved only by a hair's breadth from giving the enemy the field of battle. After Eylau, the main army went into winter quarters to repair its losses, while Marshal Lefebvre besieged Danzig, a siege which military critics declare to be, after Sebastopol, the most celebrated of modern times. Danzig capitulated in May. On June 14th, the Battle of Friedland was fought. This battle, on the anniversary of Marengo, was won largely by Napoleon's taking advantage of a blunder of his opponent. The French and the Russian armies were on opposite banks of the Alle. Bennigsen, the Russian commander, was marching towards Königsberg by the eastern bank. Napoleon was pursuing by the western bank. The French forces, however, were scattered, and Bennigsen, thinking that he could engage and easily rout a portion of the army by crossing the river at Friedland, suddenly led his army across to the western bank. Napoleon utilized this unwise movement with splendid skill. Calling up his reinforcements, he attacked the enemy solidly. As soon as the Russian center was broken, defeat was inevitable, for the retreating army was driven into the river and thousands lost. Many were pursued through the streets of Friedland by the French and slaughtered there. The battle was hardly over when Napoleon wrote to Josephine, "My dear, I write you only a few words, for I am very tired. I have been bivouacking for several days. My children have worthily celebrated the anniversary of Marengo. The Battle of Friedland will be just as celebrated and as glorious for my people. The whole Russian army routed, 80 guns captured, 30,000 men taken prisoners or killed, with 25 generals. The Russian Guard annihilated. It is the worthy sister of Marengo, Austerlitz, and Jena. The bulletin will tell you the rest. My loss is not large. I successfully outmaneuvered the enemy." Napoleon. Friedland ended the war. Directly after the battle, Napoleon went to Tilsit, which for the time was made neutral ground, and here he met the Emperor of Russia and the King of Prussia, and the map of Europe was made over. The relations between the royal parties seems to have been, for the most part, amiable. Napoleon became very fond of Alexander I at Tilsit. "Were he a woman, I think I should make love to him," he wrote Josephine once. Alexander, young and enthusiastic, had a deep admiration for Napoleon's genius, and the two became good comrades. The King of Prussia, overcome by his losses, was a sorrowful figure in their company. It was his habit at Tilsit to go out every day on horseback, but the king was awkward, always crowding against Napoleon, beside whom he rode, and making his two companions wait for him to climb from the saddle when he returned. Their dinners together were dull, and the emperors, very much in the style of two careless, fun-loving youths bored by a solemn, elderly relative, were accustomed after dinner to make excuses to go home early, but later to meet at the apartments of one or the other and to talk together until after midnight. Just before the negotiation were completed, Queen Louise arrived and tried to use her influence with Napoleon to obtain at least Magdeburg. Napoleon accused the queen, to Las Casas, of trying to win him at first by a scene of high tragedy. But when they came to meet at dinner, her policy was quite another. "The Queen of Prussia dined with me today," wrote Napoleon to the Empress on July 7th. "I had to defend myself against being obliged to make some further concessions to her husband." And the next day, "The Queen of Prussia is really charming. She is full of coquetry towards me. But do not be jealous. I am an oilcloth, off which all that runs. It would cost me too dear to play the gallant." The intercessions of the queen really hurried on the treaty. When she learned that it had been signed and her wishes not granted, she was indignant, wept bitterly, and refused to go to the second dinner to which Napoleon had invited her. Alexander was obliged to go himself to decide her. After the dinner, when she withdrew, Napoleon accompanied her. On the staircase she stopped. "Can it be," she said, "that after I have had the happiness of seeing so near me the man of the age and of history, I am not to have the liberty and satisfaction of assuring him that he has attached me for life?" "Madame, I am to be pitied," said the Emperor gravely. "It is my evil star." By the Treaty of Tilsit, the map of the continent was transformed. Prussia lost half her territory. Danzig was made a free town. Magdeburg went to France. Hesse-Kassel and the Prussian possessions west of the Elbe went to form the Kingdom of Westphalia. The King of Saxony received the Grand Duchy of Warsaw. Finland and the Danubian principalities were to go to Alexander in exchange for certain Ionian islands and the Gulf of Cataro in Dalmatia. Of far more importance than this change of boundaries was the private understanding which the emperors came to at Tilsit. They agreed that the Ottoman Empire was to remain as it was unless they saw fit to change its boundaries. Russia might occupy the principalities as far as the Danube. Peace was to be made, if possible, with England, and the two powers were to work together to bring it about. If they failed, Russia was to force Sweden to close her ports to Great Britain, and Napoleon was to do the same in Denmark, Portugal, and the States of the Pope. Nothing was to be done about Poland by Napoleon. According to popular belief, the secret Treaty of Tilsit included plans much more startling. The two emperors pledged themselves to drive the Bourbons from Spain and the Braganzas from Portugal, and to replace them by Bonapartes, give Russia Turkey in Europe and as much of Asia as she wanted, end the temporal power of the Pope, place France in Egypt, shut the English from the Mediterranean, and to undertake several other equally ambitious enterprises. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of A Life of Napoleon Bonaparte by Ida M. Tarbell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Extension of Napoleon's Empire. Family Affairs. Napoleon's influence in Europe was now at its zenith. He was literally King of Kings, as he was popularly called, and the Bonaparte family was rapidly displacing the Bourbon. Joseph had been made King of Naples in 1806. Eliza was Princess of Luc and Piombino. Louis, married to Hortense, had been King of Holland since 1806. Pauline had been the Princess Borghese since 1803. Caroline, the wife of Marat, was Grand Duchess of Cleves and Berg. Jerome was King of Westphalia. Eugène de Beauharnais, Viceroy of Italy, was married to a Princess of Bavaria. The members of Napoleon's family were elevated only on condition that they act strictly in accordance with his plans. They must marry so as to cement the ties necessary to his kingdom. They must arrange their time, form their friendships, spend their money as it best served the interests of his great scheme of conquest. The interior affairs of their kingdoms were, in reality, centralized in his hands as perfectly as those of France. He watched the private and public conduct of his kings and nobles, and criticized them with absolute frankness and extraordinary common sense. The ground on which he protected them is well explained in the following letter, written in January 1806 to Count Miot de Melito. "You are going to rejoin my brother. You will tell him that I have made him King of Naples, that he will continue to be Grand Elector, and that nothing will be changed as regards his relations with France. But impress upon him that the least hesitation, the slightest wavering, will ruin him entirely. I have another person in my mind who will replace him should he refuse. At present all feelings of affection yield to state reasons. I recognize only those who serve me as relations. My fortune is not attached to the name of Bonaparte, but to that of Napoleon. It is with my fingers and with my pen that I make children. Today I can love only those whom I esteem. Joseph must forget all our ties of childhood. Let him make himself esteemed. Let him acquire glory. Let him have a leg broken in battle. Then I shall esteem him. Let him give up his old ideas. Let him not dread fatigue. Look at me. The campaign I have just terminated, the movement, the excitement, have made me stout. I believe that if all the kings of Europe were to coalesce against me, I should have a ridiculous paunch. Joseph, bent on being a great king, boasted now and then to Napoleon of his position in Naples. His brother never failed to silence him with the truth, if it was blunt and hard to digest. When you talk about the 50,000 enemies of the Queen, you make me laugh. You exaggerate the degree of hatred which the Queen has left behind at Naples. You do not know mankind. There are not 20 persons who hate her as you suppose, and there are not 20 persons who would not surrender to one of her smiles. The strongest feeling of hatred on the part of a nation is that inspired by another nation. Your 50,000 men are the enemies of the French. With Jerome, Napoleon had been particularly incensed because of his marriage with Miss Patterson. In 1804 he wrote of that affair, "Jerome is wrong to think that he will be able to count upon any weakness on my part, for, not having the rights of a father, I cannot entertain for him the feeling of a father. A father allows himself to be blinded, and it pleases him to be blinded because he identifies his son with himself. But what am I to Jerome? Sole instrument of my destiny, I owe nothing to my brothers. They have made an abundant harvest out of what I have accomplished in the way of glory. But for all that, they must not abandon the field and deprive me of the aid I have a right to expect from them. They will cease to be anything for me directly they take a road opposed to mine. If I exact so much from my brothers who have already rendered many services, if I have abandoned the one who, in mature age, Lucien, refused to follow my advice, what must not Jerome, who is still young, and who is known only for his neglect of duty, expect? If he does nothing for me, I shall see in this the decree of destiny, which has decided that I shall do nothing for him." Jerome yielded later to his brother's wishes, and in 1807 was rewarded with the new kingdom of Westphalia. Napoleon kept close watch of him, however, and his letters are full of admirable counsels. The following is particularly valuable, showing, as it does, that Napoleon believed a government would be popular and enduring only in proportion to the liberty and prosperity it gave the citizens. "What the German peoples desire with impatience," he told Jerome, "is that persons who are not of noble birth, and who have talents, shall have an equal right to your consideration and to public employment with those who are of noble birth; that every sort of servitude and of intermediate obligations between the sovereign and the lowest class of the people should be entirely abolished. The benefits of the Code Napoleon, the publicity of legal procedure, the establishment of the jury system, will be the distinctive characteristics of your monarchy. I count more on the effects of these benefits for the extension and strengthening of your kingdom than upon the result of the greatest victories. Your people ought to enjoy a liberty, an equality, a well-being unknown to the German peoples. What people would wish to return to the arbitrary government of Prussia when it has tasted the benefits of a wise and liberal administration? The peoples of Germany, France, Italy, Spain desire equality, and demand that liberal ideas should prevail. Be a constitutional king." Louis in Holland was never a king to Napoleon's mind. He especially disliked his quarrels with his wife. In 1807, Napoleon wrote Louis, apropos of his domestic relations, a letter which is a good example of scores of others he sent to one and another of his kings and princes about their private affairs. "You govern that country too much like a Capuchin. The goodness of a king should be full of majesty. A king orders and asks nothing from anyone. When people say of a king that he is good, his reign is a failure. Your quarrels with the Queen are known to the public. You should exhibit at home that paternal and effeminate character you show in your manner of governing. You treat a young wife as you would command a regiment. Distrust the people by whom you are surrounded. They are nobles. You have the best and most virtuous of wives, and you render her miserable. Allow her to dance as much as she likes. It is in keeping with her age. I have a wife who is 40 years of age. From the field of battle, I write to her to go to balls, and you wish a young woman of 20 to live in a cloister, or, like a nurse, to be always washing her children. Render the mother of your children happy. You have only one way of doing so, by showing her esteem and confidence. Unfortunately, you have a wife who is too virtuous. If you had a coquette, she would lead you by the nose. But you have a proud wife, who is offended and grieved at the mere idea that you can have a bad opinion of her. You should have a wife like some of those whom I know in Paris. She would have played you false, and you would have been at her feet. Napoleon. With his sisters he was quite as positive. While Josephine adapted herself with grace and tact to her great position, the Bonaparte sisters, especially Pauline, were constantly irritating somebody by their vanity and jealousy. The following letter to Pauline shows how little Napoleon spared them when their performances came to his ears. Madame and dear sister, I have learned with pain that you have not the good sense to conform to the manners and customs of the city of Rome, that you show contempt for the inhabitants, and that your eyes are unceasingly turned towards Paris. Although occupied with vast affairs, I nevertheless desire to make known my wishes, and I hope that you will conform to them. I love your husband and his family. Be amiable, accustom yourself to the usages of Rome, and put this in your head, that if you follow bad advice, you will no longer be able to count upon me. You may be sure that you will find no support in Paris, and that I shall never receive you there without your husband. If you quarrel with him, it will be your fault, and France will be closed to you. You will sacrifice your happiness and my esteem. Bonaparte. This supervision of policy, relations, and conduct extended to his generals. The case of General Berthier is one to the point. Chief of Napoleon's staff in Italy, he had fallen in love at Milan with a Madame Visconti, and had never been able to conquer his passion. In Egypt, Napoleon called him chief of the lovers' faction, that part of the army which, because of their desire to see wives or sweethearts, were constantly revolting against the campaign and threatening to desert. In 1804, Berthier had been made marshal, and in 1806, Napoleon wished to give him the princedom of Neufchâtel, but it was only on condition that he give up Madame de Visconti and marry. I exact only one condition, which is that you get married. Your passion has lasted long enough. It has become ridiculous, and I have the right to hope that the man whom I have called my companion in arms, who will be placed alongside of me by posterity, will no longer abandon himself to a weakness without example. You know that no one likes you better than I do, but you know also that the first condition of my friendship is that it must be made subordinate to my esteem. Berthier fled to Josephine for help, weeping like a child, but she could do nothing, and he married the woman chosen for him. 3 months after the ceremony, the husband of Madame de Visconti died, and Berthier, broken-hearted, wrote to the Prince Borghese, "You know how often the Emperor pressed me to obtain a divorce from Madame de Visconti, but a divorce was always repugnant to the feelings in which I was educated, and therefore I waited. Today Madame de Visconti is free, and I might have been the happiest of men. But the Emperor forced me into a marriage which hinders me from uniting myself to the only woman I ever loved. Ah, my dear Prince, all that the Emperor has done and may yet do for me will be no compensation for the eternal misfortunes to which he has condemned me." Never was Napoleon more powerful than at the end of the period we have been tracing so rapidly. Never had he so looked the Emperor. An observer who watched him through the Te Deum sung at Notre Dame in his honor on his return from Tilsit says, "His features, always calm and serious, recalled the cameos which represent the Roman emperors. He was small, still his whole person in this imposing ceremony was in harmony with the part he was playing. A sword glittering with precious stones was at his side, and the glittering diamond called the Regent formed its pommel. Its brilliancy did not let us forget that this sword was the sharpest and the most victorious that the world had seen since those of Alexander and Caesar. Certainly he had never worked more prodigiously. The campaigns of 1805 to 1807 were, in spite of their rapid movement, indeed because of it, terribly fatiguing for him. That they were possible at all was due mainly to the fact that they had been made on paper so many times in his study. When he was consul, the only room opening from his study was filled with enormous maps of all the countries of the world. This room was presided over by a competent cartographer. Frequently these maps were brought to the study and spread upon the floor. Napoleon would get down upon them on all fours and creep about, compass and red pencil in hand, comparing and measuring distances and studying the configuration of the land. If he was in doubt about anything, he referred it to his librarian, who was expected to give him the fullest details. Attached to his cabinet were skillful translators, whose business was not only to translate diplomatic correspondence, but to gather from foreign sources full information about the armies of his enemies. Meneval declares that the emperor knew the condition of foreign armies as well as he did that of his own. The amount of information he had about other lands was largely due to his ability to ask questions. When he sent to an agent for a report, he rattled at him a volley of questions, always to the point, and the agent knew that it would never do to let one go unanswered. While carrying on the Austrian and Prussian campaigns of 1805-1807, Napoleon showed, as never before, his extraordinary capacity for attending to everything. The number of dispatches he sent out was incredible. In the first 3 months of 1807, while he was in Poland, he wrote over 1,700 letters and dispatches. It was not simply war, the making of kingdoms, the directions of his new-made kings. Minor affairs of the greatest variety occupied him. While at Boulogne, tormented by the failure of the English invasion and the war against Austria, he ordered that horse races should be established in those parts of the empire the most remarkable for the horses they breed. Prizes shall be awarded to the fleetest horses. The very day after the Battle of Friedland, he was sending orders to Paris about the form and site of a statue to the memory of the Bishop of Vannes. He criticized from Poland the quarrels of Parisian actresses, ordered canals, planned there for the Bourse and the Odeon Theatre. The newspapers he watched as he did when in Paris, reprimanded this editor, suspended that, forbade the publication of news of disasters to the French navy, censured every item honorable to his enemies. To read the bulletins issued from Jena to Friedland, one would believe that the writer had no business other than that of regulating the interior affairs of France. This care of details went, as Pesquier says, to the point of minuteness, or, to speak plainly, to that of charlatanism, but it certainly did produce a deep impression upon France. That he could establish himself 500 leagues from Paris, in the heart of winter, in a country encircled by his enemies, and yet be in daily communication with his capital, could direct even its least important affairs as if he were present, could know what every person of influence, from the Secretary of State to the humblest newspaper man, was doing, caused a superstitious feeling to rise in France and in all Europe that the Emperor of the French people was not only omnipotent, but omnipresent. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of A Life of Napoleon Bonaparte by Ida M. Tarbell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Berlin Decree. War in the Peninsula. The Bonapartes on the Spanish throne. When Napoleon, in 1805, was obliged to abandon the descent on England and turn the magnificent army gathered at Boulogne against Austria, he by no means gave up the idea of one day humbling his enemy. Persistently throughout the campaigns of 1805 to 1807, his dispatches and addresses remind Frenchmen that vengeance is only deferred. In every way he strives to awaken indignation and hatred against England. The alliance which has compelled him to turn his armies against his neighbors on the continent he characterizes as an unjust league fomented by the hatred and gold of England. He tells the soldiers of the Grand Army that it is English gold which has transported the Russian army from the extremities of the universe to fight them. He charges the horrors of Austerlitz upon the English. May all these misfortunes fall upon the perfidious islanders who have caused them. May the cowardly oligarchies of London support the consequences of so many woes. From now on, all the treaties he makes are drawn up with a view to humbling the eternal enemies of the continent. Negotiation for peace went on, it is true, in 1806 between the two countries. Napoleon offered to return Hanover and Malta. He offered several things which belonged to other people, but England refused all of his combinations, and when a few days after Jena he addressed his army, it was to tell them, "We shall not lay down our arms until we have obliged the English, those eternal enemies of our nation, to renounce their plan of troubling the continent and their tyranny of the seas." A month later, November 21st, 1806, he proclaimed the famous Decree of Berlin, his future policy towards Great Britain. As she had shut her enemies from the sea, he would shut her from the land. The Continental Blockade, as this struggle of land against sea was called, was only using England's own weapon of war, but it was using it with a sweeping audacity, thoroughly Napoleonic in conception and in the proposed execution. Henceforth, all communication was forbidden between the British Isles and France and her allies. Every Englishman found under French authority, and that was about all the continent as the Emperor estimated it, was a prisoner of war. Every dollar's worth of English property found within Napoleon's boundaries, whether it belonged to rich trader or inoffensive tourist, was a prize of war. If one remembers the extent of the seaboard which Napoleon at that moment commanded, the full peril of this menace to English commerce is clear. From St. Petersburg to Trieste there was not a port, save those of Denmark and Portugal, which would not close at his bidding. At Tilsit he and Alexander had entered into an agreement to complete this seaboard, to close the Baltic, the Channel, the European Atlantic, and the Mediterranean to the English. This was nothing else than asking continental Europe to destroy her commerce for their sakes. There were several serious uncertainties in the scheme. What retaliation would England make? Could Napoleon and Alexander agree long enough to succeed in dividing the valuable portions of the continents of Europe, Asia, and Africa? Would the nations cheerfully give up the English cottons and tweeds they had been buying, the boots they had been wearing, the cutlery and dishes they had been using? Would they cheerfully see their own products lie uncalled for in their warehouses for the sake of aiding a foreign monarch, although the most brilliant and powerful on earth, to carry out a vast plan for crushing an enemy who was not their enemy? It remained to be seen. In the meantime, there was the small part of the coastline remaining independent to be joined to the portion already blockaded to the English. There was no delay in Napoleon's action. Denmark was ordered to choose between war with England and war with France. Portugal was notified that if her ports were not closed in 40 days, the French and Spanish armies would invade her. England gave a drastic reply to Napoleon's measures. In August she appeared before Copenhagen, seized the Danish fleet, and for 3 days bombarded the town. This unjustifiable attack on a nation with which she was at peace horrified Europe, and it supported the Emperor in pushing to the uttermost the Berlin Decree. He made no secret of his determination. In a diplomatic audience at Fontainebleau, October 14, 1807, he declared, "Great Britain shall be destroyed. I have the means of doing it, and they shall be employed. I have 300,000 men devoted to this object, and an ally who has 300,000 to support them. I will permit no nation to receive a minister from Great Britain until she shall have renounced her maritime usages and tyranny, and I desire you, gentlemen, to convey this determination to your respective sovereigns. Such an alarming extent did the blockade threaten to take that even our minister to France, Mr. Armstrong, began to be nervous. His diplomatic acquaintances told him cynically, "You are much favored, but it won't last." And in fact, it was not long before it was evident that the United States was not to be allowed to remain neutral. Napoleon's notice to Mr. Armstrong was clear and decisive. Since America suffers her vessels to be searched, she adopts the principle that the flag does not cover the goods. Since she recognizes the absurd blockades laid by England, consents to having her vessels incessantly stopped, sent to England, and so turned aside from their course, why should the Americans not suffer the blockade laid by France? Certainly France is no more blockaded by England than England by France. Why should Americans not equally suffer their vessels to be searched by French ships? Certainly France recognizes that these measures are unjust, illegal, and subversive of national sovereignty, but it is the duty of nations to resort to force and to declare themselves against things which dishonor them and disgrace their independence. The attempt to force Portugal to close her ports caused war. In all but one particular she had obeyed Napoleon's orders. She had closed her ports, detained all Englishmen in her borders, declared war. But her king had refused to confiscate the property of British subjects in Portugal. This evasion furnished Napoleon an excuse for refusing to believe in the sincerity of her pretensions. "Continue your march," he wrote to Junot, who had been ordered into the country a few days before, October 12, 1807. "I have reason to believe that there is an understanding with England, so as to give the British troops time to arrive from Copenhagen." Without waiting for the results of the invasion, he and the King of Spain divided up Portugal between them. If their action was premature, Portugal did nothing to gainsay them, for when Junot arrived at Lisbon in December, he found the country without a government, the royal family having fled in fright to Brazil. There was only one thing now to be done. Junot must so establish himself as to hold the country against the English, who naturally would resent the injury done their ally. From St. Petersburg to Trieste, Napoleon now held the seaboard. But he was not satisfied. Spain was between him and Portugal. If he was going to rule Western Europe, he ought to possess her. There is no space here to trace the intrigues with the weak and vicious factions of the Spanish court, which ended in Napoleon's persuading Charles IV to cede his rights to the Spanish throne and to become his pensioner, and Ferdinand, the heir apparent, to abdicate, and which placed Joseph Bonaparte, King of Naples, on the Spanish throne, and put Murat, Charlotte Bonaparte's husband, in Joseph's place. From beginning to end, the transfer of the Spanish crown from Bourbon to Bonaparte was dishonorable and unjustifiable. It is true that the government of Spain was corrupt. No greater mismanagement could be conceived, no more scandalous court. Unquestionably, the country would have been far better off under Napoleonic institutions. But to despoil Spain was to be false to an ally which had served him for years with fidelity, and at an awful cost to herself. It is true that her service had been through fear, not love. It is true that at one critical moment, when Napoleon was in Poland in 1807, she had tried to escape. But nevertheless, it remained a fact that for France, Spain had lost colonies, sacrificed men and money, and had seen her fleet go down at Trafalgar. In taking her throne, Napoleon had none of the excuses which had justified him in interfering in Italy, in Germany, in Holland, in Switzerland. This was not a conquest of war, not confiscation on account of the perfidy of an ally, not an attempt to answer the prayers of a people for a more liberal government. If Spain had submitted to the change, she would have been purchasing good government at the price of national honor. But Spain did not submit. She, as well as all disinterested lookers-on in Europe, was revolted by the baseness of the deed. No one has ever explained better the feeling which the intrigues over the Spanish throne caused than Napoleon himself. "I confess I embarked badly in the affair," he told Las Casas at St. Helena. "The immorality of it was too patent, the injustice far too cynical, and the whole thing too villainous. Hence I failed. The attempt is seen now only in its hideous nudity, stripped of all that is grand, of all the numerous benefits which I intended. Posterity would have extolled it, however, if I had succeeded, and rightly, perhaps, because of its great and happy results." It was the Spanish people themselves, not the ruling house, who resented the transfer from Bourbon to Bonaparte. No sooner was it noised through Spain that the Bourbons had really abdicated and Joseph Bonaparte had been named king, than an insurrection was organized simultaneously all over the country. Some 84,000 French troops were scattered through the peninsula, but they were powerless before this kind of warfare which now began. Every defile became a battleground. Every rock hid a peasant armed and waiting for French stragglers, messengers, supply parties. The remnant of the French fleets escaped from Trafalgar, and now at Cadiz was forced to surrender. 25,000 French soldiers laid down their arms at Belen, but the Spaniards refused to keep their capitulation treaties. The prisoners were tortured by the peasants in the most barbarous fashion, crucified, burned, sawed asunder. Those who escaped the popular vengeance were sent to the island of Cabrera, where they lived in the most abject fashion. It was only in 1814 that the remnant of this army was released. King Joseph was obliged to flee to Vitoria a week after he reached his capital. The misfortunes of Spain were followed by greater ones in Portugal. Junot was defeated by an English army at Vimeiro in August 1808, and capitulated on condition that his army be taken back to France without being disarmed. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of A Life of Napoleon Bonaparte by Ida M. Tarbell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Disaster in Spain. Alexander and Napoleon in council. Napoleon at Madrid. Napoleon, amazed at this unexpected popular uprising in Spain, and angry that the spell of invincibility under which his armies had fought was broken, resolved to undertake the Peninsular War himself. But before a campaign in Spain could be entered upon, it was necessary to know that all the inner and outer wheels of the great machine he had devised for dividing the world and crushing England were revolving perfectly. Since the Treaty of Tilsit, he had done much at home for this machine. The finances were in splendid condition. Public works of great importance were going on all over the kingdom. The court was luxurious and brilliant, and the money it scattered encouraged the commercial and manufacturing classes. Never had fêtes been more brilliant than those which welcomed Napoleon back to Paris in 1807. Never had the season at Fontainebleau been gayer or more magnificent than it was that year. All of those who had been instrumental in bringing prosperity and order to France were rewarded in 1807 with splendid gifts from the indemnities levied on the enemies. The marshals of the Grand Army received from $80,000 to $200,000 apiece. 25 generals were given $40,000 each. The civil functionaries were not forgotten. Thus Monsieur de Ségur received $40,000 as a sign of the emperor's gratification at the way he had administered etiquette in the young court. It was at this period that Napoleon founded a new nobility as a further means of rewarding those who had rendered brilliant services to France. This institution was designed, too, as a means of reconciling old and new France. It created the title of Prince, Duke, Count, Baron, and Knight, and those receiving these titles were, at the same time, given domains in the conquered provinces sufficient to permit them to establish themselves in good style. The drawing up of the rules which were to govern this new order occupied the gravest men of the country: Cambacérès, Saint-Martin, Auterive, Portalis, Pasquier. Among other duties, they had to prepare the armorial bearings. Napoleon refused to allow the crown to go on the new escutcheons. He wished no one but himself to have a right to use that symbol. A substitute was found in the panache, the number of plumes showing the rank. Napoleon used the new favors at his command freely, creating in all, after 1807, 48,000 knights, 1,090 barons, 388 counts, 31 dukes, and 3 princes. All members of the old nobility who were supporting his government were given titles, but not those which they formerly held. Naturally, this often led to great dissatisfaction, the bearers of ancient names preferring a lower rank which had been their families for centuries to one higher but unhallowed by time and tradition. Thus Madame de Montmorency rebelled obstinately against being made a countess. She had been a baroness under the old regime, and as the Montmorencys claimed the honor of being the first Christian barons, she felt justly that the old title was a far prouder one than any Napoleon could give her. But a countess she had to remain. In his efforts to win for himself the services of all those whom blood and fortune had made his natural supporters, the emperor tried again to reconcile Lucien. In November 1807, Napoleon visited Italy, and at Mantua a secret interview took place between the brothers. Lucien, in his memoirs, gives a dramatic description of the way in which Napoleon spread the kingdoms of half a world before him and offered him his choice. He struck a great blow with his hand in the middle of the immense map of Europe which was extended on the table, by the side of which we were standing. "Yes, choose," he said. "You see, I am not talking in the air. All this is mine, or will soon belong to me. I can dispose of it already. Do you want Naples? I will take it from Joseph, who, by the by, does not care for it. He prefers Mortefontaine, Italy, the most beautiful jewel in my imperial crown. Eugène is but viceroy, and far from despising it, he hopes only that I shall give it to him, or at least leave it to him if he survives me. He is likely to be disappointed in waiting, for I shall live 90 years. I must, for the perfect consolidation of my empire. Besides, Eugène will not suit me in Italy after his mother is divorced. Spain? Do you not see it falling into the hollow of my hand, thanks to the blunders of my dear Bourbons, and to the follies of your friend the Prince of Peace? Would you not be well pleased to reign there, where you have been only ambassador? Once for all, what do you want? Speak. Whatever you wish or can wish is yours, if your divorce precedes mine." Until midnight the 2 brothers wrestled with the question between them. Neither would abandon his position, and when Lucien finally went away, his face was wet with tears. To Meneval, who conducted him to his inn in the town, he said, in bidding him carry his farewell to the emperor, "It may be forever." It was not. 7 years later the brothers met again, but the map of Europe was forever rolled up for Napoleon. The essential point in carrying out the Tilsit plan was the fidelity of Alexander, and Napoleon resolved, before going into the Spanish War, to meet the Emperor of Russia. This was the more needful because Austria had begun to show signs of hostility. The meeting took place in September 1807 at Erfurt in Saxony, and lasted a month. Napoleon acted as host, and prepared a splendid entertainment for his guests. The company he had gathered was most brilliant. Beside the Russian and French emperors, with ambassadors and suites, were the kings of Saxony, Bavaria, and Württemberg, the Prince Primate, the Grand Duke and Grand Duchess of Baden, the Dukes of Saxony, and the princes of the Confederation of the Rhine. The palace where the emperors were entertained were furnished with articles from the Garde Meuble of France. The leading actors of the Théâtre Français gave the best French tragedies to a house where there was, as Napoleon had promised Talma, a parterre full of kings. There was a hare hunt on the battlefield of Jena, to which even Prince William of Prussia was invited, and where the party breakfasted on the spot where Napoleon had bivouacked in 1806, the night before the battle. There were balls where Alexander danced, but not I, wrote the emperor to Josephine. 40 years are 40 years. Goethe and Wieland were both presented to Napoleon at Erfurt, and the emperor had long conversations with them. In spite of these gaieties, Napoleon and Alexander found time to renew their Tilsit agreement. They were to make war and peace together. Alexander was to uphold Napoleon in giving Joseph the throne of Spain, and to keep the continent tranquil during the Peninsular War. Napoleon was to support Alexander in getting possession of Finland, Moldavia, and Wallachia. The two emperors were to write and sign a letter inviting England to join them in peace negotiations. This was done promptly, but when England insisted that representatives of the government which was acting in Spain in the name of Ferdinand VII should be admitted to the proposed meeting, the peace negotiations abruptly ended. Under the circumstances, Napoleon could not recognize that government. The emperor was ready to conduct the Spanish War. His first move was to send into the country a large body of veterans from Germany. Before this time, the army had been made up of young recruits, upon whom the Spanish looked with contempt. The men, inexperienced and demoralized by the kind of guerrilla warfare which was waged against them, had become discouraged. The worst feature of their case was that they did not believe in the war. That brave storyteller Marbot relates frankly how he felt. As a soldier, I was bound to fight anyone who attacked the French army, but I could not help recognizing in my inmost conscience that our cause was a bad one, and that the Spaniards were quite right in trying to drive out strangers who, after coming among them in the guise of friends, were wishing to dethrone their sovereign and take forcible possession of the kingdom. This war, therefore, seemed to me wicked, but I was a soldier, and I must march or be charged with cowardice. The greater part of the army thought as I did, and like me, obeyed orders all the same. The appearance of the veterans and the presence of the emperor at once put a new face on the war. The morale of the army was raised, and the respect of the Spaniards inspired. The emperor speedily made his way to Madrid, though he had to fight 3 battles to get there, and began at once a work of reorganization. Decree followed decree. Feudal rights were abolished, the Inquisition was ended, the number of convents was reduced, the custom houses between the various provinces were done away with, a political and military program was made out for King Joseph. Many bulletins were sent to the Spanish people. In all of them they were told that it was the English who were their enemies, not their allies, that they came to the Peninsula not to help, but to inspire false confidence, and to lead them astray. Napoleon's plan and purpose could not be mistaken. "Spaniards," he proclaimed at Madrid, "your destinies are in my hands. Reject the poison which the English have spread among you. Let your king be certain of your love and your confidence, and you will be more powerful and happier than ever. I have destroyed all that was opposed to your prosperity and greatness. I have broken the fetters which weighed upon the people. A liberal constitution gives you, instead of an absolute, a tempered and constitutional monarchy. It depends upon you that this constitution shall become law. But if my efforts prove useless, and if you do not respond to my confidence, it will only remain for me to treat you as conquered provinces, and to find my brother another throne. I shall then place the crown of Spain on my own head, and I shall know how to make the wicked tremble, for God has given me the power and the will necessary to surmount all obstacles." But a flame had been kindled in Spain which no number of Napoleonic bulletins could quench, a fanatical frenzy inspired by the priests, a blind passion of patriotism. The Spaniards wanted their own, even if it was feudal and oppressive. A constitution which they had been forced to accept seemed to them odious and shameful, if liberal. The obstinacy and horror of their resistance was nowhere so tragic and so heroic as at the siege of Saragossa, going on at the time Napoleon, at Madrid, was issuing his decrees and proclamations. Saragossa had been fortified when the insurrection against King Joseph broke out. The town was surrounded by convents, which were turned into forts. Men, women, and children took up arms, and the priests, cross in hand and dagger at the belt, led them. No word of surrender was tolerated within the walls. At the beginning, Napoleon regarded the defense of Saragossa as a small affair, and wished to try persuasion on the people. There was at Paris a well-known Aragon noble, whom he urged to go to Saragossa and calm the popular excitement. The man accepted the mission. When he arrived in the town, the people hurried forth to meet him, supposing he had come to aid in the resistance. At the first word of submission he spoke, he was assailed by the mob, and for nearly a year lay in a dungeon. The peasants of the vicinity of Saragossa were quartered in the town, each family being given a house to defend. Nothing could drive them from their posts. They took an oath to resist until death, and regarded the probable destruction of themselves and their families with stoical indifference. The priests had so aroused their religious exultation, and were able to sustain it at such a pitch, that they never wavered before the daily horrors they endured. The French at first tried to drive them from their posts by sallies made into the town, but the inhabitants rained such a murderous fire upon them from towers, roofs, windows, even the cellars, that they were obliged to retire. Exasperated by this stubborn resistance, they resolved to blow up the town inch by inch. The siege was begun in the most terrible and destructive manner, but the people were unmoved by the danger. While a house was being mined, and the dull sound of the rammers warned them that death was at hand, not one left the house which he had sworn to defend, and we could hear them singing litanies. Then, at the moment the walls flew into the air and fell back with a crash, crushing the greater part of them, those who had escaped would collect about the ruins, and, sheltering themselves behind the slightest cover, would recommence their sharpshooting. Marshal Lannes commanded before Saragossa. Touched by the devotion and the heroism of the defenders, he proposed an honorable capitulation. The besieged scorned the proposition, and the awful process of undermining went on until the town was practically blown to pieces. For such resistance there was no end but extermination. For the first time in his career, Napoleon had met sublime popular patriotism, a passion before which diplomacy, flattery, love of gain, force lose their power. It was but for a short time that the emperor could give his personal attention to the Spanish War. Certain wheels in his great machine were not revolving smoothly. In his own capital, Paris, there was friction among certain influential persons. The peace of the continent, necessary to the Peninsular War, and which Alexander had guaranteed, was threatened. Under these circumstances, it was impossible to remain in Spain. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of A Life of Napoleon Bonaparte by Ida M. Tarbell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Talleyrand's Treachery. The Campaign of 1809. Wagram. Two unscrupulous and crafty men, both of singular ability, caused the interior trouble which called Napoleon from Spain. These men were Talleyrand and Fouché. The latter we saw during the Consulate as Minister of Police. Since, he had been once dismissed because of his knavery, and restored largely for the same quality. His cunning was too valuable to dispense with. The former, Talleyrand, made Minister of Foreign Affairs in 1799, had handled his negotiations with the extraordinary skill for which he was famous, until, in 1807, Napoleon's mistrust of his duplicity and Talleyrand's own dislike for the details of his position led to the portfolio being taken from him, and he being made Vice Grand Elector. He evidently expected, in accepting this change, to remain as influential as ever with Napoleon. The knowledge that the emperor was dispensing with his services made him resentful, and his devotion to the imperial cause fluctuated according to the attention he received. Now, Napoleon's course in Spain had been undertaken at the advice of Talleyrand largely, and he had repeated constantly in the early negotiations that France ought not to allow a Bourbon to remain enthroned at her borders. Yet, as the affair went on, he began slyly to talk against the enterprise. At Erfurt, where Napoleon had been impolitic enough to take him, he initiated himself into Alexander's good graces and prevented Napoleon's policy towards Austria being carried out. When Napoleon returned to Spain, Talleyrand and Fouché, who up to this time had been enemies, became friendly, and even appeared in public arm in arm. If Talleyrand and Fouché had made up, said the Parisians, there was mischief brewing. Napoleon was not long in knowing of their reconciliation. He learned more, that the two crafty plotters had written Marat that in the event of something happening, that is, of Napoleon's death or overthrow, they should organize a movement to call him to the head of affairs, that accordingly he must hold himself ready. Napoleon returned to Paris immediately, removed Talleyrand from his position at court, and at a gathering of high officials treated him to one of those violent harangues with which he was accustomed to flay those whom he would disgrace and dismiss. "You are a thief, a coward, a man without honor. You do not believe in God. You have all your life been a traitor to your duties. You have deceived and betrayed everybody. Nothing is sacred to you. You would sell your own father. I have loaded you down with gifts, and there is nothing you would not undertake against me. For the past 10 months you have been shameless enough, that my affairs in Spain were going astray, to say to all who would listen to you that you always blamed my undertakings there, whereas it was you yourself who first put it into my head, and who persistently urged it. And that man, that unfortunate," he meant the Duc d'Enghien, "by whom was I advised of the place of his residence? Who drove me to deal cruelly with him? What, then, are you aiming at? What do you wish for? What do you hope? Do you dare to say? You deserve that I should smash you like a wine-glass. I can do it, but I despise you too much to take the trouble." All of this was undoubtedly true, but after having publicly said it, there was but one safe course for Napoleon: to put Talleyrand where he could no longer continue his plotting. He made the mistake, however, of leaving him at large. The disturbance of the continental peace came from Austria. Encouraged by Napoleon's absence in Spain and the withdrawal of troops from Germany, and urged by England to attempt to again repair her losses, Austria had hastily armed herself, hoping to be able to reach the Rhine before Napoleon could collect his forces and meet her. At this moment Napoleon could command about the same number of troops as the Austrians, but they were scattered in all directions, while the enemies were already consolidated. The question became, then, whether he could get his troops together before the Austrians attacked. From every direction he hurried them across France and Germany towards Ratisbon. On the 12th of April he heard in Paris that the Austrians had crossed the Inn. On the 17th the Emperor was in his headquarters at Donauwörth, his army well in hand. Neither in ancient or modern times, says Jumigny, will one find anything which equals in celerity and admirable precision the opening of this campaign. In the next 10 days a series of combats broke the Austrian army, drove the Archduke Charles with his main force north of the Danube, and opened the road to Vienna to the French. On the 12th of May, 1 month from the day he left Paris, Napoleon wrote from Schönbrunn, "We are the masters of Vienna." The city had been evacuated. Napoleon lay on the right bank of the Danube. The Austrian army, under the Archduke Charles, was coming towards the city by the left bank. It was to be a hand-to-hand struggle under the walls of Vienna. The Emperor was uncertain of the Archduke's plans, but he was determined that he should not have a chance to reinforce his army. The battle must be fought at once, and he prepared to go across the river to attack him. The place of crossing he chose was south of Vienna, where the large island Lobau divides the stream. Bridges had to be built for the passage, and it was with the greatest difficulty that the work was accomplished, for the river was high and the current swift, and anchors and boats were scarce. Again and again the boats broke apart. Nevertheless, about 30,000 of the French got over and took possession of the villages of Aspern and Essling, where they were attacked on May 21st by some 80,000 Austrians. The battle which followed lasted all day, and the French sustained themselves heroically. That night reinforcements were gotten over, so that the next day some 55,000 men were on the French side. Napoleon fought with the greatest obstinacy, hoping that another division would soon succeed in getting over, and would enable him to overcome the superior numbers of the Austrians. Already the battle was becoming a hand-to-hand fight, when the terrible news came that the bridge over the Danube had gone down. The Austrians had sent, floating down the swollen river, great mills, fireboats, and masses of timber fastened together in such a way as to become battering rams of frightful power when carried by the rapid stream. All hope of aid was gone, and as the news spread, the army resigned itself to perish sword in hand. The carnage which followed was horrible. Towards evening, one of the bravest of the French marshals, Lannes, was fatally wounded. It seemed as if fortune had determined on the loss of the French, and Napoleon decided to retreat to the island of Lobau, where he felt that he could maintain his position and secure supplies from the army on the right bank until he had time to build bridges and unite his forces. Communications were soon established with the right bank, but the island of Lobau was not deserted. It was used, in fact, as a camp for the next few weeks, while Napoleon was sending to Italy, to France, and to Germany for new troops. A heavy reinforcement came to him from Italy, with news which did much to encourage him. When the war began, an Austrian army had invaded Italy, and at first had success in its engagements against the French under the Viceroy of Italy, Eugène de Beauharnais. The news of the ill luck of the Austrians at home, and of the march on Vienna, had discouraged the leader, Archduke John, brother of Archduke Charles, and he had retreated, Eugène following. Such were the successes of the French on this retreat that the Austrians finally retired out of their way, leaving them a free route to Vienna, and Eugène soon united his army to that of the Emperor. With the greatest rapidity the French now secured and strengthened their communications with Italy and with France, and gathered troops about Vienna. The whole month of June was passed in this way, hostile Europe repeating the while that Napoleon was shut in by the Austrians and could not move, and that he was idling his time in luxury at the castle of Schönbrunn, where he had established his headquarters. But this month of apparent inactivity was only a feint. By the 1st of July the French army had reached 150,000 men. They were in admirable condition, well drilled, fresh, and confident. Their communications were strong, their camps good, and they were eager for battle. The Austrians were encamped at Wagram, to the north of the Danube. They had fortified the banks opposite the island of Lobau in a manner which they believed would prevent the French from attempting a passage. But in arranging their fortification, they had completely neglected a certain portion of the bank on which Napoleon seemed to have no designs. But this was the point, naturally, which Napoleon chose for his passage, and on the night of July 4th he effected it. On the morning of the 5th, his whole army of 150,000 men, with 400 batteries, was on the left bank. In the midst of a terrible storm, this great mass of men, with all its equipments, had crossed the main Danube, several islands and channels, had built 6 bridges, and by daybreak had arranged itself in order. It was an unheard-of feat. Pushing his corps forward, and easily sweeping out of his way the advanced posts, Napoleon soon had his line facing that of the Austrians, which stretched from near the Danube to a point east of Wagram. At 7 o'clock on the evening of July 5th, the French attacked the left and center of the enemy, but without driving them from their position. The next morning it was the Archduke Charles who took the offensive, making a movement which changed the whole battle. He attacked the French left, which was nearest the river, with 50,000 men, intending to get on their line of communication and destroy the bridges across the Danube. The troops on the French center were obliged to hurry off to prevent this, and the army was weakened for a moment, but not long. Napoleon determined to make the Archduke Charles, who in person commanded this attack on the French left, return not by following him, but by breaking his center, and he turned his heavy batteries against this portion of the army, and followed them by a cavalry attack, which routed the army. At the same time their left was broken, and the troops which had been engaging it were free to hurry off against the Austrian right, which was trying to reach the bridges, and which were being held in check with difficulty at Essling. As soon as the Archduke saw what was happening to his left and center, he retired, preferring to preserve as much as possible of his army in good order. The French did not pursue. The battle had cost them too heavily. But if the Austrians escaped from Wagram with their army, and if their opponents gained little more than the name of a victory, they were too discouraged to continue the war, and the emperor sued for peace. This peace was concluded in October. Austria was forced to give up Trieste and all her Adriatic possessions, to cede territory to Bavaria and to the Grand Duchy of Warsaw, and to give her consent to the continental system. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of A Life of Napoleon Bonaparte by Ida M. Tarbell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The divorce, a new wife, an heir to the crown. To further the universal peace he desired, to prevent plots among his subordinates who would aspire to his crown in case of his sudden death, and to assure a succession, Napoleon now decided to take a step long in mind, to divorce Josephine, by whom he had no longer hoped to have heirs. In considering Napoleon's divorce of Josephine, it must be remembered that stability of government was of vital necessity to the permanency of the Napoleonic institutions. Napoleon had turned into practical realities most of the reforms demanded in 1789. True, he had done it by the exercise of despotism, but nothing but the courage, the will, the audacity of a despot could have aroused the nation in 1799. Napoleon felt that these institutions had been so short a time in operation that in case of his death they would easily topple over, and his kingdom go to pieces, as Alexander's had. If he could leave an heir, this disaster would, he believed, be averted. Then would not a marriage with a foreign princess calm the fears of his continental enemies? Would they not see in such an alliance an effort on the part of new, liberal France to adjust herself harmoniously to the system of government which prevailed on the continent? Thus, by a new marriage, he hoped to prevent, at his death, a series of fresh revolutions, save the splendid organization he had created, and put France in greater harmony with her environment. It is to misunderstand Napoleon's scheme to attribute this divorce simply to a gigantic egotism. To assure his dynasty was to assure France of liberal institutions. His glorification was his country's. In reality, there were the same reasons for divorcing Josephine that there had been for taking the crown in 1804. Josephine had long feared a separation. The Bonapartes had never cared for her, and even so far back as the Egyptian campaign had urged Napoleon to seek a divorce. Unwisely, she had not sought in her early married life to win their affection, any more than she had to keep Napoleon's, and when the emperor was crowned, they had done their best to prevent her coronation. When, for state reasons, the divorce seemed necessary, Josephine had no supporters, where she might have had many. Her grief was more poignant because she had come to love her husband with a real ardor. The jealousy from which he had once suffered she now felt, and Napoleon certainly gave her ample cause for it. Her anxiety was well known to all the court, the secretaries Brienne and Meneval and Madame de Remusat being her special confidants. Since 1807 it had been intense, for it was in that year that Fouché, probably at Napoleon's instigation, tried to persuade the Empress to suggest the divorce herself as her sacrifice to the country. After Wagram, it became evident to her that at last her fate was sealed, But though she beset Meneval and all the members of her household for information, it was only a fortnight before the public divorce that she knew her fate. It was Josephine's own son and daughter, Eugène and Hortense, who broke the news to her, and it was on the former that the cruel task fell of endorsing the divorce in the Senate in the name of himself and his sister. Josephine was terribly broken by her disgrace, but she bore it with a sweetness and dignity which does much to make posterity forget her earlier frivolity and insincerity. "I can never forget," says Pasquier, "the evening on which the discarded Empress did the honors of her court for the last time. It was the day before the official dissolution. A great throng was present, and supper was served, according to custom, in the gallery of Diana on a number of little tables. Josephine sat at the center one, and the men went around her, waiting for that particularly graceful nod which she was in the habit of bestowing on those with whom she was acquainted. I stood at a short distance from her for a few minutes, and I could not help being struck with the perfection of her attitude in the presence of all these people who still did her homage, while knowing full well that it was for the last time, that in an hour she would descend from the throne and leave the palace, never to re-enter it. Only women can rise superior to such a situation, but I have my doubts as to whether a second one could have been found to do it with such perfect grace and composure. Napoleon did not show so bold a front as he did his victim." There is no doubt but that Napoleon suffered deeply over the separation. If his love had lost its illusion, he was genuinely attached to Josephine, and in a way she was necessary to his happiness. After the ceremony of separation, he was to go to St. Cloud, she to Malmaison. While waiting for his carriage, he returned to his study in the palace. For a long time he sat silent and depressed, his head on his hand. When he was summoned, he rose, his face distorted with pain, and went into the Empress's apartment. Josephine was alone. When she saw the Emperor, she threw herself on his neck, sobbing aloud. He pressed her to his bosom, kissed her again and again, until, overpowered with emotion, she fainted. Leaving her to her women, he hurried to his carriage. Meneval, who saw this sad parting, remained with Josephine until she became conscious. When he left, she begged him not to let the Emperor forget her, and to see that he wrote her often. "I left her," that naive admirer and apologist of Napoleon goes on, "grieved at so deep a sorrow and so sincere an affection. I felt very miserable all along my route, and I could not help deploring that the rigorous exactions of politics should violently break the bonds of an affection which had stood the test of time, to impose another union full of uncertainty." Josephine returned to Malmaison to live, but Napoleon took care that she should have, in addition, another home, giving her Navarre, a chateau near Évreux, some 50 miles from Paris. She had an income of some $400,000 a year, and the Emperor showed rare thoughtfulness in providing her with everything she could want. She was to deny herself nothing, take care of her health, pay no attention to the gossip she heard, and never doubt of his love. Such were the recommendations of the frequent letters he wrote her. Sometimes he went to see her, and he told her all the details of his life. It is certain that he neglected no opportunity of comforting her, and that she, on her side, finally accepted her lot with resignation and kindliness. Over 2 years before the divorce, a list of the marriageable princesses of Europe had been drawn up for Napoleon. This included 18 names in all, the two most prominent being Marie Louise of Austria and Anna Pavlovna, sister of Alexander of Russia. At the Erfurt conference, the project of a marriage with a Russian princess had been discussed, and Alexander had favored it. But now that an attempt was made to negotiate the affair, there were numerous delays, and a general lukewarmness which angered Napoleon. Without waiting for the completion of the Russian negotiations, he decided on Marie Louise. The marriage ceremony was performed in Vienna on March 12, 1810, the Archduke Charles acting for Napoleon. The emperor first saw his new wife some days later on the road between Soissons and Compiègne, where he had gone to meet her in most unimperial haste, and in contradiction to the pompous and complicated ceremony which had been arranged for their first interview. From the beginning he was frankly delighted with Marie-Louise. In fact, the new empress was a most attractive girl, young, fresh, modest, well-bred, and innocent. She entirely filled Napoleon's ideal of a wife, and he certainly was happy with her. Marie-Louise, in marrying Napoleon, had felt that she was a kind of sacrificial offering, for she had naturally a deep horror of the man who had caused her country so much woe. But her dread was soon dispelled, and she became very fond of her husband. Outside of the court, the two led an amusingly simple life, riding together informally early in the morning in a gay bohemian way, sitting together alone in the empress's little salon, she at her needlework, he with a book. They even indulged now and then in quiet little larks of their own, as one day when Marie-Louise attempted to make an omelette in her apartments. Just as she was completely engrossed in her work, the emperor came in. The empress tried to conceal her culinary operations, but Napoleon detected the odor. "What is going on here? There is a singular smell as if something was being fried." "What, you are making an omelette? Bah, you don't know how to do it. I will show you how it is done." And he set to work to instruct her. They got on very well until it came to tossing it, an operation Napoleon insisted on performing himself, with the result that he landed it on the floor. On March 20th, 1811, the long-desired heir to the French throne was born. It had been arranged that the birth of the child should be announced to the people by cannon shot, 21 if it were a princess, 101 if a prince. The people who thronged the quays and streets about the Tuileries waited with inexpressible anxiety as the cannon boomed forth. 1, 2, 3. As 21 died away, the city held its breath. Then came 22. The thundering peals which followed it were drowned in the wild enthusiasm of the people. For days afterward, enervated by joy and the endless fêtes given them, the French drank and sang to the King of Rome. In all these rejoicings none were so touching as at Navarre, where Josephine, on hearing the cannon, called together her friends and said, "We too must have a fête. I shall give you a ball, and the whole city of Evreux must come and rejoice with us." Napoleon was the happiest of men, and he devoted himself to his son with pride. Reports of the boy's condition appear frequently in his letters. He even allowed him to be taken without the Empress's knowledge to Josephine, who had begged to see him. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of A Life of Napoleon Bonaparte by Ida M. Tarbell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Trouble with the Pope. The Conscription. Evasions of the blockade. The Tilsit agreement broken. This child, in concert with our Eugène, will constitute our happiness and that of France. So Napoleon had written Josephine after the birth of the King of Rome, but it soon became evident that he was wrong. There were causes of uneasiness and discontent in France which had been operating for a long time, and which were only aggravated by the apparent solidity that an heir gave to the Napoleonic dynasty. First among these was religious disaffection. Towards the end of 1808, being doubtful of the Pope's loyalty, Napoleon had sent French troops to Rome. The spring following, without any plausible excuse, he had annexed 4 papal states to the Kingdom of Italy, and in 1809 the Pope had been made a prisoner at Savona. When the divorce was asked, it was not the Pope, but the clergy of Paris who had granted it. When the religious marriage of Marie-Louise and Napoleon came to be celebrated, 13 cardinals refused to appear. The Black Cardinals, they were thereafter called, one of their punishments for non-appearance at the wedding being that they could no longer wear their red gowns. To the pious, all this friction with the fathers of the Church was a deplorable irritation. It was impossible to show contempt for the authority of Pope and cardinals and not wound one of the deepest sentiments of France, and one which 10 years before Napoleon had braved most to satisfy. To the irritation against the emperor's church policy was added bitter resentment against the conscription, that tax of blood and muscle demanded of the country. Napoleon had formulated and attempted to make tolerable the principle born of the Revolution, which declared that every male citizen of age owed the state a service of blood in case it needed him. The wisdom of his management of the conscription had prevented discontent until 1807. Then the draft on life had begun to be arbitrary and grievous. The laws of exemptions were disregarded. The only son of his mother no longer remained at her side. The father whose little children were motherless must leave them. Aged and helpless parents no longer gave immunity. Those who had bought their exemption by heavy sacrifices were obliged to go. Persons whom the law made subject to conscription in 1807 were called out in 1806, those of 1808 in 1807. So far was this premature drafting pushed that the armies were said to be made up of boy soldiers, weak, unformed youths fresh from school, who wilted in a sun like that of Spain and dropped out in the march. At the rate at which men had been killed, however, there was no other way of keeping up the army. Between 1804 and 1811, 1,700,000 men had perished in battle. What wonder that now the boys of France were pressed into service? At the same time, the country was overrun with the lame, the blind, the broken down, who had come back from war to live on their friends or on charity. It was not only the funeral crape on almost every door which made Frenchmen hate the conscription, it was the crippled men whom they met at every corner. While within the people fretted over the religious disturbances and the abuses of the conscription, without, the continental blockade was causing serious trouble between Napoleon and the kings he ruled. In spite of all his efforts, English merchandise penetrated everywhere. The fair at Rotterdam in 1807 was filled with English goods. They passed into Italy under false seals. They came into France on pretense that they were for the Empress. Napoleon remonstrated and threatened, but he could not check the traffic. The most serious trouble caused by this violation of the Berlin Decree was with Louis, King of Holland. In 1808, Napoleon complained to his brother that more than 100 ships passed between his kingdom and England every month, and a year later he wrote in desperation, "Holland is an English province." The relations of the brothers grew more and more bitter. Napoleon resented the half-support Louis gave him, and as a punishment he took away his provinces, filled his forts with French troops, threatened him with war if he did not break up the trade. So far did these hostilities go that in the summer of 1810 King Louis abdicated in favor of his son and retired to Austria. Napoleon tried his best to persuade him at least to return into French territory, but he refused. This break was the sadder because Louis was the brother for whom Napoleon had really done most. Joseph was not happier than Louis. The Spanish War still went on, and no better than in 1808. Joseph, humbled and unhappy, had even prayed to be freed of the throne. The relations with Sweden were seriously strained. Since 1810, Bernadotte had been by adoption the crown prince of that country. Although he had emphatically refused, in accepting the position, to agree never to take up arms against France, as Napoleon wished him to do, he had later consented to the continental blockade, and had declared war against England. But this declaration both England and Sweden considered simply as a façon de parler. Napoleon, conscious that Bernadotte was not carrying out the blockade, and irritated by his persistent refusal to enter into French combinations and pay tribute to carry on French wars, had suppressed his revenues as a French prince. Bernadotte had been created Prince of Pontecorvo in 1806, had refused to communicate with him, and when the King of Rome was born, had sent back the Swedish decoration offered. Finally, in January 1812, French troops invaded certain Swedish possessions, and the country concluded an alliance with England and Russia. With Russia, the other half of the machine, the ally upon whom the great plan of Tilsit and Erfurt depended, there was such a bad state of feeling that in 1811 it became certain that war would result. Causes had been accumulating upon each side since the Erfurt meeting. The continental system weighed heavily on the interests of Russia. The people constantly rebelled against it and evaded it in every way. The business depressions from which they suffered they charged to Napoleon, and a strong party arose in the empire which used every method of showing the Tsar that the unnatural alliance, as they called the agreement between Alexander and Napoleon, was unpopular. The Tsar could not refuse to listen to this party. More, he feared that Napoleon was getting ready to restore Poland. He was offended by the haste with which his ally had dismissed the idea of marriage with his sister and taken up Marie-Louise. He complained of the changes of boundary in Germany. Napoleon, on his part, saw with irritation that English goods were admitted into Russia. He resented the failure of Alexander to join heartily in the wide-sweeping application he had made of the Berlin and Milan decrees, and to persecute neutral flags of all nations, even of those so far away from the continent as the United States. He remembered that Russia had not supported him loyally in 1809. He was suspicious, too, of the good understanding which seemed to be growing between Sweden, Russia, and England. During many months the two emperors remained in a half-hostile condition, but the strain finally became too great. War was inevitable, and Napoleon set about preparing for the struggle. During the latter months of 1811 and the first of 1812, his attention was given almost entirely to the military and diplomatic preparations necessary before beginning the Russian campaign. By the 1st of May, 1812, he was ready to join his army, which he had centered at Dresden. Accompanied by Marie-Louise, he arrived at Dresden on the 16th of May, 1812, where he was greeted by the Emperor of Austria, the King of Prussia, and other sovereigns with whom he had formed alliances. The force Napoleon had brought to the field showed graphically the extension and the character of the France of 1812. The army of 20 nations, the Russians called the host which was preparing to meet them, and the expression was just, for in the ranks there were Spaniards, Neapolitans, Piedmontese, Slavs, Croats, Bavarians, Dutchmen, Poles, Romans, and a dozen other nationalities, side by side with Frenchmen. Indeed, nearly one-half the force was said to be foreign. The Grand Army, as the active body was called, numbered, to quote the popular figures, 678,000 men. It is sure that this is an exaggerated number, though certainly over 500,000 men entered Russia. With reserves, the whole force numbered 1,100,000. The necessity for so large a body of reserves is explained by the length of the line of communication Napoleon had to keep. From the Niemen to Paris the way must be open, supply stations guarded, fortified towns equipped. It took nearly as many men to ensure the rear of the Grand Army as it did to make up the army itself. With this imposing force at his command, Napoleon believed that he could compel Alexander to support the continental blockade, for come what might, the system must succeed. For it the reigning house had been driven into Portugal, the Pope despoiled and imprisoned, Louis gone into exile, Bernadotte driven into a new alliance. For it the Grand Army was led into Russia. It had become, as its inventor proclaimed, the fundamental law of the empire. Until he crossed the Niemen, Napoleon preserved the hope of being able to avoid war. Numerous letters to the Russian emperor, almost pathetic in their overtures, exist. But Alexander never replied. He simply allowed his enemy to advance. The Grand Army was doomed to make the Russian campaign. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of A Life of Napoleon Bonaparte by Ida M. Tarbell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Russian Campaign. The Burning of Moscow. A New Army. If one draws a triangle, its base stretching along the Niemen from Tilsit to Grodno, its apex on the Elbe, he will have a rough outline of the Army of 20 Nations as it lay in June 1812. Napoleon, some 225,000 men around him, was at Kauno, hesitating to advance, reluctant to believe that Alexander would not make peace. When he finally moved, it was not with the precision and swiftness which had characterized his former campaigns. When he began to fight, it was against new odds. He found that his enemies had been studying the Spanish campaigns, and that they had adopted the tactics which had so nearly ruined his armies in the Peninsula. They refused to give him a general battle, retreating constantly before him. They harassed his separate corps with indecisive contests. They wasted the country as they went. The people aided their soldiers as the Spaniards had done. "Tell us only the moment, and we will set fire to our buildings," said the peasants. By the 12th of August, Napoleon was at Smolensk, the key of Moscow. At a cost of 12,000 men killed and wounded, he took the town, only to find, instead of the well-victualled shelter he hoped, a smoking ruin. The French army had suffered frightfully from sickness, from scarcity of supplies, and from useless fighting on the march from the Niemen to Smolensk. They had not had the stimulus of a great victory. They began to feel that this steady retreat of the enemy was only a fatal trap into which they were falling. Every consideration forbade them to march into Russia so late in the year, yet on they went towards Moscow, over ruined fields and through empty villages. This terrible pursuit lasted until September 7th, when the Russians, to content their soldiers, who were complaining loudly because they were not allowed to engage the French, gave battle at Borodino, the Battle of the Moskva, as the French call it. At 2 o'clock in the morning of this engagement, Napoleon issued one of his stirring bulletins. "Soldiers, here is the battle which you have so long desired. Henceforth the victory depends upon you. It is necessary for us. It will give you abundance, good winter quarters, and a speedy return to your country. Behave as you did at Austerlitz, at Friedland, at Vitebsk, at Smolensk, and the most remote posterity will quote with pride your conduct on this day. Let it say of you, 'He was at the great battle under the walls of Moscow.'" The French gained the battle at Borodino at a cost of some 30,000 men, but they did not destroy the Russian army. Although the Russians lost 50,000 men, they retreated in good order. Under the circumstances, a victory which allowed the enemy to retire in order was of little use. It was Napoleon's fault, the critics said. He was inactive. But it was not sluggishness which troubled Napoleon at Borodino. He had a new enemy, a headache. On the day of the battle he suffered so that he was obliged to retire to a ravine to escape the icy wind. In this sheltered spot he paced up and down all day, giving his orders from the reports brought him. Moscow was entered on the 15th of September. Here the French found at last food and shelter, but only for a few hours. That night Moscow burst into flames, set on fire by the authorities, by whom it had been abandoned. It was 3 days before the fire was arrested. It would cost Russia 200 years of time, 200 millions of money, to repair the loss which she had sustained, Napoleon wrote to France. Suffering, disorganization, pillage followed the disaster, but Napoleon would not retreat. He hoped to make peace. Moscow was still smoking when he wrote a long description of the conflagration to Alexander. The closing paragraph ran, "I wage war against your Majesty without animosity. A note from you before or after the last battle would have stopped my march, and I should even have liked to sacrifice the advantage of entering Moscow. If your Majesty retains some remains of your former sentiments, you will take this letter in good part. At all events, you will thank me for giving you an account of what is passing at Moscow." "I will never sign a peace as long as a single foe remains on Russian ground," the Emperor Alexander had said when he heard that Napoleon had crossed the Niemen. He kept his word in spite of all Napoleon's overtures. The French position grew worse from day to day. No food, no fresh supplies, the cold increasing, the army disheartened, the number of Russians around Moscow growing larger. Nothing but a retreat could save the remnant of the French. It began on October 19th, 115,000 men leaving Moscow. They were followed by 40,000 vehicles loaded with the sick and with what supplies they could get hold of. The rout was over the fields devastated a month before. The Cossacks harassed them night and day, and the cruel Russian cold dropped from the skies, cutting them down like a storm of scythes. Before Smolensk was reached, thousands of the retreating army were dead. Napoleon had ordered that provisions and clothing should be collected at Smolensk. When he reached the city, he found that his directions had not been obeyed. The army, exasperated beyond endurance by this disappointment, fell into complete and frightful disorganization, and the rest of the retreat was like the falling back of a conquered mob. There is no space here for the details of this terrible march and of the frightful passage of the Berezina. The terror of the cold and starvation wrung cries from Napoleon himself. "Provisions, provisions, provisions," he wrote on November 29th from the right bank of the Berezina. "Without them, there is no knowing to what horrors this undisciplined mass will proceed." And again, "The army is at its last extremity. It is impossible for it to do anything, even if it were a question of defending Paris." The army finally reached the Niemen. The last man over was Marshal Ney. "Who are you?" he was asked. "The rear guard of the Grand Army," was the somber reply of the noble old soldier. Some 40,000 men crossed the river, but of these there were many who could do nothing but crawl to the hospitals, asking for the rooms where people die. It was true, as Desprez said, the Grand Army was dead. It was on this horrible retreat that Napoleon received word that a curious thing had happened in Paris. A general and an abbé, both political prisoners, had escaped, and actually had succeeded in the preliminaries of a coup d'état, overturning the empire and substituting a provisional government. They had carried out their scheme simply by announcing that Napoleon was dead, and by reading a forged proclamation from the Senate to the effect that the imperial government was at an end and a new one begun. The authorities to whom these conspirators had gone had with but little hesitation accepted their orders. They had secured 1,200 soldiers, had locked up the prefect of police, and had taken possession of the Hôtel de Ville. The foolhardy enterprise went, it is true, only a little way, but far enough to show Paris that the day of easy revolution had not passed, and that an announcement of the death of Napoleon did not bring at once a cry of "Long live the King of Rome!" The news of the Malay conspiracy was an astonishing revelation to Napoleon himself of the instability of French public sentiment. He saw that the support on which he had depended most to ensure his institutions, that is, an heir to his throne, was set aside at the word of a worthless agitator. The impression made on his generals by the news was one of consternation and despair. The emperor read in their faces that they believed his good fortune was waning. He decided to go to Paris as soon as possible. On December 5th he left the army, and after a perilous journey of 12 days reached the French capital. It took as great courage to face France now as it had taken audacity to attempt the invasion of Russia. The grandest army the nation had ever sent out was lying behind him dead. His throne had tottered for an instant in sight of all France. Hereafter he could not believe himself invincible. Already his enemies were suggesting that since his good genius had failed him once, it might again. No one realized the gravity of the position as Napoleon himself, but he met his household, his ministers, the Council of State, the Senate, with an imperial self-confidence and a sang-froid which are awe-inspiring under the circumstances. The horror of the situation of the army was not known in Paris on his arrival, but reports came in daily until the truth was clear to everybody. But Napoleon never lost countenance. The explanations necessary for him to give to the Senate, to his allies, and to his friends had all the serenity and the plausibility of a victor who had suffered, to be sure, but not through his own rashness or mismanagement. The following quotation from a letter to the King of Denmark illustrates well his public attitude towards the invasion and the retreat from Moscow. The enemy were always beaten, and captured neither an eagle nor a gun from my army. On the 7th of November the cold became intense. All the roads were found impracticable. 30,000 horses perished between the 7th and the 16th. A portion of our baggage and artillery wagons was broken and abandoned. Our soldiers, little accustomed to such weather, could not endure the cold. They wandered from the ranks in quest of shelter for the night, and, having no cavalry to protect them, several thousands fell into the hands of the enemy's light troops. General Sanson, chief of the topographic corps, was captured by some Cossacks while he was engaged in sketching a position. Other isolated officers shared the same fate. My losses are severe, but the enemy cannot attribute to themselves the honor of having inflicted them. My army has suffered greatly, and suffers still, but this calamity will cease with the cold. To everyone he declared that it was the Russians, not he, who had suffered. It was their great city, not his, which was burnt, their fields, not his, which were devastated. They did not take an eagle, did not win a battle. It was the cold, the Cossacks, which had done the mischief to the Grand Army, and that mischief? Why, it would be soon repaired. I shall be back on the Niemen in the spring. But the very man who in public and private calmed and reassured the nation was sometimes himself so overwhelmed at the thought of the disaster which he had just witnessed that he let escape a cry which showed that it was only his indomitable will which was carrying him through, that his heart was bleeding. In the midst of a glowing account to the legislative body of his success during the invasion, he suddenly stopped. In a few nights everything changed. I have suffered great losses. They would have broken my heart if I had been accessible to any other feelings than the interest, the glory, and the future of my people. In the teeth of the terrible news coming daily to Paris, Napoleon began preparations for another campaign. To everyone he talked of victory as certain. Those who argued against the enterprise he silenced temporarily. You should say, he wrote Eugene, and yourself believe, that in the next campaign I shall drive the Russians back across the Niemen. With the first news of the passage of the Berezina chilling them, the Senate voted an army of 350,000 men. The Allies were called upon. Even the Marine was obliged to turn men over to the land force. But something besides men was necessary. An army means muskets and powder and sabers, clothes and boots and headgear, wagons and cannon and caisson, and all these it was necessary to manufacture afresh. The task was gigantic, but before the middle of April it was completed, and the emperor was ready to join his army. The force against which Napoleon went in 1813 was the most formidable, in many respects, he had ever encountered. Its strength was greater. It included Russia, England, Spain, Prussia, and Sweden, and the Allies believed Austria would soon join them. An element of this force, more powerful than its numbers, was its spirit. The Allied armies fought Napoleon in 1813 as they would fight an enemy of freedom. Central Europe had come to feel that further French interference was intolerable. The war had become a crusade. The extent of this feeling is illustrated by an incident in the Prussian army. In the War of 1812, Prussia was an ally of the French, but at the end of the year General York, who commanded a Prussian division, went over to the enemy. It was a dishonorable action from a military point of view, but his explanation that he deserted as a patriot acting for the welfare of his country, touched Prussia, and though the king disavowed the act, the people applauded it. Throughout the German states, the feeling against Napoleon was bitter. A veritable crusade had been undertaken against him by such men as Stein, and most of the youth of the country were united in the Tagenbund, or League of Virtue, which had sworn to take arms for German freedom. When Alexander followed the French across the Niemen, announcing that he came bringing deliverance to Europe and calling on the people to unite against the common enemy, he found them quick to understand and respond. Thus, in 1813, Napoleon did not go against kings and armies, but against peoples. No one understood this better than he did himself, and he counseled his allies that it was not against the foreign enemy alone that they had to protect themselves. There is one more dangerous to be feared, the spirit of revolt and anarchy. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of A Life of Napoleon Bonaparte by Ida M. Tarbell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Campaign of 1813. Campaign of 1814. Abdication. The campaign opened May 2, 1813, southwest of Leipzig, with the Battle of Lutzen. It was Napoleon's victory, though he could not follow it up, as he had no cavalry. The moral effect of Lutzen was excellent in the French army. Among the Allies there was a return to the old dread of the monster. By May 8th the French occupied Dresden. From there they crossed the Elbe, and on the 21st fought the Battle of Bautzen, another incomplete victory for Napoleon. The next day, in an engagement with the Russian rear guard, Marshal Duroc, one of Napoleon's warmest and oldest friends, was killed. It was the second marshal lost since the campaign began, Bessieres having been killed at Lutzen. The French obtained Breslau on June 1st, and 3 days later an armistice was signed, lasting until August 10th. It was hoped that peace might be concluded during this armistice. At that moment, Austria held the key to the situation. The Allies saw that they were defeated if they could not persuade her to join them. Napoleon, his old confidence restored by a series of victories, hoped to keep his Austrian father-in-law quiet until he had crushed the Prussians and driven the Russians across the Niemen. Austria saw her power and determined to use it to regain territory lost in 1805 and 1809, and Metternich came to Dresden to see Napoleon. Austria would keep peace with France, he said, if Napoleon would restore Illyria and the Polish provinces, would send the Pope back to Rome, give up the protectorate of the Confederation of the Rhine, restore Naples and Spain. Napoleon's amazement and indignation were boundless. "How much has England given you for playing this role against me, Metternich?" he asked. A semblance of a congress was held at Prague soon after, but it was only a mockery. Such was the exasperation and suffering of Central Europe that peace could only be reached by large sacrifices on Napoleon's part. These he refused to make. There is no doubt but that France and his allies begged him to compromise, that his wisest counselors advised him to do so, but he repulsed with irritation all such suggestions. "You bore me continually about the necessity of peace," he wrote Savary. "I know the situation of my empire better than you do. No one is more interested in concluding peace than myself, but I shall not make a dishonorable peace, or one that would see us at war again in 6 months. These things do not concern you." By the middle of August the campaign began. The French had in the field some 360,000 men. This force was surrounded by a circle of armies, Swedish, Russian, Prussian, and Austrian, in all some 800,000 men. The leaders of this hostile force included, besides the natural enemies of France, Bernadotte, Crown Prince of Sweden, who had fought with Napoleon in Italy, and General Moreau, the hero of Hohenlinden. Moreau was on Alexander's staff. He had reached the army the night that the armistice expired, having sailed from the United States on the 21st of June at the invitation of the Russian Emperor to aid in the campaign against France. He had been greeted by the Allies with every mark of distinction. Another deserter on the Allies' staff was the eminent military critic Jomini. In the ranks were stragglers from all the French corps, and the Saxons were threatening to leave the French in a body and go over to the Allies. The second campaign of 1813 opened brilliantly for Napoleon, for at Dresden he took 20,000 prisoners and captured 60 cannon. The victory turned the anxiety of Paris to hopefulness, and their faith in Napoleon's star was further revived by the report that Moreau had fallen, both legs carried off by a French bullet. Moreau himself felt that fate was friendly to the emperor. "That rascal Bonaparte is always lucky," he wrote his wife, just after the amputation of his legs. But there was something stronger than luck at work. The Allies were animated by a spirit of nationality, indomitable in its force, and they were following a plan which was sure to crush Napoleon in the long run. It was one laid out by Moreau. A general battle was not to be risked, but the corps of the French were to be engaged one by one until the parts of the army were disabled. In turn, Vandamme, Oudinot, MacDonald, Ney were defeated, and in October the remnants of the French fell back to Leipzig. Here the horde that surrounded them was suddenly enlarged. The Bavarians had gone over to the Allies. A 3 days' battle at Leipzig exhausted the French, and they were obliged to make a disastrous retreat to the Rhine, which they crossed November 1st. 10 days later, the emperor was in Paris. The situation of France at the end of 1813 was deplorable. The Allies lay on the right bank of the Rhine. The Battle of Vittoria had given the Spanish boundary to Wellington, and the English and Spanish armies were on the frontier. The Allies which remained with the French were not to be trusted. "All Europe was marching with us a year ago," Napoleon said. "Today all Europe is marching against us." There was despair among his generals, alarm in Paris. Besides, there seemed no human means of gathering up a new army. Where were the men to come from? France was bled to death. She could give no more. Her veins were empty. This is the truth, the exact truth, and such is the secret and the explanation of all that has since occurred, says Pasquier. With these successive levies of conscriptions, past, present, and to come, with the guards of honor, with the brevet of sub-lieutenant forced on the young men appertaining to the best families, after they had escaped the conscript or had supplied substitutes in conformity with the provisions of the law, there did not remain a single family which was not in anxiety or in mourning. Yet, hedged in as he was by enemies, threatened by anarchy, supported by a fainting people, Napoleon dallied over the peace the Allies offered. The terms were not dishonorable. France was to retire, as the other nations, within her natural boundaries, which they designated as the Rhine, the Alps, and the Pyrenees. But the emperor could not believe that Europe, whom he had defeated so often, had power to confine him within such limits. He could not believe that such a peace would be stable, and he began preparations for resistance. Fresh levies of troops were made. The Spanish frontier he attempted to secure by making peace with Ferdinand, recognizing him as King of Spain. He tried to settle his trouble with the Pope. While he struggled to simplify the situation, to arouse national spirit, and to gather reinforcements, hostile forces multiplied and closed in upon him. The Allies crossed the Rhine. The Corps Legislatif took advantage of his necessity to demand the restoration of certain rights which he had taken from them. In his anger at their audacity, the emperor alienated public sympathy by dissolving the body. "I stood in need of something to console me," he told them, "and you have sought to dishonor me. I was expecting that you would unite in mind and deed to drive out the foreigner. You have bid him come. Indeed, had I lost 2 battles, it would not have done France any greater evil." To crown his evil day, Murat, Caroline's husband, now King of Naples, abandoned him. This betrayal was the more bitter because his sister herself was the cause of it. Fearful of losing her little glory as Queen of Naples, Caroline watched the course of events until she was certain that her brother was lost, and then urged Murat to conclude a peace with England and Austria. This accumulation of reverses, coming upon him as he tried to prepare for battle, drove Napoleon to approach the Allies with proposals of peace. It was too late. The idea had taken root that France, with Napoleon at her head, would never remain in her natural limits, that the only hope for Europe was to crush him completely. This hatred of Napoleon had become almost fanatical, and made any terms of peace with him impossible. By the end of January 1814, the Emperor was ready to renew the struggle. The day before he left Paris, he led the Empress and the King of Rome to the court of the Tuileries, and presented them to the National Guard. He was leaving them what he held dearest in the world, he told them. The enemy was closing around. They might reach Paris. They might even destroy the city. While he fought without to shield France from this calamity, he prayed them to protect the priceless trust left within. The nobility and sincerity of the feeling that stirred the Emperor were unquestionable. Tears flowed down the cheeks of the men to whom he spoke, and for a moment every heart was animated by the old emotion, and they took with eagerness the oath he asked. The next day he left Paris. The army he commanded did not number more than 60,000 men. He led it against a force which, counting only those who had crossed the Rhine, numbered nearly 600,000. In the campaign of 2 months which followed, Napoleon several times defeated the Allies. In spite of the terrible disadvantages under which he fought, he nearly drove them from the country. In every way the campaign was worthy of his genius, but the odds against him were too tremendous. The saddest phase of his situation was that he was not seconded. The people, the generals, the legislative bodies, everybody not under his personal influence seemed paralyzed. Nogent, 21st February, 1814. What? 6 hours after having received the first troops coming from Spain, you were not in the field. 6 hours' repose was sufficient. I won the Battle of Nangy with a brigade of dragoons coming from Spain, which, since it left Bayonne, had not unbridled its horses. The 6 battalions of the division of Nîmes want clothes, equipment, and drilling, say you. What poor reasons you give me there, Augereau! I have destroyed 80,000 enemies, with conscripts having nothing but knapsacks, in wooden shoes, but with good muskets, and I get a great deal out of them. There is no money, you continue. And where do you hope to draw money from? You want wagons. Take them wherever you can. You have no magazines. This is too ridiculous. I order you, 12 hours after the reception of this letter, to take the field. If you are still Augereau of Castiglione, keep the command. But if your 60 years weigh upon you, hand over the command to your senior general. The country is in danger, and can be saved by boldness and goodwill alone. Napoleon. The terror and apathy of Paris exasperated him beyond measure. To his great disgust, the court and some of the councillors had taken to public prayers for his safety. I see that instead of sustaining the Empress, he wrote Cambacérès, you discourage her. Why do you lose your head like that? What are these miséréres and these prayers 40 hours long at the chapel? Have people in Paris gone mad? The most serious concern of Napoleon in this campaign was that the Empress and the King of Rome should not be captured. He realized that the Allies might reach Paris at any time, and repeatedly he instructed Joseph, who had been appointed lieutenant general in his absence, what to do if the city was threatened. Never allow the Empress or the King of Rome to fall into the hands of the enemy. As far as I am concerned, I would rather see my son slain than brought up at Vienna as an Austrian prince, and I have a sufficiently good opinion of the Empress to feel persuaded that she thinks in the same way, as far as it is possible for a woman and a mother to do so. I never saw Andromache represented without pitying Astyanax surviving his family, and without regarding it as a piece of good fortune that he did not survive his father. Throughout the 2 months there were negotiations for peace. They varied according to the success or failure of the emperor or the allies. Napoleon had reached a point where he would gladly have accepted the terms offered at the close of 1813, but those were withdrawn. France must come down to her limits in 1789. "What?" cried Napoleon. "Leave France smaller than I found her? Never!" The frightful combination of forces closed about him steadily, with the deadly precision of the chamber of torture, whose adjustable walls imperceptibly but surely draw together day by day until the victim is crushed. On the 30th of March, Paris capitulated. The day before, the regent Marie-Louise, with the King of Rome and her suite, had left the city for Blois. The allied sovereigns entered Paris on the 1st of April. As they passed through the streets, they saw, multiplying as they advanced, the white cockades which the Grande Dame of the Faubourg Saint-Germain had been making in anticipation of the entrance of the foreigner, and the only cries which greeted them as they passed up the boulevards were, "Long live the Bourbons! Long live the sovereigns! Long live the Emperor Alexander!" The Allies were in Paris, but Napoleon was not crushed. Encamped at Fontainebleau, his army about him, the soldiers everywhere faithful to him, he still had a large chance of victory, and the Allies looked with uneasiness to see what move he would make. It was due largely to the wit of Talleyrand that the standing ground which remained to the Emperor was undermined. That wily diplomat, whose place it was to have gone with the Empress to Blois, had succeeded in getting himself shut into Paris, and, on the entry of the Allies, had joined Alexander, whom he had persuaded to announce that the Allied powers would not treat with Napoleon nor with any member of his family. This was eliminating the most difficult factor from the problem. By his fine tact, Talleyrand brought over the legislative bodies to this view. From the populace, Alexander and Talleyrand feared nothing. It was too exhausted to ask anything but peace. Their most serious difficulty was the army. All over the country the cry of the common soldiers was, "Let us go to the Emperor." "The army," declared Alexander, "is always the army. As long as it is not with you, gentlemen, you can boast of nothing. The army represents the French nation. If it is not won over, what can you accomplish that will endure?" Every influence of persuasion, of bribery, of intimidation was used with the soldiers and generals. They were told, in phrases which could not but flatter them, "You are the most noble of the children of the country, and you cannot belong to the man who has laid it waste. You are no longer the soldiers of Napoleon. The Senate and all France release you from your oaths." The older officers on Napoleon's staff at Fontainebleau were unsettled by adroit communications sent from Paris. They were made to believe that they were fighting against the will of the nation and of their comrades. When this disaffection had become serious, one of Napoleon's oldest and most trusted associates, Marmont, suddenly deserted. He led the vanguard of the army. This treachery took away the last hope of the imperial cause, and on April 11, 1814, Napoleon signed the Act of Abdication at Fontainebleau. The act read, "The Allied powers having proclaimed that the Emperor Napoleon Bonaparte is the only obstacle to the re-establishment of peace in Europe, the Emperor Napoleon, faithful to his oath, declares that he renounces, for himself and his heirs, the thrones of France and Italy, and that there is no personal sacrifice, even that of his life, which he is not ready to make in the interest of France." For only a moment did the gigantic will waver under the shock of defeat, of treachery, and of abandonment. Uncertain of the fate of his wife and child, himself and his family denounced by the Allies, his army scattered, he braved everything until Marmont deserted him, and he saw one after another of his trusted officers join his enemies. Then, for a moment, he gave up the fight and tried to end his life. The poison he took had lost its full force, and he recovered from its effects. "Even death would have none of him," he groaned. But this discouragement was brief. No sooner was it decided that his future home should be the island of Elba, and that its affairs should be under his control, that he began to prepare for the journey to his little kingdom with the same energy and zest which had characterized him as emperor. On the 20th of April, he left the palace of Fontainebleau. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of A Life of Napoleon Bonaparte by Ida M. Tarbell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Ruler of the island of Elba. Return to Paris. The 100 Days. The second abdication. A week after bidding his guard farewell, Napoleon sent from Fréjus his first address to the inhabitants of Elba. Circumstances having induced me to renounce the throne of France, sacrificing my rights to the interests of the country, I reserved for myself the sovereignty of the island of Elba, which has met with the consent of all the powers. I therefore send you General Drouot, so that you may hand over to him the said island, with the military stores and provisions, and the property which belongs to my imperial domain. Be good enough to make known this new state of affairs to the inhabitants, and the choice which I have made of their island for my sojourn in consideration of the mildness of their manners and the excellence of their climate. I shall take the greatest interest in their welfare. Napoleon. The Elbans received their new ruler with all the pomp which their means and experience permitted. The entire population celebrated his arrival as a fête. The new flag which the emperor had chosen, white ground with red bar and 3 yellow bees, was unfurled, and saluted by the forts of the nation, and by the foreign vessels in port. The keys of the chief town of the island were presented to him. A Te Deum was sung. If these honors seemed poor and contemptible to Napoleon, in comparison with the splendor of the fêtes to which he had become accustomed, he gave no sign, and played his part with the same seriousness as he had when he received his crown. His life at Elba was immediately arranged methodically, and he worked as hard and seemingly with as much interest as he had at Paris. The affairs of his new state were his chief concern, and he set about at once to familiarize himself with all their details. He traveled over the island in all directions to acquaint himself with its resources and needs. At one time he made the circuit of his domain, entering every port and examining its condition and fortifications. Everywhere that he went, he planned and began works which he pushed with energy. Fine roads were laid out, rocks were leveled, a palace and barracks were begun. From his arrival, his influence was beneficial. There was a new atmosphere at Elba, the islanders said. The budget at Elba was administered as rigidly as that of France had been, and the little army was drilled with as great care as the guards themselves. After the daily review of his troops, he rode on horseback, and this promenade became a species of reception, the islanders who wanted to consult him stopping him on his route. It is said that he invariably listened to their appeals. Elba was enlivened constantly during Napoleon's residence by tourists who went out of their way to see him. The majority of these curious persons were Englishmen. With many of them he talked freely, receiving them at his house, and letting them carry off bits of stone or of brick from the premises as souvenirs. His stay was made more tolerable by the arrival of Madame Mère and of the Princess Pauline, and the coming of 26 members of the National Guard who had crossed France to join him. But his great desire that Marie-Louise and the King of Rome should come to him was never gratified. It is told by one of his companions on the island that he kept carefully throughout his stay a stock of fireworks which had fallen into his possession, planning to use them when his wife and boys should arrive. But, sadly enough, he never had an occasion to celebrate that event. While to all appearances engrossed with the little affairs of Elba, Napoleon was, in fact, planning the most dramatic act of his life. On the 26th of February, 1815, the Guard received an order to leave the island. With a force of 1,100 men, the Emperor passed the foreign ships guarding Elba, and on the afternoon of the 1st of March landed at Cannes on the Gulf of Juan. At 11 o'clock that night, he started towards Paris. He was trusting himself to the people and the army. If there never was an example of such audacious confidence, certainly there never was such a response. The people of the South received him joyfully, offering to sound the tocsin and carry him en masse. But Napoleon refused. It was the soldiers upon whom he called. "We have not been conquered," he told the army. "Come and range yourselves under the standard of your chief. His existence depends upon you. His interests, his honor, and his glory are yours. Victory will march at double-quick time. The eagle with the national colors will fly from steeple to the towers of Notre Dame. Then you will be able to show your scars with honor. Then you will be able to boast of what you have done. You will be the liberators of the country." At Grenoble there was a show of resistance. Napoleon went directly to the soldiers, followed by his guard. "Here I am. You know me. If there is a soldier among you who wishes to kill his emperor, let him do it." "Long live the emperor," was the answer, and in a twinkle 6,000 men had torn off their white cockades and replaced them by old soiled tricolors. They drew them from the inside of their caps, where they had been concealing them since the exile of their hero. "It is the same that I wore at Austerlitz," said one as he passed the emperor. "This," said another, "I had at Marengo." From Grenoble the emperor marched to Lyons, where the soldiers and officers went over to him in regiments. The royalist leaders who had deigned to go to Lyons to exhort the army found themselves ignored, and Ney, who had been ordered from Besançon to stop the emperor's advance, and who started out promising to bring back Napoleon in an iron cage, surrendered his entire division. It was impossible to resist the force of popular opinion, he said. From Lyons, the emperor, at the head of what was now the French army, passed by Dijon, Autun, Avallon, and Auxerre to Fontainebleau, which he reached on March 19th. The same day, Louis XVIII fled from Paris. The change of sentiment in these few days was well illustrated in a French paper, which, after Napoleon's return, published the following calendar gathered from the royalist press. February 25th. The exterminator has signed a treaty offensive and defensive. It is not known with whom. February 26th. The Corsican has left the island of Elba. March 1st. Bonaparte has debarked at Cannes with 1,100 men. March 7th. General Bonaparte has taken possession of Grenoble. March 10th. Napoleon has entered Lyons. March 19th. The Emperor reached Fontainebleau today. March 19th. His Imperial Majesty is expected at the Tuileries tomorrow, the anniversary of the birth of the King of Rome. 2 days before the flight of the Bourbons, the following notice appeared on the door of the Tuileries. The Emperor begs the King to send him no more soldiers. He has enough. "What was the happiest period of your life as Emperor?" O'Meara asked Napoleon once at St. Helena. "The march from Cannes to Paris," he replied immediately. His happiness was short-lived. The overpowering enthusiasm which had made that march possible could not endure. The bewildered factions which had been silenced or driven out by Napoleon's reappearance recovered from their stupor. The royalists, exasperated by their own flight, reorganized. Strong opposition developed among the liberals. It was only a short time before a reaction followed the delirium which Napoleon's return had caused in the nation. Disaffection, coldness, and plots succeeded. In face of this revulsion of feeling, the emperor himself underwent a change. The buoyant courage, the amazing audacity which had induced him to return from Elba seemed to leave him. He became sad and preoccupied. No doubt much of this sadness was due to the refusal of Austria to restore his wife and child, and to the bitter knowledge that Marie-Louise had succumbed to foreign influences and had promised never again to see her husband. If the Allies had allowed the French to manage their affairs in their own way, it is probable that Napoleon would have mastered the situation, difficult as it was. But this they did not do. In spite of his promise to observe the treaties made after his abdication, to accept the boundaries fixed, to abide by the Congress of Vienna, the coalition treated him with scorn, affecting to mistrust him. He was the disturber of the peace of the world, a public enemy. He must be put beyond the pale of society, and they took up arms not against France, but against Napoleon. France, it appeared, was not to be allowed to choose her own rulers. The position in which Napoleon found himself on the declaration of war was of exceeding difficulty, but he mastered the opposition with all his old genius and resources. 3 months after the landing at Cannes, he had an army of 200,000 men ready to march. He led it against at least 500,000 men. On June 15th, Napoleon's army met a portion of the enemy in Belgium, near Brussels, and on June 16th, 17th, and 18th were fought the battles of Ligny, Quatre Bras, and Waterloo, in the last of which he was completely defeated. The limits and nature of this sketch do not permit a description of the engagement at Waterloo. The literature on the subject is perhaps richer than that on any other subject in military science. Thousands of books discuss the battle, and each succeeding generation takes it up as if nothing had been written on it. But while Waterloo cannot be discussed here, it is not out of place to notice that among the reasons for its loss are certain ones which interest us because they are personal to Napoleon. He whose great rule in wars was "time is everything," lost time at Waterloo. He who looked after everything which he wanted well done neglected to assure himself of such an important matter as the exact position of his enemy. He who had once been able to go a week without sleep was ill. Again, if one will compare carefully the Bonaparte of Guérin with the Napoleon of Girardin, he will understand, at least partially, why the Battle of Waterloo was lost. The defeat was complete, and when the Emperor saw it, he threw himself into the battle in search of death. As eagerly as he had sought victory at Arcola, Marengo, Austerlitz, he sought death at Waterloo. "I ought to have died at Waterloo," he said afterwards, "but the misfortune is that when a man seeks death most, he cannot find it. Men were killed around me, before, behind, everywhere, but there was no bullet for me." He returned immediately to Paris. There was still force for resistance in France. There were many to urge him to return to the struggle, but such was the condition of public sentiment that he refused. The country was divided in its allegiance to him. The legislative body was frightened and quarreling. Talleyrand and Fouché were plotting. Besides, the Allies proclaimed to the nation that it was against Napoleon alone that they waged war. Under these circumstances, Napoleon felt that loyalty to the best interests of France required his abdication, and he signed the act anew, proclaiming his son emperor under the title of Napoleon II. Leaving Paris, the fallen emperor went to Malmaison, where Josephine had died only 13 months before. A few friends joined him: Queen Hortense, the Duc de Rovigo, Bertrand, Las Casas, and Meneval. He remained there only a few days. The Allies were approaching Paris, and the environs were in danger. Napoleon offered his services to the provisional government, which had taken his place, as leader in the campaign against the invader, promising to retire as soon as the enemy was repulsed, but he was refused. The government feared him, in fact, more than it did the Allies, and urged him to leave France as quickly as possible. In his disaster, he turned to America as a refuge, and gave his family rendezvous there. Various plans were suggested for getting to the United States. Among the offers of aid to carry out his desire which were made to Napoleon, Las Casas speaks of one coming from an American in Paris, who wrote, "While you were at the head of a nation, you could perform any miracle, you might conceive any hopes, but now you can do nothing more in Europe. Fly to the United States. I know the hearts of the leading men and the sentiments of the people of America. You will find there a second country, and every source of consolation." Mr. S.V.S. Wilder, an American shipping merchant who lived in France during the time of Napoleon's power, and who had been much impressed by the changes brought about in society and politics under his rule, offered to help him to escape. He proposed that the emperor disguise himself as a valet for whom he had a passport. On board the ship, the emperor was to conceal himself in a hogshead until the danger line was crossed. This hogshead was to have a false compartment in it. From the end in view, water was to drip incessantly. Mr. Wilder proposed to take Napoleon to his own home in Bolton, Massachusetts, when they arrived in America. It is said that the emperor seriously considered this scheme, but finally declined because he would leave his friends behind him, and for them Mr. Wilder could not possibly provide. Napoleon explained one day to Las Casas at St. Helena what he intended to do if he had reached America. He would have collected all his relatives around him, and thus would have formed the nucleus of a national union, a second France. Such were the sums of money he had given them that he thought they might have realized at least 40 millions of francs. Before the conclusion of a year, the events of Europe would have drawn to him 100 millions of francs and 60,000 individuals, most of them possessing wealth, talent, and information. America, he said, was in all respects our proper asylum. It is an immense continent, possessing the advantage of a peculiar system of freedom. If a man is troubled with melancholy, he may get into a coach and drive 1,000 leagues, enjoying all the way the pleasures of a common traveler. In America you may be on a footing of equality with everyone. You may, if you please, mingle with the crowd without inconvenience, retaining your own manners, your own language, your own religion. On June 29th, a week after his return to Paris from Waterloo, Napoleon left Malmaison for Rochefort, hoping to reach a vessel which would carry him to the United States. But the coast was so guarded by the English that there was no escape. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of A Life of Napoleon Bonaparte by Ida M. Tarbell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Napoleon's surrender to England. Sent to St. Helena. Life in exile. Death of Napoleon. When it became evident that it was impossible to escape to the United States, Napoleon considered two courses: to call upon the country and renew the conflict, or seek an asylum in England. The former was not only to perpetuate the foreign war, it was to plunge France into civil war, for a large part of the country had come to the conclusion of the Allies that, as long as Napoleon was at large, peace was impossible. Rather than involve France in such a disaster, the Emperor resolved at last to give himself up to the English, and sent the following note to the Regent. Royal Highness, exposed to the factions which divide my country and to the hostility of the greatest powers of Europe, I have closed my political career. I have come, like Themistocles, to seek the hospitality of the British nation. I place myself under the protection of their laws, which I claim from your Royal Highness as the most powerful, the most constant, and the most generous of my enemies. Napoleon. On the 15th of July he embarked on the English ship, the Bellerophon, and a week later he was in Plymouth. Napoleon's surrender to the English was made, as he says, with full confidence in their hospitality. Certainly, hospitality was the last thing to expect of England under the circumstances, and there was something theatrical in the demand for it. The Bellerophon was no sooner in the harbor of Plymouth than it became evident that he was regarded not as a guest but as a prisoner. Armed vessels surrounded the ship he was on. Extraordinary messages were hurried to and fro. Sinister rumors ran among the crew. The Tower of London, a desert isle, the ends of the earth, were talked of as the hospitality England was preparing. But if there was something theatrical, even humorous, in the idea of expecting a friendly welcome from England, there was every reason to suppose that she would receive him with dignity and consideration. Napoleon had been an enemy worthy of English mettle. He had been defeated only after years of struggle. Now that he was at her feet, her own self-respect demanded that she treat him as became his genius and his position. To leave him at large was, of course, out of the question, but surely he could have been made a royal prisoner and been made to feel that if he was detained it was because of his might. The British government no sooner realized that it had its hands on Napoleon than it was seized with a species of panic. All sense of dignity, All notions of what was due a foe who surrendered were drowned in hysterical resentment. The English people as a whole did not share the government's terror. The general feeling seems to have been similar to that which Charles Lamb expressed to Southey. After all, Bonaparte is a fine fellow, as my barber says, and I should not mind standing bareheaded at his table to do him service in his fall. They should have given him Hampton Court or Kensington, with a tether extending 40 miles round London. But the government could see nothing but danger in keeping such a force as Napoleon within its limits. It evidently took Lamb's whimsical suggestion that if Napoleon were at Hampton, the people might some day eject the Brunswick in his favor, in profound seriousness. On July 30th it sent a communication to General Bonaparte. The English henceforth refused him the title of Emperor, though permitting him that of General, not reflecting, probably, that if one was spurious, the other was, since both had been conferred by the same authority, notifying him that, as it was necessary that he should not be allowed to disturb the repose of England any longer, the British government had chosen the island of St. Helena as his future residence, and that 3 persons, with a surgeon, would be allowed to accompany him. A week later he was transferred from the Bellerophon to the Northumberland, and was en route for St. Helena, where he arrived in October 1815. The manner in which the British carried out their decision was irritating and unworthy. They seemed to feel that guarding a prisoner meant humiliating him, and offensive and unnecessary restrictions were made which wounded and enraged Napoleon. The effect of this treatment on his character is one of the most interesting studies in connection with the man, and on the whole it leaves one with increased respect and admiration for him. He received the announcement of his exile in indignation. He was not a prisoner, he was the guest of England, he said. It was an outrage against the laws of hospitality to send him into exile, and he would never submit voluntarily. When he became convinced that the British were inflexible in their decision, he thought of suicide, and even discussed it with Las Casas. It was the most convenient solution of his dilemma. It would injure no one, and his friends would not be forced then to leave their families. It was easier because he had no scruples which opposed it. The idea was finally given up. A man ought to live out his destiny, he said, and he decided that his should be fulfilled. The most serious concern Napoleon felt in facing his new life was that he would have no occupation. He saw at once that St. Helena would not be an Elba, but he resolutely made occupations. He sought conversation, studied English, played games, began to dictate his memoirs. It is to this admirable determination to find something to do that we owe his clear, logical commentaries, his essays on Caesar, Turenne, and Frederick, his sketch of the Republic, and the vast amount of information in the journals of his devoted comrades, O'Meara, Las Casas, and Montholon. But no amount of forced occupation could hide the desolation of his position. The island of St. Helena is a mass of jagged, gloomy rocks. The nearest land is 600 miles away. Isolated and inaccessible as it is, the English placed Napoleon in its most somber and remote part, a place called Longwood, at the summit of a mountain, and to the windward. The houses at Longwood were damp and unhealthy. There was no shade. Water had to be carried some 3 miles. The governor, Sir Hudson Lowe, was a tactless man, with a propensity for bullying those whom he ruled. He was haunted by the idea that Napoleon was trying to escape, and he adopted a policy which was more like that of a jailer than of an officer. In his first interview with the emperor, he so antagonized him that Napoleon soon refused to see him. Napoleon's antipathy was almost superstitious. "I never saw such a horrid countenance," he told O'Meara. "He sat on a chair opposite to my sofa, and on the little table between us there was a cup of coffee. His physiognomy made such an unfavorable impression upon me that I thought his evil eye had poisoned the coffee, and I ordered Marchand to throw it out of the window. I could not have swallowed it for the world." Aggravated by Napoleon's refusal to see him, Sir Hudson Lowe became more annoying and petty in his regulations. All free communication between Longwood and the inhabitants of the island was cut off. The newspapers sent Napoleon were mutilated. Certain books were refused. His letters were opened. A bust of his son, brought to the island by a sailor, was withheld for weeks. There was incessant haggling over the expenses of his establishment. His friends were subjected to constant annoyance. All news of Marie-Louise and of his son were kept from him. It is scarcely to be wondered at that Napoleon was often peevish and obstinate under this treatment, or that frequently, when he allowed himself to discuss the governor's policy with the members of his suite, his temper rose, as Montholon said, to 36 degrees of fury. His situation was made more miserable by his ill health. His promenades were so guarded by sentinels and restricted to such limits that he finally refused to take exercise, and after that his disease made rapid marches. His fretfulness, his unreasonable determination to house himself, his childish resentment at Sir Hudson Lowe's conduct, have led to the idea that Napoleon spent his time at St. Helena in fuming and complaining. But if one will take into consideration the work that the fallen emperor did in his exile, he will have quite a different impression of this period of his life. He lived at St. Helena from October 1815 to May 1821. In this period of 5½ years, he wrote or dictated enough matter to fill the 4 good-sized volumes which complete the bulky correspondence published by the order of Napoleon III, and he furnished the great collection of conversations embodied in the memoirs published by his companions. This means a great amount of thinking and planning, for if one will go over these dictations and writings to see how they were made, he will find that they are not slovenly in arrangement or loose in style. On the contrary, they are concise, logical, and frequently vivid. They are full of errors, it is true, but that is due to the fact that Napoleon had not at hand any official documents for making history. He depended almost entirely on his memory. The books and maps he had, he used diligently, but his supply was limited and unsatisfactory. It must be remembered, too, that his work was done under great physical difficulties. He was suffering keenly much of the time after he reached the island. Even for a well man, working under favorable circumstances, the literary output of Napoleon at St. Helena would be creditable. For one in his circumstances, it was extraordinary. A look at it is the best possible refutation of the common notion that he spent his time at St. Helena fuming at Sir Hudson Lowe and stewing himself in hot water, to use the expression of the governor. Before the end of 1820, it was certain that he could not live long. In December of that year, the death of his sister Eliza was announced to him. You see, Eliza has just shown me the way. Death, which had forgotten my family, has begun to strike it. My turn cannot be far off. Nor was it. On May 5th, 1821, he died. His preparations for death were methodical and complete. During the last fortnight of April, all his strength was spent in dictating to Montholon his last wishes. He even dictated, 10 days before the end, the note which he wished sent to Sir Hudson Lowe to announce his death. The articles he had in his possession at Longwood he had wrapped up and ticketed with the names of the persons to whom he wished to leave them. His will remembered numbers of those whom he had loved or who had served him. Even the Chinese laborers then employed about the place were remembered. Do not let them be forgotten. Let them have a few score of Napoleons. The will included a final word on certain questions on which he felt posterity ought distinctly to understand his position. He died, he said, in the apostolical Roman religion. He declared that he had always been pleased with Marie-Louise, whom he besought to watch over his son. To this son, whose name recurs repeatedly in the will, he gave a motto: all for the French people. He died prematurely, he said, assassinated by the English oligarchy. The unfortunate results of the invasion of France he attributed to the treason of Marmont, Augereau, Talleyrand, and Lafayette. He defended the death of the Duc d'Enghien. Under similar circumstances, I should act in the same way. This will is sufficient evidence that he died as he had lived, courageously and proudly, and inspired by a profound conviction of the justice of his own cause. In 1822, the French courts declared the will void. They buried him in a valley beside a spring he loved, and though no monument but a willow marked the spot, perhaps no other grave in history is so well known. Certainly the magnificent mausoleum which marks his present resting place in Paris has never touched the imagination and the heart as did the humble willow-shaded mound in St. Helena. The peace of the world was ensured. Napoleon was dead. But though he was dead, the echo of his deeds was so loud in the ears of France and England that they tried every device to turn it into discord or to drown it out by another and newer sound. The ignoble attempt was never entirely successful, and the day will come when personal and partisan considerations will cease to influence judgments on this mighty man. For he was a mighty man. One may be convinced that the fundamental principles of his life were despotic, that he used the noble idea of personal liberty, of equality, and of fraternity as a tyrant, that the whole tendency of his civil and military system was to concentrate a power in a single pair of hands, never to distribute it where it belonged among the people. One may feel that he frequently sacrificed personal dignity to a theatrical desire to impose on the crowd as a hero of classic proportions, a god from Olympus. One may groan over the blood he spilt. But he cannot refuse to acknowledge that no man ever comprehended more clearly the splendid science of war. He cannot fail to bow to the genius which conceived and executed the Italian campaign, which fought the classic battles of Austerlitz, Jena, and Wagram. These deeds are great epics. They move in noble, measured lines, and stir us by their might and perfection. It is only a genius of the most magnificent order which could handle men and materials as Napoleon did. He is even more imposing as a statesman. When one confronts the France of 1799, corrupt, crushed, hopeless, false to the great ideals she had wasted herself for, and watches Napoleon firmly and steadily bring order into this chaos, give the country work and bread, build up her broken walls and homes, put money into her pocket and restore her credit, bind up her wounds and call back her scattered children, set her again to painting pictures and reading books, to smiling and singing, he has a Napoleon greater than the general. Nor were these civil deeds transient. France today is largely what Napoleon made her, and the most liberal institutions of continental Europe bear his impress. It is only a mind of noble proportions which can grasp the needs of a people, and a hand of mighty force which can supply them. But he was greater as a man than as a warrior or statesman, greater in that rare and subtle personal quality which made men love him. Men went down on their knees and wept at the sight of him when he came home from Elba. Rough men whose hearts were untrained, and who loved naturally and spontaneously the thing which was lovable. It was only selfish, warped, abnormal natures, which had been stifled by etiquette and diplomacy and self-interest, who abandoned him. Where nature lived in a heart, Napoleon's sway was absolute. It was not strange. He was in everything a natural man. His imagination, his will, his intellect, his heart were native, untrained. They appealed to unworldly men in all their rude, often brutal strength and sweetness. If they awed them, they won them. This native force of Napoleon explains, at least partially, his hold on men. It explains, too, the contrasts of his character. Never was there a life lived so full of lights and shades, of majors and minors. It was a kaleidoscope, changing at every moment. Beside the most practical and commonplace qualities are the most idealistic. No man ever did more drudgery, ever followed details more slavishly. Yet who ever dared so divinely, ever played such hazardous games of chance? No man ever planned more for his fellows, yet who ever broke so many hearts? No man ever made practical realities of so many of liberty's dreams,
Yet it was by despotism that he gave liberal and beneficent laws. No man was more gentle, none more cruel. Never was there a more chivalrous lover until he was disillusioned, a more affectionate husband, even when faith had left him. Yet no man ever trampled more rudely on womanly delicacy and reserve. He was valorous as a god in danger, loved it, played with it, yet he would turn pale at a broken mirror, cross himself if he stumbled, fancy the coffee poisoned at which an enemy had looked. He was the greatest genius of his time, perhaps of all time, yet he lacked the crown of greatness, that high wisdom born of reflection and introspection, which knows its own powers and limitations and never abuses them, that fine sense of proportion which holds the rights of others in the same solemn reverence it demands for its own. End of chapter 22.
Chapter 23 of A Life of Napoleon Bonaparte by Ida M. Tarbell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The second funeral of Napoleon. Removal of Napoleon's remains from St. Helena to the banks of the Seine in 1840. It is my wish that my ashes may repose on the banks of the Seine, in the midst of the French people, whom I have loved so well. Testament of Napoleon, second clause. He wants not this, but France shall feel the want of this last consolation, thought so scant. Her honor, fame, and faith demand his bones, to rear above a pyramid of thrones, or carried onward in the battle's van, to form, like Galen's dust, her talisman. But be it as it is, the time may come, his name shall beat the alarm like Ziska's drum. Byron, in the Age of Bronze. On May 12, 1840, Louis Philippe being king of the French people, the Chamber of Deputies was busy with a discussion on sugar tariffs. It had been dragging somewhat, and the members were showing signs of restlessness. Suddenly the Count de Remusat, then Minister of the Interior, appeared, and asked a hearing for a communication from the government. "Gentlemen," he said, "the king has ordered His Royal Highness, Monseigneur the Prince de Joinville, to go with his frigate to the island of St. Helena, there to collect the remains of the Emperor Napoleon." A tremor ran over the house. The announcement was utterly unexpected. Napoleon to come back. The body seemed electrified, and the voice of the minister was drowned for a moment in applause. When he went on, it was to say, "We have come to ask for an appropriation which shall enable us to receive the remains in a fitting manner, and to raise an enduring tomb to Napoleon." "Très bien," cried the House. The government, anxious to discharge a great national duty, asked England for the precious treasure which fortune has put into her hands. The thought of France was welcomed as soon as expressed. Listen to the reply of our magnanimous ally. "The government of Her Majesty hopes that the promptness of her response will be considered in France as a proof of her desire to efface the last traces of those national animosities which armed France and England against each other in the life of the Emperor. The government of Her Majesty dares to hope that if such sentiments still exist in certain quarters, they will be buried in the tomb where the remains of Napoleon are to be deposited." The reading of this generous and dignified communication caused a profound sensation, and cries of "Bravo! Bravo!" re-echoed through the hall. The minister, so well received, grew eloquent. "England is right, gentlemen. The noble way in which restitution has been made will knit the bonds which unite us. It will wipe out all traces of a sorrowful past. The time has come when the two nations should remember only their glory. The frigate freighted with the mortal remains of Napoleon will return to the mouth of the Seine. They will be placed in the Invalides. A solemn celebration and grand religious and military ceremonies will consecrate the tomb which must guard them forever. It is important, gentlemen, that this august sepulchre should not remain exposed in a public place, in the midst of a noisy and inappreciative populace. It should be in a silent and sacred spot, where all those who honor glory and genius, grandeur and misfortune, can visit it and meditate.
He was emperor and king. He was the legitimate sovereign of our country. He is entitled to burial at Saint Denis, but the ordinary royal sepulchre is not enough for Napoleon. He should reign and command forever in the spot where the country's soldiers repose, and where those who are called to defend it will seek their inspiration. His sword will be placed on his tomb. Art will raise beneath the dome of the temple consecrated to the god of battles a tomb worthy, if that be possible, of the name which shall be engraved upon it. This monument must have a simple beauty, grand outlines, and that appearance of eternal strength which defies the action of time. Napoleon must have a monument lasting as his memory. Hereafter, France and France alone will possess all that remains of Napoleon. His tomb, like his fame, will belong to no one but his country. The monarchy of 1830 is the only and the legitimate heir of the past of which France is so proud. It is the duty of this monarchy, which was the first to rally all the forces and to conciliate all the aspirations of the French Revolution, fearlessly to raise and honor the statue and the tomb of the popular hero. There is one thing, one only, which does not fear comparison with glory. That is liberty. Throughout this speech, every word of which was an astonishment to the chamber, sincere and deep emotion prevailed. At intervals, enthusiastic applause burst forth. For a moment, all party distinctions were forgotten. The whole house was under the sway of that strange and powerful emotion which Napoleon, as no other leader who ever lived, was able to inspire. When the minister followed his speech by the draft of a law for a special credit of 1,000,000 francs, a member, beside himself with excitement, moved that rules be laid aside and the law voted without the legal preliminaries. The president refused to put so irregular a motion, but the House would not be quiet. The deputies left their places, formed in groups in the hemicycle, surrounded the minister, congratulating him with fervor. They walked up and down, gesticulating and shouting. It was fully half an hour before the president was able to bring them to order, and then they were in anything but a working mood. "The president must close this session," cried an agitated member. "The law which has just been proposed has caused too great emotion for us to return now to discussing sugar." But the president replied, very properly, and a little sententiously, that the chamber owed its time to the country's business, and that it must give it. And, in spite of their excitement, the members had to go back to their sugar. But how had it come about that the French government had dared burst upon the country with so astounding a communication? There were many explanations offered. A curious story which went abroad took the credit from the king and gave it to O'Connell, the Irish agitator. As the story went, O'Connell had warned Lord Palmerston that he proposed to present a bill in the Commons for returning Napoleon's remains to France. "Take care," said Lord Palmerston. "Instead of pleasing the French government, you may embarrass it seriously." "That is not the question," answered O'Connell. "The question, for me, is what I ought to do. Now, my duty is to propose to the Commons to return the Emperor's bones. England's duty is to welcome the motion. I shall make my propositions, then, without disturbing myself about whom they flatter or wound." "So be it," said Lord Palmerston. "Only give me 15 days." "Very well," answered O'Connell. Immediately Lord Palmerston wrote to Monsieur Thiers, then at the head of the French ministry, that he was about to be forced to tell the country that England had never refused to return the remains of Napoleon to France, because France had never asked that they be returned. As the story goes, Monsieur Thiers advised Louis-Philippe to forestall O'Connell, and thus it came about that Napoleon's remains were returned to France. The Grande Pensée, as the idea was immediately called, seems, however, to have originated with Monsieur Thiers, who saw in it a means of reawakening interest in Louis-Philippe. He believed that the very audacity of the act would create admiration and applause. Then, too, it was in harmony with the claim of the regime, that is, that the government of 1830 united all that was best in all the past governments of France, and so was stronger than any one of them. The mania of both king and minister for collecting and restoring made them think favorably of the idea. Already Louis Philippe had inaugurated galleries at Versailles and hung them with miles of canvas, celebrating the victories of all his predecessors. In the gallery of portraits he had placed Marie Antoinette and Louis XVI beside Madame Roland, Charlotte Corday, Robespierre, and Napoleon and his marshals. He had already replaced the statue of Napoleon on the top of the Column Vendôme. He had restored cathedrals, churches, and chateaux, put up statues and monuments, and all this he had done with studied indifference to the politics of the individuals honored. Yet, while so many little important personages were being exalted, the remains of the greatest leader France had ever known were lying in a faraway island. Louis Philippe felt that no monument he could build to the heroes of the past would equal restoring Napoleon's remains. The matter was simpler because it was almost certain that England would not block the path. The Entente Cordiale, whose base had been laid by Talleyrand nearly 10 years earlier, had become a comparatively solid peace, and either nation was willing to go out of the way, if necessary, to do the other a neighborly kindness. France was so full of goodwill that she was even willing to ask a favor. Her confidence was well placed. 2 days after Guizot, then the French minister to England, had explained the project to Lord Palmerston and made his request, he had his reply. The remains of the emperor were at the disposition of the French. Of the emperor, notice. After 25 years, England recalled the Act of her Ministers in 1815 and recognized that France made Napoleon emperor as well as general. The announcement that Napoleon's remains were to be brought back produced the same effect upon the country at large that it had upon the chamber, a moment of acute emotion, of all-forgetting enthusiasm. But in the chamber and the country the feeling was short-lived. The political aspects of the bold movement were too conspicuous. A chorus of criticisms and forebodings arose. It was more of Monsieur Thiers' claptrap, said those opposed to the English policy of the government. What particularly angered this party was the words magnanimous ally in the minister's address. The Bonapartes feigned to despise the proposed ceremony. It was insufficient for the greatness of their hero. 1,000,000 francs could not possibly produce the display the object demanded. Another point of theirs was more serious. The emperor was the legitimate sovereign of the country, they said, quoting from the minister's speech to the chamber, and they added, his title was founded on the Senatus Consultum of the year 12, which, by an equal number of suffrages, secured the succession to his brother Joseph. It was then unquestionably Joseph Bonaparte who was proclaimed Emperor of the French by the Minister of the Interior, and amid the applause of the deputies. Scoffers said that Louis Philippe must have discovered that his soft mantle of popularity was about worn out, if he was going to make one of the old grey redingote of a man whom he had called a monster. The Legitimists denied that Napoleon was a legitimate sovereign with a right to sleep at Saint-Denis like a Bourbon or Valois. The Orleanists were wounded by the hopes they saw inspired in the Bonapartists by this declaration. The Republicans resented the honor done to the man whom they held up as the greatest of all despots. There was a conviction among many that the Restoration was premature, and probably would bring on the country an agitation which would endanger the stability of the throne. It was tempting the Bonaparte pretensions, certainly, and perhaps arousing a tremendous popular sentiment to support them. While the press and government, the clubs and cafes, discussed the political side of the question, the populace quietly revived the Napoleon legend. Within 2 days after the government had announced its intentions, commerce had begun to take advantage of the financial possibilities in the approaching ceremony. New editions of the Lives of Napoleon, which René and Raffet had illustrated, were advertised. Dumas' Life and Thiers' Consulate and Empire were announced. Memoirs of the period, like those of the Duchesse d'Abrantes and of Marmont, were revived. As on the announcement of Napoleon's death in 1821, there was an inundation of pamphlets in verse and prose, of portraits and war compositions, lithographs, engravings and woodcuts, of thousands of little objects such as the French know so well how to make. The shops and street carts were heaped with every conceivable article à la Napoleon. The legend grew as the people gazed. On July 7th, the Belle Poule, the vessel which was to conduct the Prince de Joinville, the commander of the expedition, to St. Helena, sailed from Toulon, accompanied by the favorite. In the suite of the prince were several old friends of Napoleon, the Baron Las Casas, General Gourgaud, Count Bertrand, and 4 of his former servants. All these persons had been with him at St. Helena. The Prince de Joinville had not received his orders to go on the expedition with great pleasure. 2 of his brothers had just been sent to Africa to fight, and he envied them their opportunities for adventures and glory. And besides, he was sick of a most plebeian complaint, the measles. "One day, as I lay in high fever," he says in his memoirs, "I saw my father appear, followed by Monsieur de Remusat and the Minister of the Interior. This unusual visit filled me with astonishment, and my surprise increased when my father said, 'Joinville, you are to go out to St. Helena and bring back Napoleon's coffin.' If I had not been in bed already, I should have fallen down flat, and at first blush I felt nowise flattered when I compared the warlike campaign my brothers were on with the undertaker's job I was being sent to perform in the other hemisphere. But I served my country, and I had no right to discuss my orders." If the young prince was privately a little ashamed of his task, publicly he adapted himself admirably to the occasion. A voyage of 66 days brought the Belle Poule on October 8th to St. Helena, where she was welcomed by the English with every honor. Indeed, throughout the affair, the attitude of the English was dignified and generous. They showed plainly their desire to satisfy and flatter the pride and sentiment of the French. It had been decided that the exhumation of the body and its transfer to the French should take place on the 25th anniversary of the arrival of Napoleon at the island. The disinterment was begun at midnight on October 15th, the English conducting the work, and a number of the French, including those of the party who had been with Napoleon at his death, being present. The work was one of extraordinary difficulty, for the same remarkable precautions against escape were taken in Napoleon's death as had been in his life. The grave in the Valley of Napoleon, as the place had come to be called, was surrounded by an iron railing set in a heavy stone curb. Over the grave was a covering of 6-inch stone, which admitted to a vault 11 feet deep, 8 feet long, and 4 feet 8 inches broad. The vault was apparently filled with earth, but digging down some 7 feet, a layer of Roman cement was found. This broken, laid bare a layer of rough-hewn stone 10 inches thick, and fastened together by iron clamps. It took 4½ hours to remove this layer. The stone up, the slab forming the lid of the interior sarcophagus was exposed, enclosed in a border of Roman cement strongly attached to the walls of the vault. So stoutly had all these various coverings been sealed with cement and bound by iron bands that it took the large party of laborers 10 hours to reach the coffin. As soon as exposed, the coffin was purified, sprinkled with holy water, consecrated by a de profundis, and then raised with the greatest care and carried into a tent which had been prepared for it. After the religious ceremonies, the inner coffins were opened. The outermost coffin was slightly injured, says an eyewitness. Then came one of lead, which was in good condition, and enclosed 2 others, one of tin and one of wood. The last coffin was lined inside with white satin, which, having become detached by the effect of time, had fallen upon the body and enveloped it like a winding sheet, and had become slightly attached to it. It is difficult to describe with what anxiety and emotion those who were present waited for the moment which was to expose to them all that was left of the Emperor Napoleon. Notwithstanding the singular state of preservation of the tomb and coffins, we could scarcely hope to find anything but some misshapen remains of the least perishable part of the costume to evidence the identity of the body. But when Dr. Guillard raised the sheet of satin, an indescribable feeling of surprise and affection was experienced by the spectators, many of whom burst into tears. The emperor himself was before their eyes. The features of the face, though changed, were perfectly recognizable, the hands extremely beautiful. His well-known costume had suffered but little, and the colors were easily distinguished. The attitude itself was full of ease, and but for the fragments of satin lining which covered, as a fine gauze, several parts of the uniform, we might have believed we still saw Napoleon lying on his bed of state. A solemn procession was now formed, and the coffin borne over the rugged hills of St. Helena to the quay. We were all deeply impressed, says the Prince de Joinville, when the coffin was seen coming slowly down the mountainside to the firing of cannon, escorted by the British infantry with arms reversed, the band playing, to the dull rolling accompaniment of the drums, that splendid funeral march which English people call the Dead March in Saul. At the head of the quay, the Prince de Joinville, attended by the officers of the French vessels, was waiting to receive the remains of the emperor. In the midst of the most solemn military funeral rites, the French embarked with their precious charge. The scene at that moment was very fine, continues the prince. A magnificent sunset had been succeeded by a twilight of the deepest calm. The British authorities and the troops stood motionless on the beach, while our ship's guns fired a royal salute. I stood in the stern of my longboat, over which floated a magnificent tricolour flag, worked by the ladies of St. Helena. Beside me were the generals and superior officers. The pick of my topmen, all in white, with crape on their arms and bareheaded like ourselves, rowed the boat in silence and with the most admirable precision. We advanced with majestic slowness, escorted by the boats bearing the staff. It was very touching, and a deep national sentiment seemed to hover over the whole scene. But no sooner did the coffin reach the French cutter than mourning was changed to triumph. The flags were unfurled, masts squared, drums set a-beating, and salvos poured from ports and vessels. The emperor had come back to his own. 3 days later the Belle Poule was en route for France. One incident alone marked her return. A passing vessel brought the news that war had been declared between France and England. The Prince de Joinville was only 22, a hot-headed youth, and the news of war immediately convinced him that England had her fleet out watching for him, ready to carry off Napoleon again. He rose to the height of his fears. The elegant furnishings of the saloons of his vessel were torn out and thrown overboard to make room for the batteries. The men were made ready for fighting, and everybody on board was compelled to take an oath to sink the vessel before allowing the remains to be taken. This done, the Belle Poule went her way peacefully to Cherbourg, where she arrived on November 30th, 43 days after leaving St. Helena. The town of Cherbourg owes much to Napoleon, her splendid harbors and great tracts of land rescued from the sea, and she honored the return of his remains with every pomp. Even the poor of the town were made to rejoice by lavish gifts in the emperor's honor, and one of the chief squares, one he had redeemed from the sea, became the Place Napoleon. The vessels lay 8 days at Cherbourg, for the arrival had been a fortnight earlier than was anticipated, and nothing was ready for the celebration at Paris. But the time was none too long for the thousands who flocked in interminable processions to the vessels. When the vessels left for Havre, Cherbourg was so excited that she did what must have seemed to the nervous inhabitants an extravagance, even in Napoleon's honor. She fired 1,000 guns. The passage of the flotilla from Cherbourg to Paris took 7 days. At almost every town and hamlet, elaborate demonstrations were made. At Havre and Rouen they were especially magnificent. A striking feature of the river cortege was the ceremonies at the various bridges under which the vessels passed. The most elaborate of these was at Rouen, where the central arch of the suspension bridge had been formed into an immense arch of triumph. The decorations were the exclusive work of wounded legionary officers and soldiers of the empire. When the vessel bearing the coffin passed under, the veterans showered down upon it wreaths of flowers and branches of laurel. These elaborate and grandiose ceremonies were not, however, the really touching feature of the passage. The hillsides and river banks were crowded with people from all the surrounding country, who sometimes even pressed into the river in order to better see the vessels. Those on the flotilla saw aged peasants firing salutes with ancient muskets, old men kneeling with uncovered heads on the sod, and others, their heads in their hands, weeping. These men were veterans of the empire, paying homage to the passage of their hero. It was on the afternoon of December 14th, just as the sun was setting radiantly behind Mount Valérien, that the flotilla reached Courbevoie, a few miles from Paris, where Napoleon's body was first to touch French soil. The bridge at Courbevoie, the islands of Neuilly, the hills which rise from the Seine, were crowded, as far as the eye could reach, with a throng drawn from the entire country around. The flotilla, as it approached, was a brilliant sight. At the head was the Dorade, a cross at her prow, and behind the coffin. It was draped in purple velvet, surrounded by flags and garlands of oak and cypress, and surmounted by a canopy of black velvet ornamented with silver and masses of floating black plumes. Between cross and coffin stood the Prince de Joinville in full uniform, and behind him Generals Bertrand and Gourgaud and the Abbé Coquereau, almoner of the expedition. The vessels following the Dorade bore the crews of the Belle Poule and the Favourite and the military bands. A magnificent funeral boat, on whose deck there was a temple of bronzed wood, hung with splendid draperies of purple and gold, brought up the official procession. Behind followed numberless craft of all descriptions. Majestic funeral marches and salvos of artillery accompanied the advance. At Courbevoie the flotilla anchored. Notwithstanding the intense cold, thousands of people camped all night on the hillsides and shores, their bivouac fires illuminating the landscape. Only those who have seen Paris on the day of a great fête or ceremony can picture to themselves the 15th of December, 1840. The day was intensely cold, 8 degrees below the freezing point, but at 5 o'clock in the morning, when the drums began beating and the guns booming, the populace poured forth, taking up their positions along the line of the expected procession. This line was fully 3 miles in length, and ran from Courbevoie to the Arc de Triomphe by way of Neuilly, thence down the Champs-Élysées, across the Place and Bridge de la Concorde, and along the quay to the Esplanade des Invalides. From one end to the other, it was packed on either side 100 deep before 9 o'clock. The journals of the day compute the number of visitors expected in Paris as about 500,000. Inside and out of the Hôtel des Invalides alone, 36,000 places were given to the Minister of the Interior, and that did not cover 1/10 of the requests he received. It is certain that nearly 1,000,000 persons saw the entry of Napoleon's remains. The people hung from trees, crowded the roofs, stood on ladders of every description, filled the windows, and literally swarmed over the walks and grass plots. A brisk business went on in elevated positions. A ladder rung cost 5 francs, $1. The man who had a cart across which he had laid boards rented standing room at from 5 to 10 francs. As for windows and balconies, they sold for fabulous prices, in spite of the fact that the placard Fenêtres et balcons à louer appeared in almost every house from Neuilly to the Invalides, even in many a magnificent hotel of the Champs-Élysées. 50 francs, $10, was the price of the meanest window. A good one cost 100 francs, $20. 3,000 francs, $600, were paid for good balconies. One speculator rented a vacant house for the day for 5,000 francs, $1,000, and made money on his investment. The crowd made every preparation to keep warm. Some of them carried foot stoves filled with live coals, others little hand warmers. At intervals along the procession, great masses of the spectators danced to keep up their circulation. Vendors of all sorts of articles did a thriving business. Every article was of course Napoleonized. One even bought gaufrettes and madeleines cut out in the shape of Napoleons. There were badges of every form, imperial eagles, bees, crowns, even the petit chapeau. Many pamphlets in prose and verse had a great sale, especially those of Casimir de la Vigne, Victor Hugo, and Barthelemy, though all these stately odes were far outstripped by one song, thousands upon thousands of copies of which were sold. It ran, Premier capitaine du monde, depuis le siège de Toulon, tant sur la terre que sur l'onde, tout redoutait Napoléon. De nul au nord de la Tamise, devant lui l'ennemi fuyait. Avant de combattre, il tremblait, voyant ce redingote grise. The cortege which had brought this crowd together was magnificent in the extreme. A brilliant military display formed the first portion. Gendarmerie, municipal guards, officers, infantry, cavalry, artillery, cadets from the important schools, National Guards. But this had little effect on the crowd. The genuine interest began when Marengo, Napoleon's famous battle horse, appeared. It was not Marengo, but it looked like him, which for spectacular purposes was just as well, and the saddle and bridle were genuine. The defile now became exciting. The Commission of St. Helena appeared in carriages, then the marshals of France, the Prince de Joinville, the crews of the vessels which had been to St. Helena. Finally, the funeral car, a magnificent creation over 30 feet high, its designs and ornaments symbolic. 16 black horses in splendid trappings drew the car, whose funeral pall was held by a marshal and an admiral of France, by the Duc de Reggio and General Bertrand. The passing of the car was everywhere greeted with sincere emotion, profound reverence. Even the opposition recognized the genuineness of the feeling. Many of them owned to sharing it for one moment of self-forgetfulness, and they began to ask themselves, as Lamartine had asked the Chamber 6 months before, what had they been thinking to allow the French heart and imagination to be so fired? Even cynical Englishmen, who looked on with stern or contemptuous countenances, said to themselves meditatively that night, as they sat by their fire resting, something good must have been in this man, something loving and kindly, that has kept his name so cherished in the popular memory and gained him such lasting reverence and affection. Following the car came those who had been intimately associated with the emperor in his life, his aides-de-camp and civil and military officers. Many of them had been with him in famous battles. Some were at Fontainebleau in 1814, others at Malmaison in 1815. The veterans of the Imperial Guard followed, behind them a deputation from Ajaccio. From Courbevoie to the Hôtel des Invalides, one walked through a hedge of elaborate decorations, of bees, eagles, crowns, N's, of bucklers, banners, and wreaths bearing the names of famous victories, of urns blazing with incense, of rostral columns, masts bearing trophies of arms and clusters of flags, flaming tripods, allegorical statues, triumphal arches, great banks of seats draped in imperial purple and packed with spectators, and phalanges of soldiers. On the top of the Arc de Triomphe was an imposing apotheosis of Napoleon. Each side of the Pont de la Concorde was adorned with huge statues. On the Esplanade des Invalides, the car passed between an avenue of 32 statues of great French kings, heroes, and heroines. Charles Martel, Charlemagne, Clovis, Bayard, Jeanne d'Arc, La Tour d'Auvergne, Ney. The chivalry and valor of France welcomed Napoleon home. Oddly enough, this hedge of statues ended in one of Napoleon himself. The incongruity of the arrangement struck even the gamins. Tiens, cried one urchin, voilà comme l'empereur fait le queue à lui-même. Hello, see there how the emperor brings up his own procession. The procession passed quietly from one end to the other of the route, to the great relief of the authorities. Difficulty was anticipated from several sources, from the Anglophobes, the revolutionists, the legitimists, the Bonapartists, and the great mass of dissatisfied who, no matter what form of rule they are under, are always against the government. The greatest fear seems to have been on the part of the English. Thackeray, who was in town at the time, gives an amusing picture of his own nervousness on the morning of the 15th. Did the French nation, or did they not, intend to offer up some of us English over the imperial grave? And were the games to be concluded by a massacre? It was said in the newspapers that Lord Granville had dispatched circulars to all the English residents in Paris, begging them to keep to their homes. The French journals announced this news, and warned us charitably of the fate intended for us. Had Lord Granville written? Certainly not to me. Or had he written to all except me? And was I the victim, the doomed one, to be seized directly I showed my face in the Champs-Élysées, and torn in pieces by French patriotism to the frantic chorus of the Marseillaise? Depend on it, madame, that high and low in this city on Tuesday were not altogether at their ease, and that the bravest felt no small tremor. And be sure of this, that as His Majesty Louis Philippe took his nightcap off his royal head that morning, he prayed heartily that he might at night put it on in safety. Fortunately, Thackeray's courage conquered, and so we have the entertaining Second Funeral of Napoleon by Michelangelo Titmarsh. In spite of all forebodings, the hostile displays were nothing more than occasional cries of "À bas les Anglais!" A few attempts to promenade the tricolour flag and drown Le Premier Capitaine du Monde by the Marseillaise, and a strong indignation when it was learned that the representatives of the Allies had refused to be present at the final ceremony. Most of the observers of the funeral attributed the good order of the crowd to the cold. A correspondent of the National Intelligence of that date says, "If this business had fallen in the month of June or July, with all its excitements, spontaneous and elaborate, I should have deemed a sanguinary struggle between the government and the mob certain or highly probable. The present military array might answer for an approaching army of Cossacks. 40 or 50,000 troops remain in the barracks within and camps without, besides the regular soldiery and National Guards in the field, ready to act against the domestic enemy. Providentially, the cold increased to the utmost keenness. The genial currents of the insurrectionary and revolutionary soul were frozen." The climax of the pageant was in the Temple of the Invalides. The spacious church was draped in the most magnificent and lavish fashion, and adorned with a perfect bewilderment of imperial emblems. The light was shut out by hangings of violet velvet, tripods blazing with colored flames, and thousands upon thousands of waxen candles in brilliant candelabra lighted the temple. Under the dome, in the place of the altar, stood the catafalque which was to receive the coffin. From early in the morning the galleries, choir, and tribunes of the Invalides were packed by a distinguished company. There were the deputies and senators, neither of which had been represented in the cortege, the judicial and educational bodies, the officers of army and navy, the ambassadors and representatives of foreign governments, the king and the court. But none of these dignitaries were of more than passing interest that day. The center of attention, until the coffin entered, was the few old soldiers of the empire to be seen in the company. Most prominent of these was Marshal Moncey, the decrepit governor of the Invalides. It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon when the Archbishop of Paris, preceded by a splendid cross-bearer, and followed by 16 incense boys and long rows of white-clad priests, led the church to meet the procession. They returned soon. Following them were the Prince de Joinville and a select few from the grand cortege without, attending Napoleon's coffin. As it passed, the great assemblage was swayed by an extraordinary emotion. There is no one of those who have described the day who does not speak of the sudden, intense agitation which thrilled the company, whether he refers to it half humorously as Thackeray, who told how everybody's heart was thumping as hard as possible, or cries with Victor Hugo, "Sire, en ce moment-là, vous aurez pour royaume tous les fronts, tous les cœurs qui battront sous les selles, Les nations feront asseoir votre fantôme au trône universel. Au trône universel. The king descended from his throne and advanced to meet the cortege. "Sire," said the Prince de Joinville, "I present to you the body of Napoleon, which, in accordance with your commands, I have brought back to France." "I receive it in the name of France," replied Louis Philippe. Such, at least, is what the Moniteur affirms was said. But the Moniteur is an official journal whose business is, not to tell what really happens, but what the government would prefer to have happen. The Prince de Joinville gives a different version. The king received the body at the entrance to the nave, and there rather a comical scene took place. It appears that a little speech which I was to have delivered when I met my father, and also the answer he was to give me, had been drawn up in council, only the authorities had omitted to inform me concerning it. So when I arrived, I simply saluted with my sword, and then stood aside. I saw, indeed, that this silent salute, followed by retreat, had thrown something out. But my father, after a moment's hesitation, improvised some appropriate sentence, and the matter was arranged in the Moniteur. Beside the king stood an officer bearing a cushion. On it lay the sword of Austerlitz. Marshal Soult handed it to the king, who, turning to Bertrand, said, "General, I commission you to place the emperor's glorious stone on the bier." And Bertrand, trembling with emotion, laid the sword reverently on his idol's coffin. The great company watched the scene in deepest silence. The only sound which broke the stillness was the half-stifled sobs of the gray-haired soldiers of the Invalides, who stood in places of honor near the catafalque. The king and the procession returned to their places, and then followed a majestic funeral mass. The Requiem of Mozart, as rendered that day by all the great singers of Paris, is one of the historical musical performances of France. The archbishop then sprinkled the coffin with holy water, the king taking the brush from him for the same sacred duty. The funeral was over. Napoleon lay at last on the banks of the Seine among the people whom he had so loved. For 8 days after the ceremony, the church remained open to the public, and in spite of the terrible cold, thousands stood from morning until night, waiting patiently their turns to enter. After hours of waiting, they frequently were sent away, only to come back earlier the next day. In this company were numbers of veterans of the imperial army who had made the journey to Paris from distant parts of the kingdom. In the delegation from Belgium were many who had walked part of the way, not being able to pay full coach fare. Banquets and dinners followed the funeral. At one of these, a sacred toast to the immortal memory was drunk kneeling. In a dozen theatres of Paris, the translation of the remains was dramatized. At the Porte Saint-Martin, the actor who took the part of Sir Hudson Lowe had a season of terror, he being in constant danger of violence from the wrought-up audience. The advertising columns of the newspapers of the day blazed for weeks with announcements of Napoleonized articles. The holiday gifts prepared for the booths of the boulevards and squares, and for the magnificent shops of the Palais Royal and the fashionable streets, whatever their nature, to eat, to wear, to look at, were made up as memorials. Paris seemed to be Napoleon mad. In the February following the funeral, the coffin of Napoleon was transferred from the catafalque in the center of the church to a chapelle ardente in the basement at one side. The chapel was richly draped in silk and gold and hung with trophies. On the coffin lay the imperial crown, the emperor's sword, and the hat which he had worn at Eylau, and which he had given to Gros when he ordered the Battle of Eylau painted. Over the coffin waved the flags taken at Austerlitz. Here Napoleon's body lay until the mausoleum was finished. This magnificent structure was designed by Visconti, the eminent architect, who had planned the entire decorations of the 15th of December. Visconti utterly ignored the appropriations in executing the monument, ordering what he wanted, regardless of its cost. For the marble, from which Pradier made the 12 colossal figures around the tomb, he sent to Carrara. The porphyry which was used to enclose the coffin he obtained in Finland. In this magnificent sepulchre Napoleon still sleeps. Duroc and Bertrand lie on either side of the entrance to the chamber, guarding him in death as in life, and to the right and left of the entrance to the church are the tombs of his brothers Jerome and Joseph. On the stones about him are inscribed the names he made glorious. Over him are draped scores of trophies. Attending him are the veterans of the Invalides. Qu'il dorme en paix sous cette voûte. C'est un casque bien fait, sans doute, pour cette tête de géante. End of chapter 23.